Chapter 50-38. Hearing the old pig spirit's words, especially when he heard that the forbidden land was full of beautiful female cultivators, even his eyes lit up instantly. The four black-robed old monsters transformed by the howling space demon hounds in the forbidden land were stunned at the same time. Immediately after, they exchanged glances with each other with strange expressions on their faces. In the depths of their eyes, there was clearly a hint of joy that quickly flashed away. They were worried that the four starry sky-colored pythons in the forbidden land would not cooperate and join forces to deal with this old pig spirit with terrifying cultivation base. But now it seemed that this problem was no longer a concern. The heavens are simply helping me. I never expected that this black-skinned pig would actually be so lecherous. In this way, so long as I take him around the forbidden area of Sunglow, this fellow will definitely be unable to move his feet. Even if he doesn't do anything disgraceful on the spot, he'll definitely be able to find all sorts of excuses to stay in the forbidden area of Sunglow. In this way, with the intelligence of the four starry sky-colored pythons in the forbidden land, they could naturally see the dirty thoughts in this old pig spirit's heart at a glance. Under shame and anger, they would probably join forces to deal with this old pig without any persuasion. They would take the initiative to facilitate it. Even if the 8 desolate venerable old monsters joined forces to deal with this lecherous old pig spirit, they would probably still not be able to do anything to him. The peak of the desolate venerable in the great perfection of the 9th stage was too powerful. It was a half-step heavenly path existence. Even if the desolate venerable old monsters of the same realm were not all in the late stage, but only in the early or middle stage, it would be meaningless no matter how many of them there were. Although he couldn't beat it in a fight, he had no problem trapping and sealing this old black pig. It was impossible for this to happen anywhere else, unless it was like the starry sky berserk ape that had wreaked havoc on the right bank of the Milky Way and made people panic, and had a primordial treasure like the farmer god cauldron. But obviously, whether it was the 4 of them or the 4 starry sky-colored pythons in the Forbidden Land, they obviously didn't have such a level of desolate era-level treasure. But even so, as long as he could lure this damnable black pig into the depths of the forbidden area and set up a trap, he would still be able to trap it there. This was the key reason why the 4 of them were worried about the 4 starry sky-colored pythons in the forbidden land of Dawn Mist, and refused to work together to seal the old black pig. 'Cause in order to accomplish this, they had to utilize a special place within the forbidden area of Sunrise. Once they utilized this place, they would be unable to enter it again, otherwise, they would collide with the pig demon that was trapped within the forbidden area of Sunrise and bring calamity upon themselves. In other words, utilizing the strange place within the restricted area of Sunglow to trap and seal pig spirit was more harmful than beneficial to the 4 starry sky pythons. So, unless they were forced to a certain extent, it was very difficult for them to grit their teeth and agree. 'Cause that was in the past, yet it wasn't a problem now. This damnable black pig had ill intentions and had come here with filthy intentions, so the 4 starry sky-colored pythons in the forbidden area would definitely be unable to endure it, and they could only grit their teeth and choose to seal him up. Otherwise, they would be humiliated at will. After all, this was a pig, and it was even a black pig. It was simply ugly to the point of being disgusting. Moreover, the starry sky-colored python clan loved beautiful things, so they would absolutely not submit to the pig demon's appearance alone. All of this took a long time to describe, yet all of these thoughts had actually flashed swiftly through the minds of the 4 of them. With merely a single exchange of glances, the 4 black-robed old freaks had understood the intentions of the others, and they seemed to have reached a tacit understanding in an instant. After exchanging glances once more, the smiles on their faces instantly became even more brilliant, and then they cupped their fists and bowed to the pig demon before continuing to speak. Their words clearly revealed a wisp of dense bewitchment that couldn't be dispersed. It seems that fellow Taoist tyrant pig is also a romantic person. That's just right. If that's the case, then the forbidden area is definitely an extremely wonderful place for fellow Taoist. It's said that a fair and virtuous woman is a good match for a gentleman. Fellow Taoist cultivation strength is astonishing. You're already at the peak of the desolate supremacy at the 9th step, which is also half a step into the heavenly Tao realm. You're already half a step into the heavenly Tao realm, so you should naturally live a carefree life. It's really enviable. Yes, all of the starry sky-colored pythons in the forbidden area are female cultivators, and they usually like to transform into the appearance of survivors. All of them have different styles. There are countless beautiful female cultivators in the forbidden area, and there must be one that you desire. Furthermore, all of the starry sky-colored pythons have their own unique fragrance. When they transform into beauties, they're a feast for the eyes, and their unique fragrance assails the nose. That's simply endless enjoyment. Fellow Taoists just said that we'll be neighbors in the future. Since we're neighbors, we should naturally be more friendly and often interact with each other. It just so happens that the four of us haven't been to the forbidden area for some time. Since we're in the mood today, why don't we go together with fellow Taoist Tyrant Pig? Maybe we can even be matchmakers on the spot and facilitate 1 or 2 beautiful marriages for fellow Taoist, and bring back a few Taoist companions that you like. Needless to say, the words and attitudes of these 4 old guys were obviously a little too enthusiastic at this time. But Old Pig's spirit didn't think too much about it. One, in terms of his cultivation strength, even if the other party had any tricks, he didn't care at all. He could take advantage of the situation to turn hostile and give the other party a show of strength or something. What's more, in his opinion, the reason why these 4 old guys were so patient was clearly to lead him away from the forbidden area. They didn't dare to let him enter the rhythm of their nest, which was understandable. Yes, they wanted to use the starry sky pythons that had transformed into beautiful female cultivators in the forbidden area of rosy mist to be generous, and use this method to curry favor with me. However, no matter what the reason behind this was, it was obvious that he had to make a trip to the forbidden land of dusk. In Old Pig Spirit's opinion, even if he transformed into the appearance of the remnant and transformed into a burly man with a black face, he was still so extraordinary and domineering. Just based on this point, as long as he went back to the forbidden area, wouldn't the countless beautiful female cultivators transformed by the starry sky-colored pythons in the forbidden area all be fascinated and lose their souls on the spot? At that time there would be countless beauties around him, and he could choose whatever he wanted. Ha. Fellow Taoists, I'm a little embarrassed by your kind intentions. However, you're right. This pig is very fond of beautiful women. Since the forbidden area is such a wonderful place, wouldn't it be a pity if I don't go there? The Old Pig Spirit raised his head and laughed heartily. Halfway through his sentence, he waved his hand and nodded his head. Then I will have to trouble you 4 to lead the way. I will follow behind you in case a stranger suddenly appears and frightens others. Chapter 5039. The Forbidden Land of Red Mist. Like the Shaokong Forbidden Land, the Forbidden Land of Red Mist also had 4 desolate venerable old monsters. Moreover, these 4 desolate venerable old monsters were all a kind of starry sky python. Quasi to be exact, all the starry sky ferocious beasts in the Forbidden Land of Red Mist were a kind of colored python. Moreover, this kind of colored python reproduced singly. Therefore, all the colored pythons in the Forbidden Land were female. The reason why the Forbidden Land was named so was because this kind of colored python would always emit a colorful light when it breathed in and out in the void. It was like a dense fog which was very beautiful. And moreover, perhaps because they felt that the appearance of their colored python was too frightening, all the colored pythons in the Forbidden Land of Red Mist would usually transform into the appearance of the survivors. Originally, they were all female colored pythons. When they transformed into the appearance of the survivors, they were naturally all delicate and beautiful women. Even on the surface of the abandoned stars in the Forbidden Land of Red Mist, there were a large number of buildings suitable for the survivors to live in. If those who entered without knowing the details would most likely think that they had entered a remnant star area full of stunning beauties. In short, the entire Forbidden Land of Red Mist was full of singing and dancing life. These colored pythons had beautiful appearances and liked beautiful things, so the entire Forbidden Land of Red Mist was extremely beautiful. But these days, the originally peaceful Forbidden Land of Red Mist was shrouded in a layer of gloomy clouds, and there was an incomparably oppressive aura in the void. The reason for this was naturally because of everything in the demonic antelope Forbidden Land adjacent to the right. Although the overall strength of the demonic antelope Forbidden Land was weaker than the Forbidden Land of Red Mist and the Shaokong Forbidden Land, the difference was extremely limited. But just these days, the entire demonic antelope Forbidden Land was experiencing a real starry sky massacre. This incomparably huge army of outsiders suddenly invaded here, and in a short period of time, They killed all 4 desolate venerable old monsters and dozens of desolate antiquity experts in the forbidden land of red mist. This was not the end. After wiping out the entire upper echelon of the forbidden land of red mist, this army actually rushed into the star field of the demonic antelope forbidden land. Look, from the looks of it, the black-skinned old pig clearly intended to kill all the beasts in the forbidden ground, turning it into a land of death. This scene made the countless starry sky-colored pythons in the forbidden area of Sunrise feel as if they had fallen into an ice cave. An existence with such a terrifying cultivation base, temperament, and methods had suddenly appeared right next to their lair. Anyone would be deeply worried about it. Compared to the ruthlessness and brutality of the army of outsiders, the starry sky-colored python, who had always been fond of beautiful things, was almost like a weak little lamb. If he really lived with them for a long time, wouldn't he have to live in fear every day in the future? Belt the countless starry sky-colored pythons in the forbidden land of dawn mist paid close attention to the bloody slaughter in the devil antelope forbidden land. An entire 10 days later, when more than a third of the countless ferocious beasts in the entire devil antelope forbidden area had perished, this slaughter finally stopped. At this moment, the forbidden area of Sunglow was already filled with the howling of the wind. Sukusome of the starry sky-colored pythons were stunned by this terrifying and ruthless method. They felt as if they were sitting on a carpet of needles, unable to calm down. In the center of the forbidden area of Sunglow was a huge abandoned star. Although it was an abandoned star, after many years of careful construction, this star now had a lot of vitality. Not only did it have an ocean, but it also had a green vegetation covering it. This was extremely rare on the right bank of the Milky Way. Silver in the right bank of the river, there were a large number of abandoned planets that were piled up in the most powerful forbidden lands and stellar regions. In fact, they were all moved here from other parts of the primordial void by the almighty existences of the forbidden lands. After all, they had been guarding the right bank of the Milky Way all this time, and they did not know when the Milky Way star domain would be fully opened and they would be able to enter. Therefore, this time must have been very long, and those who came early had been guarding here for countless years. Total, they could not be lying in the void all the time, right? That was why those almighty existences had continuously moved a large number of abandoned planets from other parts of the primordial void to this place. That was why the planets in the most powerful forbidden lands and the most powerful stellar regions on the right bank of the Milky Way were so densely packed together. No, because in the primordial void, apart from the Sourcehive star that still had life, all the other stars had already experienced the passage of countless years and had long since entered the primordial void. Like the gigantic planet at the center of the forbidden land of Sunrise had green vegetation. While it might not be unique, it was not far from it. Only the colored python clan would have the patience to carefully take care of a planet that had long since entered the brink of death, allowing it to regain some vitality. However, this was not the case. Such a star that was brimming with vitality was obviously not something that could be taken care of in a short period of time. Even in the entire restricted area of Sunglow, there was only one such star, where therefore, the 4 desolate supremacy of the starry sky-colored python clan all lived on this star. Here at this moment, a group of beautiful female cultivators gathered in a gorgeous palace on the peak of the tallest mountain in the star. The magnificent palace that stood at the peak of the towering mountain was where the 4 desolate supremacy old monsters of the colored python clan discussed matters. As for their cave dwellings, they were scattered throughout the planet. After all, some of them were cultivating while others were in seclusion. To avoid disturbing each other, it was impossible for them to live together. There were many figures in the palace, about 200 to 300 of them, and they were all universe supremacy of the starry sky-colored python clan. Among them, there were about 40 almighty beings in the middle of the primordial void, and the rest were all universe supremacies. The 4 figures sitting in the palace were all primordial void supremacy. All the upper echelons of the colored python clan in the main hall were female cultivators with graceful figures and gorgeous appearances. At a glance, it was as if one had entered a country of women, causing one's eyes to light up. Even the 4 desolate venerables from the colored python clan sitting in the main hall had lived for countless years, but the female cultivators they transformed into were extremely young. Their waists were slender, and their temperaments and appearances were among the best. Ah! She was probably not too far off from the 7 great beauties of the primordial world, who were once the most beautiful cultivators in the primordial world. Yes, although all the female cultivators in the palace were beautiful, they were all gloomy, and they looked pitiful. Sisters, what do you think of the suggestion of the 4 desolate supremacy of the Shaokong Forbidden Land? After pondering for a while, the red-dressed beauty, who was the strongest among the 4 desolate venerables, had already reached the 6th order desolate venerable realm. She was only 1 step away from reaching the 7th order desolate venerable realm. She looked at the other 3. After a short pause she said, "That black-skinned boar monster has gone to the Shaokong Forbidden Land. Seems that he is not ambitious. He is obviously trying to find out the truth of the Shaokong Forbidden Land. The war in the Devil Antelope Forbidden Land has just been extinguished, and he suddenly made such a move. Seems that he is not easy to deal with. He is too decisive, and our Xiaohe's Forbidden Land will not be able to escape from his covetous eyes." Chapter 50-40. According to the news from the 4 old monsters of the Shaokong Forbidden Land, the black-skinned boar monster has already gone to the Shaokong Forbidden Land. It seems that this person's ambition is not enough. He is clearly trying to find out the truth of the Shaokong Forbidden Land. The war in the Devil Antelope Forbidden Land has just been extinguished, and he suddenly made such a move. This person's character is definitely not ordinary. Our Xiaoai Forbidden Land will definitely not be able to escape his covetous eyes. As she turned to look at the other 3 people, the red-dressed beauty's face became more worried as she spoke. Omitted after a pause, a wry smile appeared on her face. She shook her head and sighed. Although our Xiaoai Forbidden Land and the Shaokong Forbidden Land's overall strength are about the same, we are all delicate female cultivators after all. We give people the feeling that we are easier to bully than the Shaokong Forbidden Land. So if the black-skinned boar monster figures out the general situation of the 2 forbidden lands and prepares to attack, it will most likely choose our Xiaoai Forbidden Land first. If we ask for help from the Shaokong Forbidden Land at that time, I'm afraid it will be too late. And we will also be in an extremely passive situation. So we have to take the initiative before the black-skinned boar monster attacks our Xiaoai Forbidden Land. The 4 old guys of the Shaokong Forbidden Land don't have good intentions. Their suggestion is for us to lure the black-skinned boar monster into the Xiaoai star vortex and activate the Xiaoai illusory formation to trap it forever. But if that's the case, wouldn't our Xiaoai star vortex be completely destroyed? When she spoke up to hear, the beautiful woman in a violet dress who possessed a cultivation that was merely inferior to the beautiful woman in a red dress frowned, and her voice revealed a wisp of unwillingness that was dense to the point of being impossible to disperse. The Sunglow stellar vortex is formed from the bloodline Sunglow energy, emitted by the breathing of countless multicolored pythons, in the forbidden area of Sunglow. It is the holy land of our colored python clan. Usually, when the colored pythons in the clan need to break through to a higher realm, they will enter the Xiaoai star vortex for seclusion, and use the endless bloodline power of the Xiaoai star vortex to successfully break through. Although the power of the fog in the stellar vortex can form an illusory array, it can confine a true heavenly Dao realm expert, much less a peak desolate supremacy at the 9th step of perfection. As long as they haven't reached the mid-stages, they can be trapped in an illusory world forever. They will be in a daze, unable to escape. But in that case, a powerful enemy will be trapped in the vortex of stars. Once the illusory formation is activated, none of the clansmen of our colored python clan will be able to enter. In the future, no matter who it is, if they want to break through the bottleneck of a major realm, they will have to rely on luck and fortune. As such, as time goes by, the overall strength of our colored python clan will be affected. The consequences were obviously very serious, and it affected the future of the entire colored python race. It was a matter of great importance. The beautiful woman in the red dress had gathered all the higher-ups with cultivation levels above Universe Supreme to discuss this matter. As soon as the woman finished speaking, all the higher-ups of the colored python clan in the hall looked at each other and fell silent. The purple-robed woman was right. There was not the slightest element of exaggeration. This matter was indeed too important. It was indeed difficult to make a decision easily. However, the situation described by the woman in the red dress was serious, but it was also a fact that could not be ignored. It was obviously imminent. If there were no accidents, The 4 old guys in the Shaokong Forbidden Land would soon arrive with that black-skinned boar monster. If they had not made a decision by then, it would be difficult to lure it out if they missed the best opportunity. Howl? Friends of the Xia AI Forbidden Land, I am Pig Tyrant of the Magic Hall. I am here to visit you. Just as the higher-ups of the Starry Sky-colored Python clan in the hall were hesitating, a high-pitched howl suddenly came from the edge of the Forbidden Land star zone. Then, a muffled voice of the voice of divine sense came. Although this person was very powerful, his voice of the voice of divine sense enveloped the entire Forbidden Land star zone. All the Starry Sky-colored pythons on countless abandoned stars could hear it clearly. Not only did this howl appear abruptly, but it also revealed an inexplicable sense of strangeness, as if it had just been injected with chicken blood, giving people a feeling of excessive excitement and excitement. Brain, as these thoughts flashed through their minds, the countless beautiful female cultivators on the abandoned stars in the Forbidden Land star zone turned pale. Some of the more timid ones had already turned pale, and even their bodies were trembling slightly. In fact, not to mention the beautiful female cultivators who were transformed from ordinary starry sky-colored pythons on countless abandoned stars, even the hundreds of higher-ups of the colored python clan in the clan hall on the towering peak of the giant star in the center of the Forbidden Land star zone trembled slightly at this moment. All of them changed their expressions. This black boar monster was too powerful. It was a peak desolate venerable at the great perfection of the 9th level, which was half a step into the way of heaven. With such a terrifying cultivation and strength, even if the 4 desolate venerables of the colored python clan on the high seats in the hall joined forces, they would definitely not be its match. Instead, they would provoke it. Thinking when they witnessed this scene, the figures of the 400-plus higher-ups of the colored python clan in the hall shook violently once more, and their expressions were even more humiliated and furious. They gritted their teeth and clenched their fists tightly, and they seemed as if they would rather die than submit and fight desperately. This dark-skinned boar has really come. Judging from the excitement in its long howl, it seems like it has gone mad. This venerable's previous deduction is clearly wrong. With a gloomy expression, the beautiful woman in red immediately stood up and said through gritted teeth, "This guy is actually a dead boar. I'm afraid that if he attacks our Forbidden Land star zone, it won't be like how it was in the Devil Antelope Forbidden Land, where it will be a bloody massacre. This dead boar must be coveting our beauty. The countless colored pythons in our clan will become his. This is absolutely not allowed. Seems like we don't have a choice. In order to prevent countless clansmen from being enslaved by this black boar, the only choice is to find a way to lure it into the Starry Sky star vortex and then activate the Starry Sky illusory formation to trap it forever." At this point, the beautiful woman in red turned to look at all the higher-ups of the colored python clan in the hall. Seeing that no one had any objections, she heaved a sigh of relief and turned to look at the other 3 desolate venerables of the colored python clan. A determined expression appeared on her face as she continued, "At that time, one of the 4 of us will be responsible for luring it into the Starry Sky star vortex. This person will be chosen by that black boar himself. Whoever he is more interested in will be led into the Starry Sky star vortex. Whether or not we can successfully charge out before the illusory formation is activated will depend on our own luck. For the sake of the entire clan, even if we have to sacrifice ourselves." Chapter 50-41. For the entire race, even if it's a sacrifice, it's fine. After saying this, the beautiful woman in the red dress had a resolute expression on her face. It was obvious that even she was mentally prepared to lead Old Pig Spirit into the astral vortex of multicolored clouds. The other party was a peak desolate supremacy at the 9th stage perfection realm, which was equivalent to a half-step heavenly Tao realm expert. Even with the woman's 6th stage desolate supremacy cultivation level, if she was in charge of luring him into the Rosy Dawn stellar vortex, she would have to stay by his side. Under such circumstances, under the premise of ensuring that the other party would not rush out of the stellar vortex, it was basically impossible for her to successfully rush out of the stellar vortex before the Rosy Dawn illusory array was fully activated. Also, in other words, this was equivalent to sacrificing herself. Furthermore, it was not just a simple sacrifice. Once the Rosy Dawn illusory array was activated, she would be trapped in the stellar vortex with that darn perverted pig. Facing a half-step heavenly Tao realm expert at the 9th stage perfection realm, She might not even be able to get what she wanted. That represented humiliation, but for the race, this was the only choice. As they looked at each other, the four-colored python race's desolate supremacies nodded silently. Their faces were filled with determination, and they were prepared to sacrifice themselves. Following that, the four of them soared into the sky at the same time and rushed out of the star, heading for the edge of the forbidden Rosy Dawn stellar domain. The Rosy Dawn stellar vortex was located in the deepest part of the forbidden stellar domain. And if they wanted to lure the darn black-skinned pig into the stellar vortex and activate the illusory array to seal him, they had to at least invite him into the stellar domain first. Then they would cater to him, feigning civility and slowly plotting. Here at that moment, at the edge of the forbidden Rosy Dawn stellar domain, there were 5 figures standing in the void, waiting. 5 these figures had all transformed into the appearance of survivors. Among the 4 elders, there was a burly, dark-faced man. They were Old Pig Spirit and company that had rushed over from the Rosy Void forbidden ground. The dark-faced man was Old Pig Spirit, and the 4 elders were the 4 desolate supremacies of the Rosy Void forbidden ground. Along the way, the 5 of them had some conversations and were now familiar with each other. However, although the Old Pig Spirit was a peak desolate venerable at the 9th rank great perfection and a powerful half-step heavenly way. However, the forbidden area of Rosy Mist was filled with delicate and beautiful female cultivators, so he really couldn't be too rash. If he were to charge in directly, then it would truly be too disrespectful. Thus, after he arrived here, he waited silently at the edge of the star field. In fact, the Old Pig Spirit came to the forbidden land of sunrise this time with the intention of winning the beauty's heart, but he didn't intend to use force at all. The mission that Yixian gave him was to lead the Magic Hall army into the primordial chaos and seize a suitable forbidden area on the right bank of the Milky Way as a shelter for the Magic Hall army. He had completed this mission, and he did not know what had happened on the right bank of the Milky Way. The giant void tortoise that was stronger than him had disappeared, and powerful old monsters like Desolate Zune were guarding the most powerful forbidden lands and most powerful star regions. Under such circumstances, the Old Pig Spirit clearly did not intend to continue making a fuss. He was afraid. After all, with the demonic pig's 9 transformations bloodline divine ability state, he was now a peak desolate supremacy at the great perfection of rank 9, which was equivalent to a half-step heavenly Tao realm expert. However, in other words, even in the primordial chaos he could go anywhere. But now, he still had the entire Magic Hall's 6 legions by his side. If he were to continue killing and making a fuss, and if he were to incur the wrath of the masses on the right bank of the Milky Way, a large number of desolate supremacies from the various forbidden lands and star regions would join forces to suppress him. With just him, the 7 beautiful cultivators, and the black-robed desolate supremacy, it would be a huge mess if they were unable to withstand it. Class at that time, he would not even be able to answer to Yixian this time. The reason why the Old Pig Spirit left the forbidden land of Rosy Mist immediately after settling everything in the forbidden land of Demonic Antelope was to go to the Rosy Mist forbidden land, and then take advantage of the situation to come to the forbidden land of Sunrise under the invitation of the 4 desolate supremacies of the Rosy Mist forbidden land. His only purpose was to get close to the higher-ups of the 2 neighboring forbidden lands, and to hear them acknowledge the existence of the Magic Hall. He did not expect that the other party would misunderstand his intentions, and had secretly made arrangements to lure him into the starry mist vortex deep in the forbidden land of Sunrise, to open the illusion array and trap him. Of course, since the forbidden land of Sunrise was full of beautiful female cultivators transformed by the starry sky-colored python, then he could take advantage of this opportunity to bring some of the female cultivators back and settle them in the newly refined Luan carriage in the future. The old pig had this idea, but he did not intend to use force at all. On one hand, he did not intend to cause any more trouble and fall out with the higher-ups of the forbidden land of Sunrise. From then on, the Magic Hall would be safe and sound, and it would have a huge impact on the future. On the other hand, it was because he was still very confident in himself. Even Yixian, who turned into an ugly big monkey, could make the 7 beautiful cultivators fall in love with him. He was so mighty, how could no female cultivator like him? These thoughts flashed through the old pig's mind, and the smile on the old pig's face became more brilliant. His chest, which was originally high, was puffed forward again. He felt that he was extraordinary, But he did not know that his fat body, dark skin, and proud expression on his face, not to mention the female cultivators in the forbidden land of sunrise who liked beautiful things, even the 4 desolate venerable old monsters who came here with him were already twitching their mouths. They would vomit if they forced themselves to look at him. Whoosh! Whoosh whoosh whoosh! After waiting for a while, a sharp sound suddenly came from the depths of the star field in front of him. Looking around, 4 figures were coming together, 1 in front and 3 behind. These 4 people were the strongest in the entire forbidden land of Xia Haze. They were also the 4 desolate venerables of the starry sky-colored Python clan. Now they had all transformed into young and beautiful women. Not only were their appearances excellent, but their figures were also extremely graceful. Their waists were so small that they could be held with one's hand. This beautiful woman with such a stunning beauty and such a beautiful figure, even if the real masters of the remnant people knew that they were all transformed from starry sky-colored pythons, they would not be able to control themselves when they suddenly saw them. At this time, seeing the arrival of the 4 desolate venerable old monsters of the starry sky-colored python clan, the 4 old monsters of the forbidden land of Seokong, who had always been very confident about their appearances and figures, immediately showed a proud smile on their faces. Next, after subconsciously exchanging glances with each other, the 4 old men turned to look at the old pig spirit at the same time. In their opinion, the old pig spirit was extremely lecherous, so when he suddenly saw such a beautiful and delicate young female cultivator, his mouth was probably dripping with saliva. However, the truth shocked them greatly. The old pig did open his mouth wide, but no saliva flowed out. Instead, his eyes widened, and he looked like he had seen a ghost. After being stunned for 2 seconds, his face darkened and he muttered involuntarily, "She is too thin, isn't she? She is so ugly that she can fly out of the sky. This pig is so disappointed." Chapter 50-42. Isn't this too thin? It's so ugly that it rushes out of the sky. This pig is so disappointed. Seeing the arrival of the 4 desolate elders from the forbidden land, the old pig spirit immediately opened his mouth wide, but no saliva flowed out, while his eyes were wide open, and his expression was like he had seen a ghost. After being stunned for 2 seconds, his face sank, and he muttered in an incomparably speechless voice, "The 4 desolate Zuns from the forbidden land of Rosy Dawn were indeed not in line with his standards of beauty. In fact, even the 7 beautiful cultivators of the untainted land such as Shurzu and Hamba, as well as the 3 girls, Purplish Warbler, Duanmu Xiaocha and Zhao Qianru were the same. The pig spirit liked plump beauties, preferably a fat sow with white skin. Of course, if he wanted to become a remnant instead of a sow, although it was a little regretful, as long as he could be a little chubbier, in fact it was barely acceptable, at least it should be no problem to use him as a maid to show off. However, these 4 desolate supremacies from the forbidden land of sunrise were too ridiculous. Not only were they ugly, but they were also skinny to this extent. One look and one could tell that they were malnourished. It was clear that they had not fully grown before they ran out. The thought of not yet fully grown popped up in his mind. Based on this point alone, it could be seen how dissatisfied the old pig spirit was at the moment. At this moment, whether it was the 4 old guys from the forbidden land or the 4 beautiful desolate elders from the forbidden land in front of them, they all opened their mouths wide at the same time. They stared at the old pig spirit in a daze, wondering if they had heard wrongly just now. Too thin? Ugly, rushing out of the sky? These thoughts flashed through their minds, and the 8 people only felt a roar in their minds. They were almost knocked to the ground by the thunder. Especially the 4 beautiful desolate elders from the forbidden land in front of them. They were so angry that their noses were crooked. Silver, the powerful figures of the remote antiquity and the supreme masters of the remote antiquity in the forbidden land of the right bank of the river, whether it was the ferocious beasts of the stars or the remnant experts, which one of them was not secretly coveting their beauty? The reputation of the 4 beauties of the right bank wasn't something that could be casually called out. It was obvious to all that they were popular. Live after such a long time, this was the first time they had heard someone use the word ugly to describe them. Moreover, it was so ugly that it was out of this world. Was there still any law in this world? It was simply intolerable. On the other side, the 4 old guys from the Shaokong forbidden land were also shocked. On the way here, they thought of all kinds of possibilities, but they never thought that this lecherous black-skinned old pig, after seeing the four Huangzun old monsters of the right bank of the Forbidden Land, would actually describe them as ugly to the sky. It was only at this moment that they suddenly realized a fact that had been overlooked, and that was this fellow's bloodline. It was a pig. In the eyes of a pig, a so-called beauty was naturally a white and fat female pig. Even if it wasn't a pig beast, at least it was whiter and fatter. The four beautiful desolate venerables in the Forbidden Land of Mist were white enough, but their figures were not fat at all. Each of them were like skinny spirits. How could they enter the eyes of a pig? A miscalculation. Dang, it was really a miscalculation, almost spoiling the big plan. As these thoughts flashed through their minds, the four old guys immediately exchanged glances again. Then their faces were full of smiles, looking at the old pig spirit. They immediately remedied the situation and patiently guided it. I'm afraid fellow pig tyrant has misunderstood a little. It's too early to say that you're disappointed. Yes, the four friends of the Xiahe's Forbidden Land have always been in seclusion, so their figures are slim. However, in the Xiahe's Forbidden Land, there are still many plump and beautiful female cultivators. They are all white and fat. Isn't that so? Fat and cute. If this old man didn't guess wrongly, fellow Taoist pig tyrant should like this type, right? Ha ha, great minds think alike. I'm the same. I don't like those who are too slim. They don't have the feeling of being chubby. It's better to have some fat. The more fat, the more beautiful. These words made the four old guys almost vomit in order to please the old pig spirit. Fortunately, their efforts were not in vain. Hearing their words, the expression on the old pig spirit's face eased a lot. Even his originally dim eyes once again burst forth with the light of hope. Look, this guy really likes the fat type. He really has the taste of a pig. This is too heavy, they secretly criticized in their hearts. The four old guys' hearts that were in their throats slowly settled down. As they spoke, they looked at the four beautiful desolate venerables of the Xiahe's Forbidden Land who were not far away in the void. Although they did not speak on one hand, it was because they had been neighbors for many years and were already very familiar with each other. On the other hand, it was because they had secretly sent a message just now. Therefore, even if it was just a simple exchange of glances, the four beautiful desolate venerables of the Xiahe's Forbidden Land still instantly understood what they meant. At this moment, after the anger in their hearts gradually subsided, their hearts that were in their throats also fell back to their chests. Since there was a problem with this damn black pig's aesthetic standards, and it was a major problem, then at least they and the colored python clan in the Forbidden Land could be saved. But unexpectedly, all the colored pythons were the same as them. Their waists could only be grasped with one hand, as if they would be broken by the wind at any time. This old pig spirit obviously did not like this type, and he was extremely disgusted. In his eyes, they were so ugly that they could rush out of the sky. Although there was no need to worry about the safety of their clansmen in this regard, there was no doubt about the black-skinned pig spirit's ferocity and ruthlessness. This had been clearly stated before. The entire Demon Antelope Forbidden Land was the best example. A lesson to be learned. So therefore, since today's matter had developed to such an extent, it was naturally impossible to stop here. No matter what, they had to take advantage of this opportunity to lure the other party into the Xiahe's star vortex, and activate the illusion array to trap them. Brain as these thoughts flashed through their minds, the four beautiful desolate venerables immediately laughed, and continued to speak in agreement. So it's fellow Taoist pig tyrant. I'm sorry for not going out to meet you. I'm really rude. Coincidentally, I have a sister in the Xiahe's Forbidden Land who is at the great perfection of the 9th rank. She is now in seclusion in the Xiahe's star vortex, trying to break through to the desolate venerable realm. After she transformed into the appearance of a survivor, her weight was 888 kilograms. We four sisters added together and doubled to be comparable to her. If I'm not wrong, fellow Taoist pig tyrant should like this type. This is just right. I'll now lead fellow Taoist pig tyrant to the Xiahe's star vortex. That sister in the clan will be out of seclusion soon. If she sees such a mighty and extraordinary fellow Taoist for the first time after she comes out of seclusion, she will be extremely happy. This is a good thing that should not be delayed. Fellow Taoist pig tyrant, why don't we go immediately? Chapter 50-43. Misty Star Vortex? What's that? Upon hearing that there was actually a powerful figure in the misty forbidden land who was a half-step desolate supremacy at the peak of the ninth step, who weighed 888 pounds and was white and fat, Old Pig Spirit's eyes immediately lit up. No, however, he was not reckless. He still kept an eye on the misty star vortex that he had never heard of before. He immediately asked from this point of view. It was clear that he was truly moved by this beautiful white and plump female cultivator who weighed 888 kilograms. On the one hand, it was really rare to meet such a fat female cultivator. On the other hand, her cultivation level was very compatible with him. If it would be even better if he successfully broke through this time and stepped into the supreme desolate supremacy realm. At that time he would be a peak desolate supremacy at the peak of the ninth step, a half-step heavenly Tao realm existence. With a white and fat beautiful female cultivator who weighed 888 pounds serving him, just based on this point, his power would not be weaker than Yi Xian. Didn't the 7 beautiful female cultivators around him just step into the first step desolate supremacy realm? That is, even if this beautiful female cultivator who he had never met did not successfully break through this time, and was still a powerful figure at the peak of the ninth step, which was a half-step desolate supremacy, it would be fine. In the future, with a little help from him, a successful breakthrough would be a sure thing. Who knows, the other party might be more grateful because of this and be more loyal to him. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Old Pig Spirit could be said to be deliberately moving. Finally, there was a hint of drool at the corner of his mouth. When this scene fell into the eyes of the 4 beautiful desolate supremacies of the misty forbidden land, it immediately made them happy. After exchanging glances again, the 4 of them continued to speak. In order to dispel Old Pig Spirit's last bit of doubt, they patiently explained, "Fellow Taoist tyrant pig, I'm sure you know that when my colored python clan breathes in and out in the void, there will always be a 7-colored light. It's like a dense fog and it's very beautiful. The name of the forbidden area is also because of this. That multicolored stellar vortex was formed from the multicolored pythons of my multicolored fog forbidden land's multicolored fog bloodline multicolored fog energy, accumulating for countless years. It is the holy land of our colored python clan. Usually when the colored pythons of our clan need to break through to a higher realm, they will enter the vortex of stars and enter seclusion. With the help of the endless mist and bloodline power, they will successfully break through. Otherwise, breaking through from 9th rank great perfection to 1st rank desolate supremacy is not something that can be done so easily. That plump sister of mine is also due to the help of the rosy cloud star vortex. This little girl is certain that she will come out in the next 2 days. After all, he has been in seclusion for a year." Hearing this, Old Pig Spirit was immediately relieved. Since the rosy stellar vortex was the sacred grounds of the Starry Sky Python clan, then only the experts of the clan were allowed to enter it when they were breaking through a realm. This obviously showed that it was an extremely important place of resources. Since that was the case, there naturally wouldn't be any danger inside. Furthermore, with his peak desolate supremacy cultivation at the 9th step perfection realm, so what if a half-step heavenly Tao realm expert was a little dangerous? Then this plump fellow Taoist of the colored python clan was only at the peak of the 9th stage of the mighty figure realm, but she was safe and sound inside. Why should he be worried? As the dignified pig tyrant of the magic hall, he was so mighty and extraordinary. Even the 8 desolate supremacies of the Seekong Forbidden Land and the Rosy Clouds Forbidden Land, who met for the first time, deliberately flattered him and tried to matchmake him. If he was too cautious and fell into their eyes, they would mistakenly think that he was timid. Wouldn't that be too embarrassing? First thinking of this, Old Pig Spirit immediately made a decision. He puffed up his chest, waved his big hand and said in a muffled voice, "Plump 888? This pig is really looking forward to it. Since the 8 of you are so kind, this pig will be impolite to refuse. What are you waiting for? Just lead the way in front." The 8 old guys were waiting for this sentence. Hearing this, they were overjoyed and didn't say anything else. Their faces were full of smiles. Immediately, the 4 beautiful desolate supremacies of the Rosy Clouds Forbidden Land led the way in front, while the 4 old guys from the Seekong Forbidden Land accompanied Old Pig Spirit behind. A group of people rose into the sky, entered the Rosy Clouds Forbidden Land from the edge, and shot towards the deepest part of the star-field Rosy Clouds, in the universe void deep in the Rosy Clouds Forbidden Land. Whoosh! Whoosh whoosh whoosh! A weak sound of breaking through the air sounded. 9 people, 4 in front and 5 behind, shot out from the edge of the star field. It was Old Pig Spirit and his group. After entering the Forbidden Land star field, Old Pig Spirit's divine sense spread out and swept across the stars along the way, seeing countless female cultivators. Unfortunately, although these female cultivators had fair skin, their bodies were too thin. They were like ribs which didn't satisfy his appetite. This, under such circumstances, his expectation for the plump female cultivator he had never met was naturally stronger. 9. They were all desolate supremacies. Their speed was originally very fast. After galloping all the way, they soon arrived at the depths of the rosy clouds Forbidden Land. At this time, looking up 10 billion miles away in the void ahead, a colorful star vortex came into view. This star vortex was very beautiful. From the outside, the star vortex's overall diameter was about 100 million miles. However, this kind of star vortex must have another world inside. Therefore, if there were no accidents, the void inside the star vortex was at least 100 billion miles wide. Such a beautiful star vortex, and it was the holy land of the colorful Python clan. Naturally, there wouldn't be any danger. In fact, even if there was, Old Pig Spirit wouldn't care at this moment. He was very confident in his cultivation strength. Even more, what's more, he had never thought that what he had experienced just now was just a pig trap set by the 8 desolate Zun old monsters of the Shaya Forbidden Land and the Sikong Forbidden Land. Moreover, the so-called beautiful female cultivator who was as fat as a pig did not exist at all at this place. They were only 10 billion miles away from the colorful star vortex ahead. All 9 of them were desolate supremacies, and they could reach it in a moment. However, the 4 beautiful desolate supremacies of the rosy clouds Forbidden Land who were leading the way in front stopped at the same time. Old Pig Spirit and the 4 old guys of the rosy clouds Forbidden Land who were following behind also stopped abruptly. Fellow Taoist Pig Tyrant, in front of us is the holy land of the colorful Python clan, the rosy cloud star vortex. That girl, Fatty, should be able to smoothly break through tomorrow or the day after tomorrow and come out of seclusion. This is already an extremely joyous matter. If you add on the fact that she saw such a mighty and extraordinary fellow Taoist Pig Tyrant right after coming out of seclusion, she would be secretly delighted. This is simply a double blessing. At this time, it's naturally inconvenient for us to be present. That girl Fatty has never had a Taoist companion. It's not an exaggeration to say that she's still in a boudoir. She will be shy. Therefore, we can't accompany you into the star vortex, but we will wait outside the star vortex. Here, we congratulate you in advance for successfully getting the beauty. Chapter 50-44. Awoo. Fatty? What a good name. This pig has a feeling when I hear it. Listening to the compliments of the 8 old fellows, the Old Pig Spirit, whose heart was filled with Fatty's beautiful figure, was completely floating. Shing in his excitement, he raised his head and let out a heaven-shaking howl. At the same time, he no longer hesitated. His entire body turned into a black streak of light, like a black bolt of lightning streaking across the void, and shot forward in an instant. It was too fast, and it gave off an extremely impatient feeling. In less than 3 breaths of time, this black lightning-like light had already charged into the colorful vortex of stars in the void 10 billion kilometers ahead, and then it disappeared. Now is the time. The moment the black light disappeared, the face of the woman in the red dress, who was the strongest among the 4 beautiful female cultivators of the Forbidden Land of Red Mist, suddenly sank, and she screamed in an instant, "Ruthless! Ruthless! Xiao! Xiao xiao xiao! Wang!" Without waiting for her scream to fade, the 4 beautiful desolate sovereigns of the Forbidden Land of Red Mist, including the beautiful woman in the red dress, had already made their move at the same time. At the same time, the expressions on the faces of the 4 people also became ferocious. Their eyes shot out a sinister light, and they no longer had the beautiful look from before. Instead, they were incomparably ferocious, causing one's hair to stand on end. Following that, with a wave of his hand, 4 pink rays of light shot out. They were faster than the black ray of light that the pig spirit had transformed into. In less than half a breath, they had already disappeared into the vortex of stars. A few in the next moment, the motionless colorful star vortex in front began to slowly rotate from the center of the vortex to the outside. In the void, one could vaguely hear a low and extremely weak strange buzzing sound. It was like a demonic sound that corroded one's bones, and it was extremely uncomfortable when it entered one's ears. A woo. Illusion. Why is there an illusion? Damn it, the entire star vortex has changed, turning into an illusory maze hundreds of billions of miles away. This pig has been fooled. I fell for your handsome pig trap. Damn it, a woo. In the next moment, a long howl that shook the heavens suddenly came from the pink vortex of stars ahead, and it was followed by Pig's roar that was filled with boundless rage and unwillingness. In the face of all this, the four beautiful desolate venerables of the forbidden land of red mist breathed a sigh of relief. They looked at each other and smiled. Then, they turned around at the same time and looked at the four old guys from the forbidden land of Seokong. Fellow Taoists, the four of us are basically the ones doing the work this time. All of you are just watching from the side. Not to mention that our Starry Sky Python clan of the Forbidden Area has paid a huge price for the sake of sealing this old fellow who possesses an extremely terrifying cultivation here. Our entire clan has lost their ancestral grounds. Even though the countless Starry Sky Pythons in the Forbidden Area can slowly accumulate their breaths and create another Starry Sky vortex. But that's something that will happen countless years later. So, in the profit distribution this time, our forbidden land of red mist will take the majority 70%. This is non-negotiable. If you don't agree, we will immediately take action and release that old fellow again. That's right. When the time comes, we sisters can just become a little fatter and serve him. Hearing this, the four old guys from the forbidden land of Seokong exchanged glances. Although they frowned slightly, they did not think for too long and soon nodded one after another. The four of you are right. This time the forbidden land of Dawn Mist did contribute the most and paid a great price. You can take 70% of the harvest from the Demon Hall Star Field. In that case, there's no need to delay any further. There's still a black-robed Desolate Venerable in the Magic Hall Star Field. But he's only a second-level Desolate Venerable. Once he's killed, the entire Magic Hall army can be divided among us. Who would have thought that this time it's a blessing in disguise? It's really surprising. As they cackled, the 8 old men no longer hesitated. They immediately turned around and flew back the way they came. After a short while, they exited the forbidden area. Without the slightest delay, all the auras in their bodies surged out. They rushed murderously toward the original Devil Antelope's forbidden area that had just been conquered by the Demon Hall's army. At the same time, in an unknown location in the turbulent void. Counting the time, Yi Xian had entered the turbulent void from the fully integrated Chaos World to search for the whereabouts of the 9 heavenly stars. It had been nearly 2 months. After several months, he hadn't gained anything. He hadn't found any trace of the 9 heavenly stars. On the other hand, because he hadn't stopped, he had consumed too much energy. Moreover, he had encountered 2 explosions in the space turbulence, which had wounded him a little. He had now stopped. He took out the Shenong treasure cauldron in the void and stepped into it. At the mouth of the cauldron, which was filled with 9-colored fog, he sat down cross-legged. While taking this opportunity to heal, he was ready to make another breakthrough and break through to the mid-level Desolate Venerable. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. After everything was ready, as he waved his hand, a large number of faint sounds of breaking through the air could be heard. Rays of light shot out from his body and hovered in front of him. They were all cultivation resources that he took out from the undying world in his body to make this breakthrough. Among them were the all-evil origin liquid, the 9-colored divine medicine, and various other top-grade cultivation resources. All of them were emitting an extremely dense energy aura. After calming down, Yi Xian took a deep breath. Without any hesitation, he compressed all the cultivation resources into the size of a nascent soul fist, with the power of the Shenong treasure cauldron's domain. Then, he swallowed all of them into his stomach and quickly dissolved them. Whoosh! Rumble! The origin instantly dissolved in his body. Almost in the next moment, the clanking sound of chains could be heard. A majestic river of energy formed, accompanied by the sound of thunder that blotted out the sky. Yi Xian focused his attention and immediately began to circulate the great heavenly cycle time and time again, continuing until he completely refined it. When the huge river of energy disappeared from Yi Xian's meridians and completely merged with his soul and physical body, A full 3 days had passed. This time his breakthrough was rather smooth and he did not use much time. It was probably because he had overexerted himself and suffered some injuries. In addition, the magic hall had completely evacuated from the chaos world and entered the primordial void. A brand new chapter was about to begin, so it had something to do with the change in his state of mind. At this moment, when the huge river of energy in his body had completely dissolved, Yi Xian's eyes flashed coldly. He immediately thought of something. After accumulating energy for a single attack, the shackles and chains broke. In the next instant, the anticipated system notification rang out in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for breaking through to the next realm of the ancient Dongshu mantra. Current realm. 4th level Supreme Desolate Realm. Ding! Congratulations to the host for breaking through the Qi and Blood realm. Current realm. 4th level Supreme Desolate Realm. 4th level Supreme Desolate Realm. Following with this breakthrough, his cultivation realm increased again. He was now a mid-level Supreme Desolate Realm. More importantly, as he entered the primordial void, the heavenly Tao suppression of the 9 Devil Ape transformations bloodline ability finally disappeared. Chapter 50-45. While Yi Xian was in seclusion, the archbeast was guarding him. For example, today, Yi Xian had successfully broken through and opened his eyes. It meant that the time for him to return had arrived. After spending nearly 2 months, he had failed to find any traces of the 9 heavenly stars. This meant that he had overlooked some factor. Even if he continued searching, there would be no results. Therefore, Yi Xian decided to temporarily put this matter aside. He would return and do some inference. Once he had new clues and directions, he would continue his search. After all, as long as he was not in the primordial great world, the highest cultivation level he could reach was the heavenly Tao realm. Regardless of where he was, as long as he had clues, he could go no matter how far away it was. Swish! With a wave of his hand, the second stage heavenly Tao realm, the archbeast, was kept into his undying world. Following that, he kept the farmer god cauldron as well. Yi Xian was prepared to return to the primordial chaos void. Back then, he was in the endless turbulent void. Even a heavenly Tao realm expert would find it difficult to accurately find the way back. This was also the reason why the primeval heavens I was so surprised when Yi Xian charged into the turbulent void from the primordial great world without any hesitation. He naturally did not know that Yi Xian had a devouring system in his body. Although he was being closely monitored and could detect any abnormality at any moment, the devouring system's normal operations were not restricted in any way. With the system title's interstellar coordinate traversal ability, Yi Xian could return at any time, including the primordial great world and the primordial chaos void. This was because he had left behind a coordinate traversal mark in both the primordial great world and the primordial chaos void. However, if there was nothing important, Yi Xian would not return to the primordial great world. This time he was heading to the primordial chaos void. Inverted. He was not worried about the Magic Hall's army. Now, the Magic Hall's army had 3 desolate supremacies in it. They were the Black-Robed Desolate Supremacy, the Primordial Porcupine in its 9 transformation state, and Old Pig Spirit. The latter had the battle prowess of a Peak Desolate Supremacy at the peak of the 9th step Great Circle, leading the army of the Magic Hall into the Primordial Chaos Void. There was nothing to worry about. This time, the interstellar coordinates he had locked onto were near the Source Nest star. Xiao. There was an almost imperceptible sound of something breaking through the air. Yi Xian's figure was instantly enveloped by a layer of dark light. Finally, it condensed into a single point and disappeared without a trace. Again, when he appeared again, he was already near the giant abandoned star not far from the Source Nest's headquarters in the primordial chaos void. Without stopping, he immediately rushed toward the Source Hive star. Although Yi Xian hadn't left the primordial void for long, only a few years or so, all of the subordinates in the Origin Nest star base camp should have been in seclusion during these few years. The base camp of the Source Nest planet was located in a remote area. In this primordial void, it was like a paradise that had been forgotten by the world. Under such circumstances, all the experts in the star could calm down and use the various top resources left behind by Yi Xian before he left to improve their own cultivation. In fact, as the time of the end of the Great Desolation was getting closer and closer, The new primordial chaos era was about to begin. In the past few years, the heaven and earth spirit chi in the primordial chaos void had been continuously skyrocketing. With all these factors combined, it caused the strength of all the subordinates in the source nest star to increase greatly. Although Yi Xian had not returned yet, he had a rough idea of this. Xiao. With this thought, an imperceptible light appeared along with the sound of breaking through the air. His figure directly rushed toward the source nest star in the void ahead. Yi Xianxian's divine sense probed. The surroundings of the source nest star were extremely quiet. Even from far away, he could vaguely see the surface of the source nest star. There were some fierce beasts and demon cultivators patrolling. Xiao. His figure turned into a light and directly landed on the surface of the source nest star. The patrolling demon cultivators and fierce beasts immediately swarmed over. All of them were extremely happy. Following Xian's figure swayed and went underground. He directly entered the inner space of the first layer of the life fortress. It was extremely vast, and there was no end in sight. The news of his sudden return had obviously been transmitted by the patrolling team on the surface of the star. A large number of space beasts were rushing over, all of them extremely excited. Among them he could clearly see the figures of Gui Hai Dao, Song Qingyu Neibashan Ba Chai Li Mosquitoes Wafengtai and other demon cultivators. Bao the 8 great guardian deities Flying Centipede and Old Monster Inji were also rushing over. Everyone was extremely excited. After so many years, the 8 great guardian deities Flying Centipede, Old Monster Inji, Gui Hai Dao, and other trusted subordinates naturally had a good time with Yi Xian. As for their cultivation progress, Yi Xian was very satisfied. Over the past few years, all the trusted subordinates who had stayed in the source nest star had experienced an astonishing rise in strength. Following such today, Flying Centipede and Old Monster Inji were already supremes, and they were not far from the desolate antiquity era. Until the 8 great guardian deities Gui Hai Dao, Song Qingyu Neibashan Ba Chai Li Mosquitoes Wafengtai, and the other leaders of the demon army were all universe masters, and they were at the late stage of this realm. They were not far from becoming universe supreme masters. As for the 20,000 great beings under Gui Hai Dao and Song Qingyu, without exception, all of them had the combat power of universe knights. Although they were only at the initial stage, as long as they were provided with a large amount of cultivation resources, it was believed that it would not be long before the 20,000 great beings of the demon army made great progress in cultivation again. 1. This demon army consisted of 20,000 universe knights. Even Yi Xian was extremely excited at the thought of its combat power. All this time, he had been nurturing the 20,000 great beings of the demon army under Gui Hai Dao and Song Qingyu as an elite trump card troop. All these years he had invested countless top-notch cultivation resources, and now it seemed that the results were extremely shocking. However, this was not the end. Everything would continue. He had always wanted to see how far this elite demon army, which had followed him since the beginning, could reach in the end. In addition to the demon army, the ferocious beasts in the ferocious beasts army under the pig spirit's command had also improved tremendously. The last time Yi Xian left with old pig spirit, there were already 7 early-stage mighty figures in the ferocious beast army. Back when Yi Xian left, he had left behind a few pills of a level 28 great being. At that time there were already 9 universe masters in this ferocious beast army. After a few decades it was normal for 7 first-stage great beings to be born. And now, a few years had passed, and the other 2 universe supreme ferocious beasts had also stepped into the realm of great master. There were now a total of 9 great masters in the army of ferocious beasts. There were more than 1,000 universe knights and universe masters in the army, and the rest were at least emperors and above. With 10 million emperors, this was definitely an elite army of ferocious beasts. After so many years, now that they suddenly met again, Yi Xian and the generals under his command who were guarding the Source Nest headquarters could not help but play together for a while. Then they spread out their godly consciousness and secretly checked the left section of the right bank of the Milky Way. Not as expected, Yi Xian's expression changed drastically, and he cried out softly, "Damn it, the Magic Hall army is in trouble." Chapter 5046. The location of the Source Nest Star Base Camp faced the middle section of the right bank of the Milky Way. while if one entered the primordial chaos void from the stellar vortex in the primordial chaos world's rising sun forbidden land, they would face the left section of the right bank of the Milky Way. Yixian had no plans on letting the Source Nest star base camp appear for the time being. His subordinates in the base camp still needed to continue their seclusion to raise their cultivation levels. Therefore, he decided to find a strong forbidden land in the left section of the Milky Way's right bank as the Magic Hall's base camp. He tried his best not to get too close to the Source Nest star base camp that faced the middle section of the Milky Way's right bank. All of this was what he had instructed Pig Spirit back then. And now the old fellow had led the entire Magic Hall army into the primordial chaos void for more than 2 months. Even if the army's progress was relatively slow, they should have already arrived at the left section of the Milky Way's right bank. While Pig Spirit was a peak desolate supremacy at the 9th stage of perfection, once he led the army to that location, there was no doubt that he would be able to seize a strong forbidden land in one battle. Yixian was now a 4th stage desolate supremacy. After activating the 9 Devil Ape Transformation's Bloodline Divine Power, his cultivation level was at the 5th stage of the desolate supremacy. When he cast the Bloodline Divine Power to the 9th transformation, his cultivation level would instantly soar by a large realm, reaching the terrifying 5th stage of the Heavenly Tao realm. All of this was impossible in the primordial chaos world because it was suppressed by the Heavenly Tao. The Heavenly Tao did not recognize it, so any living being could only reach the peak desolate supremacy at the 9th stage of perfection. But here there was no such restriction. With the support of a powerful 5th stage Heavenly Tao realm cultivation level, even if Yixian was in the Source Nest star base camp, he could secretly extend his spiritual perception and instantly probe the situation at the left section of the Milky Way's right bank. But what he saw with his divine sense was the scene of the Demon Hall's army being surrounded by 8 desolate Zune old monsters and about to launch an attack. But Pig Spirit was not around. He did not even show himself. Only the black-robed desolate supremacy was facing all of this outside the stellar domain occupied by the Magic Hall army. This infuriated Yixian. He did not know what had happened, but he knew that the situation was critical. Therefore, without any hesitation, he immediately activated the power in his body and teleported. Xiao! With an almost unnoticeable sound, his figure turned into a ray of light and rushed out of the Source Nest star in the blink of an eye. He rushed to the left section of the right bank of the Milky Way, and disappeared into the void at the end of the line of sight. The Magic Hall was located in the star region where the forbidden grounds of the Devil Origin Antelope were located. It had been a few days since old Pig Spirit left, but he had not returned. Over the past few days, the order in the Magic Hall had returned to normal. The battlefield in the void had been cleaned up, and the various armies had been assigned to different areas to rest and recuperate. While the countless ferocious beasts in the Devil Antelope Forbidden Land were also distributed. Such as today, this place was no longer the so-called Devil Antelope Forbidden Land. From the inside out, it had completely transformed into the star region of the Magic Hall. The Pig Spirit was still trapped in the astral vortex. The illusory formation of the astral vortex had been activated, and he could not find the exit at all. Therefore, if there was no special reason, it would be very difficult for the Pig Spirit to get out of the astral vortex by himself. Regarding this, the 4 beautiful desolate venerables of the hazy Forbidden Land were very confident, including the 4 old fellows from the Shao Kong Forbidden Land. In their opinion, old Pig Spirit was trapped and there was no way for him to come out again. Then the so-called Magic Hall army under his command, to them, was just a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. This Magic Hall army had a huge lineup. Not only were there ferocious beasts of the starry sky, but there were also survivors of the primordial era and even strange ships of outsiders. They were quite interested in this. Although there was a black-robed desolate sovereign in the army, as well as dozens of primordial age powerful figures, they did not care about such a small amount of high-end combat power. A casual attack from them could completely destroy the entire army of the Demon Halls. Deng, however, their objective was to divide up the spoils and not destroy them. So the 8 old fellows didn't intend to engage in a wanton slaughter. They mainly intended to intimidate the enemy and try their best not to make a move while subduing the entire army of Devil Halls. After that, they would distribute the spoils according to the ratio they'd agreed upon earlier. When the 8 powerful desolate venerable old monsters came from the distant void, The black-robed desolate venerable who was guarding the magic hall star field was the first to sense it. His expression changed wildly, and he immediately rushed out of the star field and came to the edge of the star field. The 8 old fellows did not directly rush into the magic hall star field. Instead, they stopped in the void about 10 billion miles away from the edge of the star field. They lined up in a row, and the aura in their bodies was spreading, revealing a threatening intent. The 4 beautiful desolate venerables from the hazy forbidden land did not make a sound. In this kind of situation, it was better for the old monster from the Shaokong forbidden land to appear. At this time, the 4 old fellows had revealed a ferocious expression, which was more intimidating than the beautiful women. GGG. Old fellows, your magic hall's black-skinned pig monster can't come back. I'll give you the time it takes to burn a stick of incense to consider, and immediately surrender. Otherwise, the entire magic hall and all those who resist will be killed without exception. After the formation stopped, the 4 old monsters from the Shaokong forbidden land immediately laughed strangely. The expression on their faces was smug, revealing a ferocious expression. However, they did not make a move, but instead made a sound to intimidate. By the black-robed desolate venerable was also a desolate venerable old monster. If he could be subdued, the hazy forbidden land where a group of female cultivators were would definitely not accept him. Then, he would naturally be assigned to the Shaokong forbidden land. In this way, the high-end battle strength of the Shaokong forbidden land would be unknowingly stronger. This is important. Therefore, if it was not for the fact that there was no hope, they would not want to kill the black-robed desolate venerable. Oh! Just as the voice of the 4 old fellows' divine sense sounded, in the star field behind the black-robed desolate venerable, a shocking long howl sounded. This was the immemorial porcupine activating the bloodline ability of the demonic pig 9 transformations, rushing out from the star field. The long howl was very similar to that of the old pig spirit, and it suddenly shocked the 8 old fellows. When the immemorial porcupine rushed out and saw that he was not the old pig spirit, but a rank 1 desolate venerable, they sneered again. Gosh! So what if there is another desolate venerable old monster? With only a rank 1 cultivation base, he is still just cannon fodder. Boom! Rumble! At the same time, a thunderous rumble resounded, and a black palace that resembled a star charged out from the Devil Hall's star domain. The 7 gorgeous cultivators, including Corpse Ancestor and Drought Demon, were alarmed, and they activated the black palace to rush over. All 7 of them charged out from the palace and stood at the peak of the palace. The aura emanating from their bodies was at the first order primordial exalt realm. This scene was so unexpected that the 8 old fellows were all stunned. Then the eyes of the 4 old fellows from the Shaokong forbidden land lit up, and the corners of their mouths were almost dripping with saliva. One of them even rubbed his hands excitedly and was extremely excited. Too beautiful, it's simply a peerless beauty. For friends, although we don't want them, these 7 women all belong to us. Chapter 50-47. In fact, when the primordial porcupine and the 7 gorgeous cultivators rushed out from the depths of the magic hall star field behind the black-robed desolate sovereign, the 8 old fellows from the Shaokong forbidden land and the Xiaoyan forbidden land, who were looking at the magic hall star field from a distance of billions of miles, were really shocked. The primordial porcupine was because his long howl was very similar to the old pig spirit, which was naturally scary. However, when he rushed out of the star field and revealed his strength as a first-order desolate sovereign, the 8 old fellows were relieved. But then, accompanied by the rumbling of thunder, a black palace that was like a star shot out from the star field. There was clearly the aura of the desolate sovereign inside, and there was more than one. This scene also gave the 8 old fellows a big fright. After all, they only had the black-robed desolate sovereign level battle strength in the magic hall star field. But now they appeared one after another, which meant that their judgment and speculation were wrong. This was very likely to be a big deal, so they were worried. When the black palace that was like a star also rushed out from the depths of the Devil Hall star region, and when the figures of Corpse Ancestor, Drought Demon, and the other 7 great beauty cultivators appeared, although the 8 old fellows were all stunned, their hearts that had just risen to their throats immediately fell back down. The magic hall could be considered extraordinary. No wonder there was such a huge army. In the entire force, including the black-skinned pig monster, there were a total of 10 desolate sovereigns. This number, even the desolate sovereigns of the Shaokong Forbidden Land and the Xia Yin Forbidden Land added together, could not compare. At this moment, they were incomparably glad of their previous decision. Fortunately, they trapped the black-skinned pig monster. Otherwise, even if the black-skinned pig monster did not intend to attack them, they would still be able to live peacefully. But, after all, they had 10 desolate sovereigns. In the future, if these 9 desolate sovereigns were to grow up, it would be a nightmare. They were afraid that the 8 of them and the 2 powerful forbidden lands behind them would not dare to breathe in front of this magic hall. Fortunately, they made the right choice and killed that possibility before they grew up. Right now, after the black-skinned pig monster was trapped, although there were still 9 desolate sovereigns in the magic hall, which was more than the 8 of them, these 9 desolate sovereigns were all first-order desolate sovereigns, and there was only 1 second-order desolate sovereign. In such a situation, they were no match for them at all. Perhaps a few of them would be able to escape if the battle broke out. But in their opinion, if the 8 of them attacked with all their strength and unleashed all kinds of secret techniques, at least 5 out of the 9 targets could be captured. That being said, it would be best if they could understand the situation clearly and persuade them to surrender. At this moment, the 8 old fellows were all thinking of this idea. Especially the 4 old guys from the Shaokong Forbidden Land. They were actually quite fond of women. It was just that the 4 beautiful desolate venerables from the Red Mist Forbidden Land were not to be trifled with, so they didn't dare to have any thoughts about them. But now it was different. There were 7 beautiful female cultivators in front of them. Not only were their looks and figures better than the 4 sovereigns from the Forbidden Land, but more importantly, their cultivation strength was just right. The first-order desolate sovereigns were a perfect match for them, but it was not impossible to control them. In addition, with the addition of these 7 beautiful desolate sovereigns, the high-end combat power of their Forbidden Land would also be greatly improved. All of this was the will of the heavens. It could not be more perfect. These thoughts flashed through their minds, and the 4 old men exchanged glances. At this time, they did not realize that they were blinded by lard, and were simply seeking their own deaths. Their eyes were burning, and they were so excited that their chests rose and fell. Even their bodies were slightly trembling, and they immediately spoke one after another like monkeys. That dead black pig, he really has a lot of luck with women. No wonder there is a saying that all good cabbages are eaten by pigs. Turns out that it makes sense. The ancients really did not deceive me. The old man is such a bad person. He hid 7 such beautiful female cultivators in a black temple, and he actually coveted the wildflowers outside. He is really a playboy. He deserves to be trapped in the starry vortex and never be able to get out. Fellow Taoists, I'm sure you've been serving that fat black pig for a long time now, haven't you? Don't worry. Now you don't have to succumb to his despotic power. The 4 of us have already dealt with him on behalf of the heavens. Yes, this is a life-saving grace. Moreover, the 4 of us have a huge forbidden land in our hands. All kinds of top cultivation resources are abundant. In the future, the cultivation needs of the 7 friends will all be on us. Of course, as long as the 7 of you are willing to go with us, the 4 of us can change our appearance to become handsome and charming young masters. That is completely possible. There is no problem as long as the 7 of you like it. It had to be said that these 4 old fellows were really shocked by the 7 gorgeous cultivators' beauty. Their cultivation was obviously stronger, but now they took the initiative to lower themselves and deliberately flatter with smiles on their faces. This made the 4 beautiful desolate venerables from the Xiahe's Forbidden Land dumbfounded. They suspected that their eyes were playing tricks on them, and that they were hallucinating. Unfortunately, it was impossible for the 7 gorgeous cultivators to buy all of this. In fact, the 4 old men's filthy words that couldn't be heard at all aroused the anger in the hearts of the 7 people. As the eldest sister and the one with the most violent temperament, Corpse Ancestor Han Ba immediately raised her head and let out a shocking roar. Screech! Corpse Ancestor Han Ba was enchanting and cold. At this moment, she was extremely furious in her heart. Her eyes were filled with blood-colored anger. As she roared towards the sky with a shake of her right arm, a 30-feet-long blood-bone spear appeared in her hand. This was her battle spear. The tip of the spear had black flames rising. That was the innate corpse flame, and there were even ferocious primordial evil spirit phantoms appearing and disappearing. These were all powerful creatures that were killed by corpse ancestor Han Ba in the primordial era. At the same time, boundless black and red corpse flames seethed from the fiery red armor worn by corpse ancestor Han Ba. It instantly suffused the surroundings, and it transformed the entire expanse of space around him into a horrifying ocean of corpse flames. 8 old men, you don't even have a desolate supremacy at the late stage of the 7th stage. Yet you dare to be so bold and attack the magic hall without permission. You are really blinded by lard, and you are completely tired of living. Well, since you are going to die anyway, let me send you to hell. Boom! Rumble! As the cold voice sounded, corpse ancestor Han Ba's figure stepped out of the Black Palace and arrived in front of the black-robed desolate supremacy. She stood alone in the void with her blood-bone spear pointing at the sky, and was incomparably domineering. Swish! Rumble! Screech! In the next instant, as his figure flashed out, corpse ancestor Han Ba let out another roar. Even the expression on his face had become completely ferocious. His right arm trembled as he pointed out from 10 billion kilometers away. 2 balls of black corpse flames instantly transformed into balls of flames that were like stars. They rumbled as they shot towards the 4 old fellows. Chapter 50-48. Whoosh! Rumble! Screech! At this moment, corpse ancestor Hitorigami rushed out, raised his head and let out a ruthless roar. Even the expression on his face was completely ferocious, before the vicious howl had even faded away. His right arm had already pointed out from a distance of 10 billion kilometers. The black corpse flame instantly turned into a fireball that looked like a star. With a thunderous roar, it shot toward the 4 old fellows at an extremely fast speed. This. The obscenities of the 4 old fellows could not be heard at all, which aroused the anger of the 7 people. As the eldest sister of the 7, she was also the most violent one. When her sisters were humiliated, even if she knew that she was no match for them, she would not just swallow her anger. This scene was naturally not what the 4 old fellows from the Shao Kong Forbidden Land wanted to see. In fact, they thought that they had come to rescue the 7 beautiful cultivators. The other party should be crying tears of joy, and should not have such a reaction at all. Therefore, seeing corpse ancestor Hitorigami attacking them and speaking so rudely, the 4 old fellows were stunned for a moment and were slightly displeased in their hearts. But they were only slightly displeased and were not really angry. Facing such a beautiful cultivator, it was difficult for them to be angry. Boom! Rumble! With a slightly gloomy expression, the strongest old man, who had reached the 6th level of desolate supremacy, waved his hand, and a shocking explosion came from the void in front of him. After all, corpse ancestor Hitorigami was only a 1st-level desolate supremacy. Compared to him, the difference was too great. The 2 black corpse flame fireballs did not even get close. They were still billions of miles away, probably in the middle of the confrontation between the 2 sides, but they had already been scattered and disappeared in the void. Whoosh! Whoosh whoosh whoosh! Corpse ancestor Hitorigami originally wanted to attack, but in the Black Palace behind her, the other 6 beautiful cultivators all rushed out and came to her side. Although they did not make a sound, they pulled her back. After all, they knew that they were no match for the other party, but Yi Xian should be arriving soon. Since that was the case, they should just delay for a while. There was no need to ask for trouble. The reason why the black-robed desolate sovereign and the primordial porcupine did not take action immediately was because of this. It was not because they were afraid of fighting. If the difference in strength between the 2 parties was similar, they would have fought in anger even if they had to risk their lives. The key point was that the difference was too great. Almost all of them were 1st-stage desolate supremes. Even if they were to risk their lives, they would not be able to seriously injure the other party, let alone kill them. As such, there was no need to waste their efforts. After all, Yi Xian would be here soon. No. However, the 8 old fellows who were standing in the void 10 billion kilometers away were clearly unaware of all of this. When they saw the other 6 gorgeous cultivators restrain corpse ancestor Han Ba, and the hot-tempered corpse ancestor Han Ba seemed to have no intention of continuing to attack. This included the black-robed desolate supremacy, who looked extremely similar to the darn black-skinned pig. Even its long howl was identical. It was likely that the black-skinned pig was a descendant of the black-skinned pig, but it clearly did not plan on taking action. The 8 old fellows thought that they had recognized the situation and were about to lower their heads in surrender. Immediately, they were secretly delighted. Especially the 4 old fellows from the Shao Kong Forbidden Land. When they thought that they were about to embrace beauties, and not just one of them, the light in their eyes instantly burned again. They rubbed their hands excitedly, so excited that even their breathing was a little hurried. Among them, one of them even grinned and immediately said, "That's right. Compared to that black-skinned boar monster, the 4 of us are like the difference between heaven and earth. Fellow Taoists, you definitely won't regret following the 4 of us. Ha ha ha. The 4 of you, the sky is already bright. Are you still dreaming?" Just as he finished speaking, one of the 4 beautiful desolate supremes from the Xiahe's Forbidden Land laughed and ridiculed. Just as she finished speaking, the other 3 also spoke, one after another. Their voices were filled with ridicule and dissatisfaction. "What did you say in the Xiahe's Forbidden Land just now? How long has it been and you have already forgotten? In that case, I will remind you to think about it carefully. What is 30/70th? Humph, the distribution plan that was agreed before, the 4 of you forgot it so easily. Are you sincere?" This time, our Starry Sky Python clan from the forbidden area of Sunglow paid a huge price to seal that old fellow who possesses extremely terrifying strength. Our entire clan's ancestral grounds are gone. It's impossible to deceive them. That's right. The profit distribution ratio that was agreed before cannot be changed. Our Xiahe's Forbidden Land must take the majority. 70% is the bottom line. This is not negotiable. If you don't agree, we will immediately return to the Forbidden Land and release the old fellow again. That guy is a lecherous pig. If we sisters bite the bullet and turn a little fatter to serve him, I believe we should be able to let bygones be bygones. As for the 4 of you, I'm afraid it will be troublesome. Do you really think we are stupid? Although these 7 women are beautiful cultivators, they are also desolate supremes. If all of them are given to you, wouldn't the high-end combat power of the Shao Kong Forbidden Land soar by a large margin? How can it be balanced? How about this? There are 9 desolate supremacies in front of us. That dead pig is detestable just by looking at it. In a while we will attack and kill it. It can be used as a form of intimidation and warning. As for the other 7 women and that black-robed old man, there are 8 people in total. We have 2 forbidden lands, so each side gets 4. This is already a 50-50 split. So, you have to give up 10% of the other resources in the Magic Hall Star area. Our Xiahe's Forbidden Land will take 80%, and you will only take 20%. Hearing this, the 4 old guys from Sikong Forbidden Area immediately frowned. After pondering for a while, they exchanged glances with each other. Finally, they sighed with regret on their faces, but they finally nodded and agreed. That's right. That's right. Okay, for it is, but we want 4 women. Moreover, we can choose the 7 people first. The 4 of us will choose according to our preferences. As for the other 3, you can take them back to the Xiahe's Forbidden Land. However, the Xiahe's Forbidden Land is full of female cultivators. The other one is an old man. Why do you want to take him back? If you kill him, you might as well give him to the Shao Kong Forbidden Land. Saying that, the 4 beautiful desolate supremes of the Xiahe's Forbidden Land immediately relaxed. One of them curled her lips and said, "You don't have to worry about this. Although the Xiahe's Forbidden Land is full of female cultivators, it's still okay to leave a male cultivator at the edge of the star area to guard the door. If there is anything inconvenient to deal with in the future, there will be someone to solve it." Since they had already said so, it seemed that it was completely impossible to get another desolate supremacy. These thoughts flashed through their minds. The 4 old guys from the Shao Kong Forbidden Land suddenly shook their heads and sighed. Their eyes were looking at the void at the edge of the Magic Hall Star area 10 billion miles away. They were examining the 7 beautiful cultivators to see which style and temperament were to their liking. Cha, at this moment, a soft voice suddenly came from the right side of the void without warning, blocking the door and openly dividing the magic hall. This kind of thing. Have you asked me? Chapter 5049. Just as the 4 old fogies of the Sikong Forbidden Land were looking at the 7 gorgeous cultivators to see which style and disposition suited their tastes, they could make a choice. In the distant void to their right, a voice suddenly sounded without warning. It was filled with endless anger. blocking the entrance and openly carving up the magic hall. "How dare you do such a thing? Have you asked for my permission?" When the voice sounded, everyone was stunned. This was because they did not sense any aura in the direction of the voice. A few almost subconsciously, everyone turned to look. To their astonishment, they saw a figure with his hands behind his back slowly walking towards them from 100 billion miles away. This figure was none other than Yi Xian. Now, he had his original appearance, a human body. He looked extremely young and extremely handsome with an extraordinary bearing. No, although he had revealed his original appearance as a human, the 9 devil ape transformations bloodline divine power had been activated. Furthermore, he had reached the 9th transformation. The reason why he was still a human in this state was clearly because he had used the Blood Sea Mystic technique. The Blood Sea Mystic technique did not only condense a sea of blood, it could change its size at will. It could transform into the appearance of any living being. Even the aura was the same, therefore, although he looked harmless, his cultivation level in the 9 devil ape transformations was extremely terrifying. He had reached the 5th stage of the heavenly Tao realm. However, this kind of cultivation strength was also concealed by him. At this time he looked like an ordinary person. There was not the slightest bit of aura emitting from his body. If it wasn't for the fact that he could see his figure when he turned around and used his divine sense to investigate, he definitely wouldn't have discovered anything. At that moment, following the appearance of Yi Xian, the 7 gorgeous cultivators, the black-robed desolate supremacy, and the primordial porcupine were slightly taken aback. Instantly, their hearts relaxed as a look of relief appeared on their faces. The 7 beautiful cultivators originally wanted to immediately rush over and pay their respects when they got close. To them, Yi Xian was like a new life. The 7 girls were sincere towards him and didn't have the slightest bit of falsehood. No, considering that this was the primordial void, which was different from the void of the primordial world, Yi Xian appeared in the form of a human and concealed his cultivation. Clearly, he had some considerations. They were still unsure of what kind of face and identity Yi Xian intended to make a fuss in the primordial void. Therefore, it might not be appropriate for them to greet him and call him master. With this in mind, the 7 sisters exchanged glances and suppressed the impulse in their hearts. Not only did they not rush forward to pay their respects, they did not even speak to Yi Xian. In the void 10 billion kilometers away, the 8 old fellows from the forbidden land of Xiaokong and the forbidden land of Sheye looked towards the source of the voice. When they saw Yi Xian's figure, they were also stunned. Immediately after, the expressions of the 8 people all turned gloomy. On one hand, it was because Yi Xian's words were too arrogant. It was as though they had to ask in advance before doing anything. On the other hand, it was because even they could not sense any cultivation aura emanating from Yi Xian's body. It was as though he was an ordinary person. However, this clearly did not exist. This was the primordial void. No living being was an ordinary existence. Even the women and children among the survivors had a certain level of cultivation. It was just that there were differences in strength. However, if he was really an ordinary person, how could he walk slowly in the vast void as though he was taking a stroll? In fact, the other party's pace seemed slow, but in fact it was extremely fast. It was clearly spatial contraction. He was still 100 billion miles away a moment ago, but now, he was 60 to 70 billion miles away. Under such circumstances as desolate supremes, they were unable to sense any cultivation aura from the other party's body. There were only 2 possibilities. First, the other party's cultivation was too strong. It exceeded them by too much. It was even stronger than the black-skinned boar at the desolate supremacy's perfection stage 9. In other words, the other party was a true heavenly Tao realm existence. However, as such, by deliberately converging one's aura, they were completely unable to sense the other party's cultivation realm. There was no aura at all, as though the other party did not exist. However, secondly, the other party was simply acting. He was a survivor of the primordial era. Survivors were different from the astral beasts. Regardless of race, the astral beasts basically relied on their bloodline powers to fight. All sorts of divine powers were related to their bloodline. However, survivors were good at creation. They had all sorts of cultivation techniques and mystic techniques. They even studied the astral beasts and gained enlightenment from the bloodlines of certain astral beasts. They created various cultivation techniques and divine powers that were suitable for them. Among them, there were many mystic techniques that converged one's aura and concealed one's body. Of course, most of the aura-converging mystic techniques in the hands of the survivors were unable to escape Desolate Supreme's deliberate probing. However, it could not be completely ruled out that some aura-converging mystic techniques were unconventional. Even Desolate Supremes could not detect anything when probing at close range with his perception. As these thoughts flashed through their minds, the 8 old fogies looked at each other and were momentarily dumbfounded. Although there were only 2 possibilities, both of them existed. The crux of the matter was that the difference between them was just too great. One could be a supreme existence at the heavenly Tao realm, while the other could be an act. The difference between them could not be ignored. If the other party was truly a heavenly Tao realm existence but was mistakenly judged to be an act, it would definitely result in death. However, similarly, if the other party was just putting on an act, he would be overly cautious and misjudge the fellow as a true heavenly Tao realm expert. He would admit defeat and apologize on the spot, and even give an apology gift before scampering off with his tail between his legs. If that happened when they learned the truth one day, they would probably be so infuriated that they would vomit blood and die. There was nothing more cowardly and aggrieved than that. However, with all of this in mind, the 8 old fogies' faces turned black as though they were constipated. They were nearly driven mad. It was not that they did not wish to probe, but there were only 8 of them here. Without any subordinates or retainers, such a probe could result in death on the spot. Who would dare take the risk? Furthermore, besides, even if someone were to probe, the other 7 might not agree. This is because everyone was in the same group. If one of them were to take action, it would be a declaration of the group. If the other party was truly a supreme existence at the heavenly Tao realm, the other 7 would not have it easy. From the looks of it, all of you are in a dilemma. Let's do it this way. I'll give all of you a chance. At this moment, Yixian slowly walked over from the void. In a short period of time, he had arrived at the edge of the Magic Hall stellar domain 5 billion kilometers away. He stopped 5,000 kilometers in front of the 7 gorgeous cultivators, the black-robed Desolate Supremacy, and the primordial porcupine. Speaking as he spoke, he turned to look at the 8 old fogies. I will not take action. As long as all of you can survive for half an incense stick's worth of time against one of my avatars, I will allow all of you to leave today. With that said, Yixian suddenly waved his hand and instantly, the Empyrean beast appeared. Chapter 50-50. It looks like all of you are in a dilemma. How about this? I'll give all of you a chance. Xian turned around and looked at the 8 old fellows. He nodded and said, I won't do anything. As long as you can survive for half an incense stick's worth of time from one of my clones, I'll let you leave today. After he finished speaking, he suddenly waved his hand. In an instant, a ray of light blasted out. Under the wind, it expanded rapidly. In less than a second, it had reached a size of 500 million miles. Even a giant star was far inferior to it. The behemoth stood upright. It had 2 legs and 4 arms. On its back was a pair of mechanical wings that resembled mantis blades. The wings were a characteristic of mechanical beasts. As for its head, it was an amalgamation of countless facets that resembled a beehive. This was a characteristic of a Heaven's Legacy beast. Blinking in a blink of an eye, the arch-beast streaked across the sky. The 8 old fogies, who were 5 billion kilometers away, were dumbfounded. Their mouths gaped so widely that one could stuff their fists in. Their eyes were filled with endless horror. Their expressions were dull, as though they had collectively been struck by lightning. At that moment, the 8 of them had a complete mental breakdown. Just a moment ago, when Yixian claimed that his true body would not take action, and that they would be allowed to leave today as long as they could survive 5 minutes from one of his avatars, the 8 old fogies had already determined Yixian's cultivation level and strength, because since he had said so, he would definitely let one of his avatars take action. If not, they would be exposed. If he wasn't a true heavenly Tao realm expert, how strong could his avatars be? However, although they were certain that the other party was a true heavenly Tao realm expert, causing their hearts to sink, in fact, it was those words that gave them hope. It could even be said that they were secretly delighted. Yes, although Feng Xian was a true heavenly Tao realm existence, he was being too conceited. How strong could his avatars be? They were all impossible to be at the heavenly Tao realm, right? That would be preposterous. From their point of view, the so-called avatars were, at best, the same as the black-skinned boar monster. They were peak desolate supremacies at the ninth order perfection realm. In other words, they were at the half-step heavenly Tao realm. Although they were not the match of a half-step heavenly Tao realm avatar, at least 2 or 3 of them would perish if they were given some time. Fortunately, the other party was too conceited and actually made a promise of half an incense stick of time. After all, the 8 of them were desolate supremacies. Now that they were facing a life and death crisis, it was obvious that none of them would hold back. Facing a life and death crisis, the 8 of them joined forces and used all kinds of divine abilities and secret techniques. They should be able to last half an incense stick of time against a peak desolate supremacy at the peak of 9th rank great perfection. But of course, perhaps 1 or 2 of the 8 of them would perish in the time it took for half an incense stick to burn. However, there were 8 of them after all. The chances of them perishing weren't too high. Compared to being casually wiped out by a supreme existence at the heavenly Tao realm, this was already a great opportunity. It was because of this that the 8 old fellows were secretly delighted in their hearts. They were confident in themselves and believed that even if 1 or 2 of them would fall in the time it took for half an incense stick to burn, it would definitely not fall on their heads. Only if they could last half an incense stick's worth of time, they would immediately turn around and flee. They would not even return to the Forbidden Land. After all, the most important cultivation resources were on them. Against a supreme existence at the heavenly Tao realm, returning to the Forbidden Land was clearly courting death. It was equivalent to wasting time. Although the other party allowed them to leave today, it did not mean that they would not be pursued the next day. It had to be said that these 8 old fellows were truly not the typical sly old foxes. Before the battle began, they had already considered all the pros and cons. Unfortunately, all of this was futile. The so-called considerations were truly whimsical and daydreaming. This was because they had no chance of leaving this place alive today. On this point, when the other party waved his hand and shot out a beam of light that expanded rapidly, revealing a 250 million kilometer Empyrean beast, the 8 old fellows drew a cold gasp and instantly understood. Heavenly Tao realm. Furthermore, it was at the 2nd stage of the heavenly Tao realm. This was only an avatar of the other party. Although the avatar was somewhat odd, with its massive body exuding large amounts of metallic aura, the fact that the other party could control a terrifying metallic beast at the 2nd stage of the heavenly Tao realm meant that his cultivation level was clearly not low. At the very least, it was at the 3rd stage of the heavenly Tao realm. An existence at the 3rd stage of the heavenly Tao realm was already at the peak of the early stages. With another step, they would enter the middle stages of the heavenly Tao realm. How could such a terrifying supreme existence lie on such matters? It also meant that this behemoth with a terrifying cultivation level was really only an avatar of the other party. And his cultivation level was clearly stronger, at the very least at the 3rd stage of the heavenly Tao realm. This was practically fatal. Although the 8 of them were supremes of the primordial era, the strongest was only at the 6th stage of the desolate supremacy realm. They had not even stepped into the late stages of the desolate supremacy realm. Even if the 8 of them joined forces, using all sorts of means and divine powers, or even risking their lives, they would still end up dead against a terrifying existence at the 2nd stage of the heavenly Tao realm. Ignoring half an incense stick's worth of time, they would definitely not survive even if the time was reduced by half. Roar. Boom. Walala. Facing the 8 old fogies in the void 5 billion kilometers away, their mouths agape in shock. Their faces were filled with despair. Just as they were completely dumbfounded, the Empyrean beast suddenly raised its head and let out a shocking roar. Tight! Following that, one of the 4 terrifying arms on its massive body that resembled pillars that held up the heavens struck the void in front of it. A deafening boom resounded incessantly, shaking the world. Even though this was the primordial chaos void, which was a level higher than the primordial chaos great world, this punch caused the void in the universe to completely collapse. There was a strange crashing sound that sounded like the roaring of huge waves. Instantly, a deep void that resembled a black hole appeared in the region ahead. Endless void turbulence spread out in all directions, however. Such a fake black hole that was formed due to the sudden bombardment of the void by external forces would quickly repair itself under the influence of the void laws. However, such a scene was too shocking. The 8 old fogies were scared out of their wits at that moment. Their knees went soft. They could only stand dumbfounded in the void. Their minds were buzzing, and they were completely out of ideas. They did not even have the slightest thought of turning around and escaping. This was because there was no hope at all. Facing a second stage heavenly Tao realm existence, even if they were allowed to escape for half a day, they would only end up dead. There was no doubt about it. When such an existence fought with the early and middle stage old monster Huangzun, it would definitely be a one-sided slaughter. They would not even have the strength to fight back. Even self-destruction would be a joke. As these thoughts flashed through their minds, the 8 old fogies suddenly regained their senses. Their bodies trembled violently, and as though they had a telepathic connection, their knees went soft as they knelt down in the void at the same time. They prostrated themselves in the void, trembling. Chapter 50-51. In the blink of an eye, the beam expanded with the wind. In less than a second, it had reached a size of 250 million kilometers. Even a gigantic planet was far inferior to it. The behemoth stood upright with 2 legs and 4 arms. On its back was a pair of mechanical wings that resembled mantis blades. And its head was a combination of countless facets that resembled a beehive. In the blink of an eye, the Empyrean beast covered the sky. That's right. The 8 old fogies who were 5 billion kilometers away were dumbfounded. Their mouths gaped so wide that one could stuff their fists in them. Their eyes were filled with endless horror. Their expressions were dull as though they had collectively been struck by lightning. Second stage heavenly Tao realm. Just casually summoning a clone had such a terrifying cultivation. Just how powerful was his original body? It was at least at the 3rd stage of the heavenly Tao realm, an existence at the peak of the early stages. It might even be stronger, ignoring its main body. Just this gigantic metallic beast that was truly at the 2nd stage of the heavenly Tao realm was not something they could match. An existence at this level would definitely be a one-sided slaughter. When fighting an early or middle stage old monster Huangzun, they would not even be able to retaliate. Self-destruction would be a joke. That's right. Upon realizing this, the 8 old fogies suddenly snapped back to their senses. Their bodies trembled violently as though they had a telepathic connection. Their knees went limp as they knelt down at the same time. They prostrated themselves in the void as they trembled. At the same time, all sorts of pleading voices were transmitted out, resounding through the void. My lord, it's a misunderstanding. This is definitely a misunderstanding. That's right. We don't mean any disrespect. We really didn't know that this magic hall was my lord's territory. We always thought that the black-skinned pig monster was the owner. That darn black-skinned pig monster is too good at acting. It misled us. Furthermore, he detained my clansmen from the forbidden land of Wuxia. It's fine if he enslaved them, but he actually had lustful thoughts. This little girl has always been pure and innocent. How can I submit to his despotic abuse? I made a huge mistake in a moment of folly. Thankfully, the mistake was not made. Before we could do anything, my lord had already descended. If my lord can spare us, we sisters are willing to serve you with our bodies, be your slaves. Our starry sky-colored python race is actually good at a kind of bewitching spell. We are bound to make people enjoy themselves in their chambers. My lord, please spare my life. In the face of the powerful Yi Xian, these 8 old guys were completely scared out of their wits. The 4 old guys from the Shaokong Forbidden Land were fine. They had no other capital except to explain and beg for mercy. However, the 4 beautiful desolate supremacies from the Red Mist Forbidden Land still held on to their last shred of hope. In their opinion, since Yi Xian was keeping 7 such beautiful female cultivators in the Black Hall of the Magic Hall, then it was very likely that he was a womanizer. Such as if this conjecture was true, then they would most likely be able to survive today. Black Naughty Piggy and the others were indeed disgusted, but this expert of the remnant was handsome. Not only was his temperament extraordinary, even his cultivation was incomparably terrifying. Even they felt like their hearts were being shaken. Therefore, they were absolutely willing to serve such a handsome young human expert. Not only could they enjoy the pleasure of sex, but they could also get the protection of a powerful heavenly Tao realm expert. It was simply the best of both worlds. If the other party was really interested in the 4 of them, the life and death crisis in front of them would be reversed in an instant. The final result would be a blessing in disguise. Of course, in terms of figure and appearance, they were obviously not comparable to the 7 beautiful female cultivators in the Black Hall, but they also had their own advantages. On the one hand, their cultivation strength was stronger than theirs, and their bloodline was good at a bewitching spell unique to the starry sky-colored python race. With their status as desolate sovereigns, they would naturally disdain to say such things in the past. However, things were different now. In order to obtain the favor of this young and handsome elite, even as desolate sovereigns, they would not hesitate to ask for his favor in such a roundabout manner. After such words were spoken, the 4 beautiful desolate venerables from the forbidden land of red mist immediately blushed. Although they were not truly virgins and were far from being pure, as desolate venerables, it was the first time they had said such words to a male cultivator in public. In their opinion, they were already in such a state. It could be said that they were sincere. This remnant expert who liked women would definitely be moved. Unfortunately, they were thinking too much. This after these words were said. Before Yi Xian could say anything, Zhu, Hitorigami, and the rest of the 7 beautiful female cultivators couldn't help but look at Yi Xian with a sullen face. They pouted slightly and looked extremely resentful. In fact, Yi Xian did not have a good impression of these 4 starry sky-colored pythons. In addition, the 7 beautiful female cultivators were already unhappy. He shook his head and smiled bitterly. In an instant he sent out a divine sense voice. No need to struggle anymore. I don't need captives. Roar. Boom. Walala. As Yi Xian's words came out, the 8 old guys in the void 10 billion miles away were stunned and completely fell into despair. At this time, the emperor beast suddenly raised its head and let out a shocking roar. Immediately afterward, the 4 terrifying arms on its huge body that were like giant pillars that supported the sky blasted into the void in front of it at the same time. The power of this attack was too terrifying. A huge roar resounded incessantly, shaking heaven and earth. Even if this was the primordial chaos void, the universe void along the way fell into a complete collapse because of this. There was a strange sound like the roar of a huge wave. A deep void like a black hole appeared in the area in front of them. Endless void turbulence spread out and burst out in all directions. Bang! Bang! Without any suspense, an earth-shattering roar was heard instantly. In the blink of an eye, the berserk power of this attack had already smashed into the bodies of the 8 old fellows with incomparable force. These 8 old guys were all desolate supremes, but in the face of the emperor beast of the 2nd level of the heavenly Dao realm, they couldn't react in time. They only opened their mouths slightly and didn't even have the chance to let out a shocking roar. Their fighting spirit had already been completely lost. Otherwise, if the 8 of them joined forces, they would have been able to struggle for a while. Of course, that was also meaningless. Electricity in the blink of an eye. A majestic force rushed into their bodies. In less than 1/10 of an instant, it had already wreaked havoc in their bodies. Their entire bodies exploded, turning into 8 rapidly spreading scarlet blood mists that enveloped a corner of the void. Phew! At this moment, Yi Xian waved his hand with the howling of a strong wind. An incomparably majestic force whizzed out, sweeping away the blood mist formed by the explosion of the 8 desolate supremes. After absorbing it into his body, he sent it to the bottom of the central region volcano in the cauldron space, and began blood essence condensation. Chapter 50-52. In just one strike, the 8 desolate supremacies from the roaring void forbidden land and the shy forbidden land all exploded without exception. Even the blood mist formed by the explosion of their bodies was sent into Yi Xian's body with a wave of his hand. From then on, the blood essence condensation began. Not long after, it would turn into 8 desolate supremacy blood essences. Although the strongest of these 8 old fellows was only a rank 6 desolate supremacy, if the 8 of them joined forces, they could still barely hold on for a while against a rank 2 heavenly Dao realm Empyrean beast. Unfortunately, the 8 of them had completely lost their fighting spirit. They did not have the courage to resist, which was why they were so tragically wiped out in an instant. In fact, this was already the best result because even if they struggled, it was meaningless. It would only add to their troubles. In the end, they would still be killed. First, previously, Yi Xian already had 21 desolate supremacy blood essences. Now, with the addition of these 8, he had a total of 29. This was absolutely terrifying. Even Yi Xian himself never thought that there would be a day when he would have such a number of desolate supremacy blood essences in his hands. One must know. He knew that a desolate supremacy blood essence represented a primordial supremacy. 219 desolate supremacy blood essences meant that the number of desolate supremacies that died in his hands had reached a total of 29. If this were to spread to the outside world, who knows how many Starry Sky experts would be shocked. I have enough desolate supremacy blood essences for the time being, but it seems that I should collect more of the mighty figure's blood essences. After all, the cultivation of the upper echelons of the Magic Hall is advancing rapidly. In the future, the demand for rank 29 desolate supremacy pills will be small. And in my hands there are only 60 desolate supremacy pills. As he muttered, Yi Xian's eyes flashed coldly. He subconsciously scanned the void in the distance. On both sides of this forbidden land were two extremely powerful forbidden lands. Since there were 4 desolate supremacies in each of these 2 forbidden lands, there were obviously more mighty figures of the desolate supremacy level. This, although it was possible to completely subdue existences of this level, the bloodlines of the ferocious beasts in the Roaring Void Forbidden Land and the Xiahe's Forbidden Land were relatively concentrated. The former was basically Roaring Void Demon Hounds, while the latter was basically Starry Sky-colored pythons. Yi Xian had already killed all the supreme experts of the Forbidden Land who shared the same bloodline as them. This was an enmity that was difficult to resolve. Even if it was resolved, it would still leave a seed of hatred in their hearts. It was one thing for existences below the realm of the mighty, but even if they hated each other, they wouldn't be able to do anything. Furthermore, the Magic Hall was so powerful now that it would be able to subtly erase any hatred they might have had in their hearts in the future. But however, the powerful existences of the primordial era were different. On one hand, they were more powerful, and on the other hand, no matter how powerful the Magic Hall was, the powerful existences of the primordial era would definitely be able to become the higher-ups. The hatred in their hearts wouldn't be so easily resolved. Fortunately, Yi Xian needed to refine even more level 29 desolate sovereign pellets. In that case, he could take advantage of this opportunity to kill all the ancient supreme beings in the Shaokong Forbidden Area and the Xiahe's Forbidden Area. This is simply the best of both worlds. There's no reason to hesitate. Go back, the Magic Hall is a newcomer. There's no need to go out and fight, just tidy yourselves up. After that, Yi Xian turned to look at the black-robed desolate sovereign, the primordial porcupine, and the 7 great alluring cultivators and said, "You should mainly focus on cultivating in seclusion. As for the forbidden grounds of the Sikong and Shai, the old pig spirit will deal with all the aftermath. This old guy is unreliable, and this time he almost made a big mistake. Just treat it as a punishment for him. Xiu." After that, Yi Xian didn't hesitate anymore. With a wave of his hand, he directly kept the Emperor Beast into his body. Then, his figure flashed and instantly disappeared at the end of the void in front of him. Of the 2 powerful forbidden lands, he first went to the Shai Forbidden Land. After all, the old pig spirit was still trapped there. Although this old guy was unreliable and incompetent, he couldn't be trapped there forever. He had to be rescued first. The Shai Forbidden Land was not far away to begin with. Although Yi Xian had now restrained his cultivation aura, and outsiders couldn't sense it at all, his cultivation strength was not fake. 5th Order Heavenly Tao was close to the peak of the mid-stage. With full speed, he arrived at his destination in a short time. Xiu! Roar! After rushing into the Shai Forbidden Land, he didn't hesitate at all. He immediately waved his hand and summoned the Emperor Beast. Companion with a faint sound of breaking through the air, a ray of light shot out, and as it expanded in the wind, it turned into the terrifying figure of the Emperor Beast that was 500 million miles long. As soon as it appeared, the terrifying pressure in its body was completely released. This was a supreme existence of the 2nd Order of the Heavenly Tao realm. At this time, the power in its body was fully activated, and an invisible pressure spread out, instantly enveloping the entire Shai Forbidden Land. In the huge Forbidden Land, the hibernating starry sky-colored pythons in the stars suddenly trembled, and their expressions changed drastically as they prostrated on the ground, trembling. The Emperor Beast roared and rushed to the deepest part of the Forbidden Land, and in the blink of an eye, it was in front of the Shai Star Vortex. Such as although the Shai Star Vortex had turned into a huge special illusion array, trapping the old pig spirit in it, and preventing him from escaping. The power of this illusion was directed at the inside of the star vortex. It was the easiest to attack from the outside. Moreover, the Emperor Beast was a terrifying existence of the second order of the heavenly Tao realm. The old pig spirit, who had a cultivation of the ninth order, couldn't escape no matter how hard he struggled. However, for the Emperor Beast outside the star vortex, this predicament was just a problem that could be solved with a punch. Roar! With a roar, one of the four terrifying arms on the Emperor Beast's huge body that were like pillars that supported the sky instantly blasted into the void in front of it. The power of this blow was extremely terrifying. Loud rumbles resounded incessantly, shaking the heavens and the earth. Along the way, the cosmic void also fell into a complete collapse because of this. Powder, the pink shy star vortex, instantly surged, and the amplitude was very large, like a huge earthquake. Tight following that, there was a strange sound that sounded like the roar of a huge wave. A deep void that looked like a black hole appeared in the area where the pink shy star vortex was located. An endless void turbulence spread out in all directions. The entire star vortex collapsed in an instant, and the old pig spirit's huge figure appeared. Although he didn't have any injuries on his body, his eyes shone with fatigue. Clearly, after being trapped in the shy star vortex, this old fellow didn't have it easy. As he struggled with all his might, he wanted to force his way out, and at the same time, he was worried about the safety of the Magic Hall's army. It was more or less a form of torture. Boss Old Pig was wrong. As the star vortex collapsed, his figure appeared. When he looked up and saw the Emperor Beast and Yi Xian, the old pig spirit was first stunned, but then his face revealed a look of relief. At least with Yi Xian around, there was no need to worry about the safety of the Magic Hall anymore. Whoosh! Whoosh whoosh! In an instant, he raised his hooves, and 3 blood-colored spheres that were 1,000 feet in size shot out. They were the majestic qi and blood that he had collected from killing the 3 desolate supremes in the Devil Antelope Forbidden Land. Chapter 50-53. Swish! Swish swish! With a wave of the old pig spirit's hooves, 3 blood-colored balls shot out. They were the boundless qi and blood that he had collected from killing the 3 desolate supremes in the Demon Antelope Forbidden Area this time. It was because of his carelessness that he had almost caused the people of the Magic Hall to suffer. If Yi Xian had not returned in time, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Although he did not know what had happened in the outside world after he was trapped, he could still guess this point. Therefore, as soon as he saw Yi Xian, he immediately took out the 3 qi and blood beads as if he was trying to curry favor with him. It was as if he was trying to atone for his crimes. Previously, Yi Xian already had 29 Desolate Supreme's blood essences in his hands. Now with these 3, he had 32 Desolate Supreme's blood essences in his hands. This number was simply terrifying, more than 30. However, to Yi Xian he was already somewhat numb. Obtaining these 3 Desolate Supreme's blood essences was just icing on the cake. Humph! With a wave of his hand, Yi Xian put away the 3 blood balls and directly sent them into the internal space of the Shenong cauldron in his body to start the blood essence condensation. However, a cold snort came from his nose. Obviously, he did not think that these 3 blood balls could make up for his mistake. This guy was already feeling guilty, so he naturally recognized this point. When he heard Yi Xian's cold snort, he subconsciously shrank his neck, and his face was filled with embarrassment. If you want to atone for your sins, go and kill all the powerful figures in the Forbidden Land of Xiaya and the Forbidden Land of Sikong. Take the blood essence of their exploded bodies and send it here. In addition, I will leave the recruitment of the prisoners of war in these 2 forbidden lands to you. Glancing at him, Yi Xian continued, as for those 8 old fellows, don't think about taking revenge with your own hands. They had already killed their way to the outskirts of the Magic Hall. Fortunately, I rushed back in time and killed them in anger. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Roar! Damned bastards, they deserved to die. When he heard that the 8 old fogies had indeed gone to the Magic Hall, and that if Yi Xian had arrived a moment later, that place would have been massacred, Old Pig was so shocked that his heart began to beat wildly. He roared furiously at the sky. He had originally intended to kill those 8 old fellows with his own hands. If he didn't do so, it would truly be difficult for him to dispel the hatred in his heart. But now it seemed that this was obviously impossible. although it was a bit of a pity it didn't matter. Although the 8 old men had fallen, they still left behind the forbidden land of Xiaya and the forbidden land of Sikong. Originally, the magic hall's target was only the devil antelope forbidden land. They didn't plan to attack the forbidden land of Xiaya and the forbidden land of Sikong. But now that they were courting death, there was no need to think too much. After today, the magic hall, which had just arrived on the right bank of the Milky Way, would unify the 3 most powerful forbidden lands. It was destined to cause an uproar among the countless stars on the right bank of the Milky Way. After all, there were originally 4 desolate venerable old monsters in these 3 most powerful forbidden lands, but the magic hall, as an external force, had just arrived here and completed the unification in a short period of time, monopolizing the 3 forbidden lands and replacing them. Even the 12 powerful desolate venerable old monsters were almost all slaughtered, and only 1 devil antelope managed to escape. The terrifying strength represented by this kind of battle record was difficult to not be shocking. Roar! How long are you all planning to hide? Everyone in the forbidden area will reveal their bloodline true forms. Even Old Pig is disgusted at the sight of that ugly appearance of a bunch of ribs. This time, Old Pig raised his head and roared angrily. His divine sense instantly spread out and easily enveloped the entire forbidden land of red mist. Countless starry sky-colored pythons trembled in fear. No one dared to disobey his orders. These starry sky-colored pythons had originally transformed into delicate human female cultivators, but now, as Old Pig's divine sense voice spread out, they immediately activated the bloodline in their bodies and revealed their bloodline true bodies. They were huge and colorful starry sky-colored pythons, which looked quite gloomy. This was good. This was good as well. Otherwise, they would all have the appearance of delicate human female cultivators. Looking at them made it difficult to kill them. From this moment on, the entire forbidden land of red mist is a vassal of the magic hall. All the supreme beings of the universe make a list of their subordinates and the general situation of their training resources and send it to me later. At this time, Old Pig's divine sense voice rang out again, and it still enveloped the entire forbidden land of red mist. All the supreme beings of the primordial era, behave yourselves and gather here immediately. Xiao! Xiao xiao xiao! Old Pig was old monster Huang Zun, who was at the pinnacle of the 9th stage, a half-step heavenly Tao existence. Furthermore, he had an extremely huge emperor beast behind him, and the aura it emitted was at the 2nd stage of the heavenly Tao realm. On top of the head of this huge beast, there was a powerful remnant whose aura couldn't be sensed at all, but whose cultivation was definitely stronger under such circumstances. Although the supreme beings of the primordial era in the forbidden land of red mist knew that nothing good would come out of their appearance, none of them dared to disobey Old Pig's orders. Companion with a faint sound of something breaking through the air, figures shot over from all directions. All of them were trembling in fear. After a short while, a group of starry sky-colored pythons had gathered in the void in front of Old Pig. All of them were extremely huge and were all supreme beings of the primordial era. There were actually more than 30 of them. You asked for it. If you didn't provoke the magic hall first, I wouldn't have to kill you. Bang! Bang! Then his divine sense voice rang out again, and there was no suspense about what happened next. The terrifying pressure of the pinnacle of the 9th stage emanated from Old Pig's body at full force, crushing the more than 30 supreme beings of the forbidden land of red mist in front of him. The aura was too terrifying, and an earth-shattering boom was instantly heard. Blink in the blink of an eye, this terrifying and berserk power had already blasted onto the bodies of the more than 30 almighty-level starry sky-colored pythons. Although they were mighty figures of the primordial era, they did not have the time to react to the half-step heavenly Tao realm Old Pig spirit. In a flash, a majestic force rushed into their bodies. In less than a tenth of an instant, it had already wreaked havoc in their bodies. Huge. With an earth-shattering boom, the massive bodies of the more than 30 supreme beings of the forbidden land of red mist exploded, transforming into a rapidly spreading scarlet blood mist that enveloped a corner of the void few. Upon seeing this scene, Yixian's eyes flashed with a dark light. He immediately waved his hand and shot out an extremely majestic and invisible force. The majestic blood mist from the explosion of the massive bodies of the starry sky-colored pythons swept over, and was absorbed into his body. It was then sent to the bottom of the central region volcano in the cauldron's space, where the blood essence condensation began. At this moment, the entire forbidden land of red mist was deathly silent. All the starry sky-colored pythons were prostrating in their respective cave abodes and lairs, trembling as if doomsday had arrived. From this moment on, they had become the vassals of the magic hall. Even if they were unwilling, they could not do anything. This was because there was not a single supreme being of the primordial era in the forbidden land of red mist, let alone supreme beings of the primordial era. Supreme beings of the universe were the strongest forces. Chapter 50-54. Roar. What are you waiting for? Do you want this pig to drag you out one by one? As the 30-odd rainbow pythons were killed, Yixian immediately collected the blood mist that exploded from their bodies with a wave of his hand, sending it into the Shinong cauldron in his body to start the blood essence condensation process. Old Pig's spirit raised his head and roared again. The sound of his divine sense spread throughout the forbidden land of red mist. Countless experts of the colored python clan trembled as if they were conditioned reflexes. This time he had gathered the universe supremes of Xia Hei's forbidden land. Although the 30 supreme beings of the colored python race that he had summoned were all killed within a short period of time, Old Pig Demon had ordered the universe supreme beings in the forbidden land of Xia Hai to hand over the members of the race under their command to Luo Feng. The general situation of the clan's resources and so on were all listed and sent to him later. This was basically a sign that they did not intend to carry out any more slaughter. Hence, even though they were terrified, the universe supreme masters within the star domain still had a glimmer of hope in their hearts. Besides, they had no power to resist. Swish! Swish, swish, swish! Sharp sounds of breaking through the air rang out as huge space-colored pythons shot over from all directions. The auras of cultivation emanating from their bodies were all universe supremes. Very soon, the universe supremes of the colored python race gathered in the void space in front of them. There were quite a number of them. There were more than 200 of them, close to 300. None of the forbidden zones on the right bank of the Milky Way were formed in recent years. After all, foreign forces like the Magic Hall did not appear often. Hence, as an ancient forbidden land, it was understandable that there were close to 300 universe supreme masters. Unfortunately, they were currently facing 3 powerful existences. The weakest one, the black-skinned boar monster that looked like a thug, was a peak desolate supremacy of rank 9 perfection. No matter how many universe supreme beings there were, it was useless against such a being. They were like ants, or even worse than ants. Swish, swish, swish. All the starry sky-colored pythons gathered in front of him. They didn't even dare to breathe loudly as they waited for the old pig spirit's order. He did not waste any time. He immediately swung his legs and shot out rays of light into the bodies of the nearly 300 starry sky-colored pythons. There was no exception. Then the old pig spirit's divine sense voice sounded again, but it was much gentler this time. I have planted a divine sense brand in all of your bodies. With my cultivation, even if you are in the magic hall, if you walk out of the forbidden land of red mist, you will still be able to use it. From now on, you all belong to the magic hall and are under my direct command. Without my orders, no one is allowed to leave the Forbidden Star region. As for your subordinates, immediately hand in a list. If any one of them leaves in the future, I'll deal with you. You are asking. It had to be said that this old fellow's arrangement was quite smart. In such a big forbidden area, if he personally controlled all the starry sky-colored pythons, even if he was a peak 9th rank Great Perfection Desolate Venerable, his divine sense would be extremely powerful. He would probably be exhausted to death. But now he only had to control the 300 starry sky-colored pythons at the Universe Supreme level, and plant a divine sense brand in each of their bodies, so that he could remotely control them. This problem did not exist. Yixian did not say much, but seeing that the old pig spirit's actions were reasonable, he nodded subconsciously, and the originally gloomy expression on his face became much gentler. Although this old fellow was sometimes unreliable, he was not completely unreasonable. At least there was something redeeming about him. The Magic Hall army should be at ease with him in charge. Although this was equivalent to restricting the freedom of countless starry sky-colored pythons in the Forbidden Land, and even in the future, they would be enslaved by the Magic Hall. However, after hearing the old pig spirit's words, The 200 universe supremes of the starry sky-colored python race in the void space in front of them felt relieved. Suddenly, they relaxed and accepted the order in unison. At least, their lives would be saved, and this was more important than anything else. Soon, the jade slips turned into fine rays of light and shot toward Old Pig Spirit, and they were all collected by the Old Pig Spirit. These jade slips listed the subordinates and resources of these 200 universe supremes of the starry sky-colored python race. With them in hand, it was as easy as grasping the situation of the entire Forbidden Land. At this point, everything in the Forbidden Land of Xia Mist had come to an end temporarily. Yi Xian did not need these starry sky-colored pythons to do anything, and he would not even plunder the cultivation resources of the Forbidden Land. At his current level, it was no longer worth his time. As for the daily cultivation resources of the Magic Hall army, Yi Xian still had a huge amount of resources in his hands, and on the other hand he had gained a lot from the Demon Antelope Forbidden Land which had just been breached. Besides, the Forbidden Land of Xia Mist had now been taken over by the Magic Hall, and it was considered one of their powers. Even if they wanted to plunder the cultivation resources, they should not do so here. Instead, they should go to other Supreme Forbidden Lands. Xiao. Sila with a wave of his hand, Yi Xian put the Emperor Beast into the undying world within his body. Then he tore open a space crack in front of him and rushed into it. Aowu. The Old Pig Spirit raised his head and let out a long howl. Without hesitation, he shrunk his body to only about 300 meters tall and turned into a streak of black light. He followed closely behind Yi Xian and rushed into the space crack as well. Although everything in the Forbidden Land of Xia Mist had been settled, there was still the Forbidden Land of Shao Kong, which was where Yi Xian and the Old Pig Spirit were heading to. At the same time, in the middle region of the right bank of the Milky Way, two figures were moving at high speed in the boundless dark space. The one following behind them was the demon antelope that had escaped from the Old Pig Spirit earlier. At this moment, this demon antelope had a fawning look on its face, and it was following behind like a servant. It was hard to believe that this was a powerful supreme being at first glance. It was a supreme being at the middle stage of the desolate supremacy level. As for the one in front, the one that this mid-stage demon antelope was trying to curry favor with was a blood deer that was thousands of kilometers long. This blood deer was as red as blood, and there were some black spots on its body. Upon closer inspection, it was clear that they were different runic patterns. It exuded a demonic aura that would make one look askance. As for its cultivation strength, it was rather extraordinary. The cultivation aura that emanated from its body had already reached the peak of the 9th stage of the desolate supremacy level, the same as the Old Pig Spirit. This was a peak desolate supremacy level demon pattern blood deer that was at the half-step heavenly Tao realm. Furthermore, the aura that emanated from its body was more condensed and heavy than the Old Pig Spirit's. Clearly, it had been a long time since it stepped into this realm. It was already an existence that was not far away. And at that moment, the demon pattern blood deer and the mid-stage demon antelope behind it were heading to the left bank of the Milky Way. It was also where the former demon antelope Forbidden Land was located. It was now in the hands of the Magic Hall. To chat with more like-minded people about the super devouring system, follow excellent reading literature on WeChat. Chat about life, find confidant. Chapter 50-55. In the void, two figures were moving quickly. Both of them had revealed their bloodline true bodies. Each of them was tens of thousands of miles long. One of them was the mid-stage desolate supremacy of the Devil Antelope Forbidden Land who had escaped from Old Pig not long ago. After escaping, as he was not injured, he did not go into seclusion. Instead, he went to the Devil Antelope Forbidden Land in the middle of the right bank of the Milky Way. Devil, the strongest person in the Devil Antelope Forbidden Land, was the Devil Pattern Blood Deer, who was rushing to the Devil Antelope Forbidden Land with him. This blood deer was as red as blood. There were some black spots on its body. Upon closer inspection, it was clear that they were different runes. It exuded a demonic aura that made people look askance. As for his cultivation, it was also quite extraordinary. From the aura that was emitted from his body, he had actually reached the same level as the Old Pig Spirit, the perfect 9th-rank desolate sovereign. Matter in fact, this blood deer's cultivation was much stronger than Old Pig. First of all, the Old Pig Spirit's 9th-rank desolate venerable power was forcibly increased by the demonic pig's 9 changes bloodline. It could not be compared to a real 9th-rank perfect starry sky elite. There was always a gap. Matter in fact, even if it was a peak desolate supremacy whose cultivation had reached the 9th stage desolate supremacy, there would still be a gap between it and this devil pattern blood deer. This was because this blood deer had been a peak desolate supremacy for more than 10,000 years. It was said that it was preparing to break through to the heavenly Tao realm soon. It could be said that among the peak desolate supremacy of the 9th stage desolate supremacy, it was definitely the strongest. It was infinitely close to the heavenly Tao realm, because in the beginning Owl, one of the 4 desolate supremacies of the devil antelope forbidden land, had accidentally obtained a rare precious medicine that was of great use to this devil pattern blood deer. Right because of this, the devil antelope forbidden land and the blood deer became friends. The blood deer was also a well-known veteran expert of the right bank of the Milky Way. Because of this, he promised to help Owl once. For example, today, although Owl had died, he was still one of the 4 desolate supremacies of the devil antelope forbidden land. In addition, when this mid-stage devil antelope went to persuade him, he also promised great benefits to the blood deer. For example, the devil antelope forbidden land would become a vassal of the devil antelope forbidden land in the future. Therefore, the blood deer finally nodded and agreed to come with him. It would act once and suppress the black-skinned boar monster. Arrival. As for the other black-robed holy master in the Magic Hall army, he was only at the 2nd level of this realm. He was nothing in the eyes of the middle-stage devil antelope and could be easily suppressed. Fellow Taoist, it's just up ahead. Now that the entire forbidden area is under the control of the Magic Hall, as long as you can deal with that black-skinned boar monster, I'll take care of the rest. Soon the 2 of them were outside the Magic Hall star field, standing in the void 10 billion miles away from the edge of the star field. A fawning expression appeared on the demonic antelope's face as it pointed at the Magic Hall in front of it and said with hatred, "As for the Magic Hall army in the forbidden area, I will capture all of them. In the future they will be the resources of the demonic deer forbidden area." Moo. The demonic blood deer was obviously very satisfied with this statement. It raised its head and roared softly. The voice of divine sense instantly sounded, rumbling toward the interior of the Magic Hall star field in front of it. "Magic Hall pig tyrant, listen up, I will give you 10 breaths of time. Come out and see me within 10 breaths, otherwise, your Magic Hall army will be wiped out." Roar. Forbidden space. Since the 4 desolate elders in the Shaokong forbidden area left with the old pig demon, the tense atmosphere in the entire forbidden area eased. The demonic antelope forbidden area was destroyed, and all the ferocious beasts in the Shaokong forbidden area were originally in a state of panic. Especially when the old pig demon came to find them, it made countless ferocious beasts in the forbidden area tremble. But later on, this old pig spirit had a good chat with the 4 desolate venerables guarding the forbidden land and left together. Immediately, all the ferocious beasts in the forbidden land let out a sigh of relief, thinking that the danger was over and that it was just a false alarm hiss. At this time in the quiet void, suddenly there was a crisp sound of ripping silk. A huge void crack appeared, and a figure walked out of it. It was a strong man of the remnant. He looked very young, and there was no aura in his body. This scene made the powerful figures in the Shaokong forbidden area furious. This was the forbidden area of the ferocious beasts, and there was a strong man of the remnant who dared to come here. It was simply a slap in the face and a wanton provocation. In an instant, the entire forbidden land of Seokong was filled with angry roars of beasts. Nearly 40 figures shot in from all directions. All the powerful figures in the forbidden land of Seokong had shown up. Damn remnant. You dare to trespass into the Shaokong forbidden area. Are you tired of living? No need to say more, just kill him immediately. It just so happens that I was depressed before, and it's rare for me to vent my anger. Roar. Roar. Oh woo. How dare you be so presumptuous in front of me, the master of the Magic Hall? Do you think I am transparent? Bang! Bang! As the angry voices of the desolate era supreme beings of the Shaokong forbidden area resounded, the old pig spirit, whose body had shrunk before they could even get close, followed behind Yixian and rushed out of the crack in the void. This. It was a good opportunity to show off, so he naturally would not let it go. He let out a long roar at the first time, and the horrible pressure of the half-step Tao of nature completely spread out, crushing toward all directions. There was no doubt about what happened next. With the horrible pressure of the peak of 9th level in the old pig spirit's body, there was an earth-shattering roar in an instant. Blink! In the blink of an eye, this terrifying and violent power had already blasted on the bodies of more than 40 powerful ferocious beasts of the starry sky far and near. In a split second, a majestic force rushed into their bodies, and in less than a tenth of an instant, it had already raged. The sound was shocking, and more than 40 powerful figures in the Shao Kong forbidden area exploded, turning into a scarlet blood fog that spread rapidly, covering a corner of the void. Who? From the beginning to the end, Yi Xian did not move at all. He just stood in the void with his hands behind his back, but at this moment, a dim light flashed in his eyes, and he immediately waved his hand and blasted out a majestic invisible force. Very quickly. Soon the blood fog formed by the explosion of more than 40 powerful ferocious beasts swept over, and was absorbed into Yi Xian's body, sent to the bottom of the central region volcano in the space inside the cauldron, and started to condense blood essence. Very quickly. At this time, countless ferocious beasts in the Shao Kong forbidden area realized what had happened. Who? There was a dead silence in the void of the forbidden area, and the invisible breath of despair quickly spread out. All the ferocious beasts of the forbidden area crawled in their caves and nests, as if doomsday had come, trembling and trembling. The next moment the old pig spirit's long roar sounded, and the voice of the old pig spirit came out. From this moment on, the entire Shao Kong forbidden area is a vassal of the Magic Hall. All the supreme masters of the universe make a list of their subordinates and the general situation of their practice resources and send it to me immediately. Chapter 50-56. No one dared to resist Old Pig's despotic power. Soon, all the universe supreme masters in Shao Kong forbidden land gathered in front of him. There were more than 300 of them, and they didn't even dare to breathe, waiting for Old Pig's orders. Phew. Xia was already familiar with this. He didn't waste too much time. He immediately waved his legs and shot out beams of light into the bodies of more than 300 ferocious beasts. There was one beam for each ferocious beasts. There was no exception. Phew. With the 300 universe supreme masters in the Forbidden Land under his control, the entire Shao Kong forbidden land fell, and became a vassal of the Magic Hall. Phew. Xian didn't plan to stay for long. The reason why he came this time was to collect the blood mist formed by the explosion of the bodies of the 40 great beings. Otherwise, the Shao Kong forbidden land did not even have an early-stage desolate supremacy. The old pig spirit would only need to come and take a look. He would not be bothered at all. Phew. Today, with the death of all the almighty-level beasts in the forbidden land of Xiaye and the forbidden land of Xiaye, the boundless blood mist formed from the explosion of their bodies had arrived. The number of almighty blood essences in Yi Xian's hands had already reached 80. Thinking of this, he could not help but rejoice. He originally still had dozens of level 29 desolate supremacy treasure pills. After refining the 80 almighty blood that he had just collected, the number of level 29 desolate supremacy treasure pills would reach more than 100. It was definitely enough. At this time, his mind was full of the refinement of the level 20 desolate master pills, and he didn't want to stay in Shao Kong forbidden land anymore. Phew. With a wave of his hand, a spatial crack was instantly torn open in the space in front of Yi Xian. With a shake of his shoulders, he instantly charged in. Phew. Demon Hall Star area. Middle stage demon antelope invited the demon-patterned blood deer, which was more powerful than the black-skinned boar, and he was very excited. He wasn't in a hurry to ask the demon-patterned blood deer to charge into the magic hall. In fact, he even wanted it to stay outside the star domain and wait for that insufferably arrogant black pig monster to come out. Then he could fight and suppress it. After all, he was certain that he would win the battle today. As such, the Forbidden Star region and the vast army of the Magic Hall would all belong to him. Ruit was to let the demon-patterned blood deer charge into the star region and wreak havoc. A battle between half-step heavenly Tao existences was extremely destructive, and it made his heart ache. As for the demonic-patterned blood deer, he was confident that he was the strongest expert beneath the heavenly Tao realm. He naturally couldn't charge into the stellar domain ahead and engage in wanton slaughter. That would be too demeaning. Sukathis, after stopping in the void 10 billion kilometers away from the Magic Hall, He raised his head and let out a soft roar. The sound of his divine sense rang out and rumbled toward the interior of the magic hall. Magic Hall's pig tyrant, listen up. I'll give you 10 breaths of time. Come out and meet me in 10 breaths of time. Otherwise, I'll wipe out your Magic Hall army. Silence. Death. A deathly silence. Demon. The voice of the blood-patterned deer's divine sense rang out, but there was no movement in the Demon Hall's star domain. This was clearly strange, but the mid-stage fiend antelope and the demon-patterned blood deer didn't think too much about it. From their point of view, it was obvious that the black pig monster was afraid and didn't dare to appear. 10 breaths of time. It was just 10 breaths, and it passed in the blink of an eye. For a full 10 breaths of time, there was no movement in the stellar domain ahead. It was as though it couldn't be bothered with them. The divine sense from before had been completely ignored. Right. Although the demonic patterned blood deer felt that this was impossible, and was unwilling to accept it. It did not even want to think in this direction. However, this was the reality before its eyes. If it wasn't ignored, the other party would have at least roared as a threat or warning. But the truth was that 10 breaths of time had passed, and not a single sound came out. Damn it, are you provoking me? Today, everyone in the stellar domain will die. Roar. Finally, the demon-patterned blood deer was enraged. It raised its head and roared. A shocking aura burst out from its body. It raised its front hooves and was about to rush into the stellar domain ahead to wreak havoc. At this time, Yi Xian and the old pig returned from the Sikong Forbidden Land. A void crack appeared in the depths of the stellar domain of the Magic Hall. The two figures walked out of the crack one after the other. They happened to hear the furious roar of the demon-patterned blood deer, and instantly judged its cultivation strength from the aura of the demon-patterned blood deer's body. Oh, it's just a 9th-grade demon-patterned blood deer, but its tone isn't small. Although the old pig knew that he couldn't beat the other party, he couldn't be too weak. The key was that Yi Xian was here. As long as he made a move, he could kill this demon-patterned blood deer with one finger. Therefore, after being stunned for a moment, he immediately sent out the voice of his divine sense. He was even more arrogant than the demon-patterned blood deer. This pig has been a little thin recently. It just so happens that I want to drink some blood to nourish my body. You old thing are quite likable. You're too good at guessing. In other words, this was clearly saying that the demon-patterned blood deer had come today to give him some deer blood to nourish his body. These words were too arrogant and domineering. The old pig himself felt a little smug. Before his voice fell, he had already raised his 4 hooves and rushed out of the stellar domain of the Magic Hall. He didn't want to fight here so as to avoid being implicated. This was the headquarters of the Magic Hall. But perhaps it was because his words were too arrogant and domineering that the demon-patterned blood deer flew into a rage and didn't want to stay a moment longer. No, when the old pig's figure rushed out of the edge of the stellar domain of the Magic Hall, a blood-red figure with black stripes rushed over and directly entered the stellar domain. It was the demon-patterned blood deer that was thousands of miles long. Roar! Darn black-skinned pig monster, I'll skin you alive today. When it came to the old pig, the demon-patterned blood deer's anger surged into the sky. It raised its head and let out a shocking roar as its half-step Heavenly Tao Realm cultivation aura surged. Instantly, the void began to tremble slightly as though it could collapse at any moment. Even if the void didn't collapse, the stars in the stellar domain probably wouldn't be able to withstand it. Upon seeing this scene, Yi Xian frowned as his expression instantly turned gloomy. With some hesitation, he immediately waved his hand and shot out a beam of light. Whoosh! A sharp sound tore through the air as the beam shot out and expanded with the wind. Its speed was too fast, and in just a few seconds, it had transformed into a behemoth that was 250 million kilometers long. It was none other than the arch-beast. The cultivation aura emanating from its body was at the 2nd stage of the Heavenly Tao Realm. Hiss! The demon-patterned blood deer that was about to charge forward trembled violently as it subconsciously looked over. The moment the arch-beast's massive figure entered its eyes, it drew a cold gasp in shock. As its expression changed, it exclaimed in horror. 2nd stage of the Heavenly Tao Realm? Heavens, fellow Taoist, let's talk nicely. Don't misunderstand. Chapter 50-57. As Yi Xian waved his hand, the beam that shot out expanded rapidly. In the blink of an eye, It transformed into a behemoth that was 500 million kilometers in size. Its body emitted the terrifying aura of a second-order, heavenly Tao realm cultivator. The demon-patterned blood deer that was about to flee trembled violently and subconsciously turned to look over. Hiss! In the next instant, the archbeast's massive figure entered his eyes. He was so shocked that he drew a cold breath. His body trembled violently as his expression changed drastically. He exclaimed in shock, "Second-order heavenly Tao realm? Heavens, fellow Taoist, let's talk nicely. Don't misunderstand." Whoosh! Before he could finish his sentence, there was the sound of something tearing through the air behind him. At the same time, there was a light snort that revealed endless arrogance and smugness. Roar! Black-skinned pig monster, to think you would have such a day. The figure that followed the demon-patterned blood deer into the Magic Hall's star domain was the mid-stage fiend antelope. He was originally feeling smug, but he suddenly felt that the atmosphere was not right. His figure immediately came to a halt in the void. One confused, he subconsciously turned to look at the archbeast. The latter cooperated and released the terrifying aura of a second-order heavenly Tao realm cultivator once again. Woo! In just a short release of less than half a second, this unimaginably terrifying aura made the middle-stage devil antelope jump up in the air in shock. He was clearly a fiend antelope, but at that moment, he let out a shrill howl. It was obvious that he was terrified and was about to lose his courage. He turned around and ran. Roar! You still have the face to run? Seeing him run so quickly without any hesitation like a loach, the frightened demon-patterned blood deer was so angry that his nose was crooked. He immediately roared at that moment. He was so regretful that his intestines were about to turn green. Human the domestic owl had already perished. Back then, he had promised to give the owl a chance to take action out of respect for the strong. It had nothing to do with this mid-stage fiend antelope. Matter in fact, because the fiend antelope forbidden land was located in the left third of the Milky Way's right bank, it was rather far from the fiend antelope forbidden land in the middle of the right bank. He was not very interested in taking the fiend antelope forbidden land as a vassal. By the current him was already a peak desolate venerable at the 9th level Great Circle. Towards this type of external object and so-called subordinate power, he already saw through quite a bit. Now the only thing that the demon-patterned blood deer was interested in was entering the Milky Way star domain to vie for the providence from Providence for the next epoch, as well as breaking through to the heavenly Tao realm. Usually, he didn't even pay much attention to the matters in the fiendish runic forbidden lands. He was focused on studying alchemy, hoping to refine some treasured pills to aid in his breakthrough to the heavenly Tao realm. It could be said that this time, if it were not for the persuasion of this middle-stage devil antelope for many days, he would not have been moved at all and followed him here. Originally, he was obsessed with the idea that he could return the favor he had promised the owl, and at the same time, take in the forbidden land of the devil antelope and the so-called strange army of the Magic Hall. But he never expected that the mysterious Magic Hall army would have such a massive and strange heavenly Tao realm metallic beast. Furthermore, it was at the second stage of the heavenly Tao realm. This was definitely a rhythm that could finish him off in an instant with a single strike. But all of this was caused by the middle stage devil antelope behind him. Unfortunately, he hadn't escaped yet. When this fellow saw that the situation wasn't right, it actually turned around and wanted to escape. Was it trying to stay behind to give him a chance to escape? Don't be so shameless. With these thoughts flashing through his mind, the demon-patterned blood deer was instantly enraged. After raising its head and roaring, the suppressive aura in its body was fully activated. Instantly, it enveloped the fleeing middle-stage devil antelope. As though it was corporeal, it ruthlessly smashed into his body. Bang! The demon-patterned blood deer attacked with anger. Its peak desolate supremacy cultivation at the 9th stage of perfection was pushed to its limits, so the middle-stage devil antelope naturally couldn't withstand it. Its massive body instantly exploded with a bang, leaving not a single hair behind. It turned into a bloody mist that dissipated. Phew. Upon seeing this scene, the corners of Yi Xian's mouth curled into a playful smile. From the beginning to the end, he didn't move at all, nor did he plan on attacking. He just stood in the void with his hands behind his back. But at this moment, seeing the middle-stage devil antelope's massive body explode and turn into a bloody mist that dissipated, a faint light flashed in his eyes. He immediately waved his hand and shot out a majestic invisible force. After all, this was the majestic bloody mist formed by the explosion of a middle-stage desolate supremacy's body. It represented a level 30 heavenly path treasure pill. It was a pity to waste it like this, so naturally he should take it. Soon, the majestic bloody mist formed by the explosion of the middle-stage devil antelope's body swept over, and was absorbed by Yi Xian. He sent it to the bottom of the central region volcano in the cauldron space and began the blood essence condensation. At this moment, the desolate supremacy blood essence in Yi Xian's hands increased from the previous 32 to 33. And this time it was equivalent to picking up a desolate supremacy blood essence for free. He didn't even need to use any strength, which made him feel quite good. The gloomy expression on his face also slightly eased because of this. At the same time, his action also attracted the attention of the demonic blood deer at the first moment. In fact, before this, the demonic blood deer didn't notice the existence of Yi Xian at all. He was now showing his original appearance as a human. Compared to the 500 million mile long emperor beast, his body was like a giant star compared to a speck of dust. He was too inconspicuous. Although the old pig spirit's body was only about 1,000 feet tall, which was also inconspicuous compared to the emperor beast, the old fellow's cultivation aura was not hidden. Even if the peak desolate supremacy of the perfect rank 9 transformed into a speck of dust, it would be like a bright star in the night sky and would be noticed instantly. However, Yi Xian, not only was his body too small, the aura in his body was completely hidden. If one didn't turn around and see his figure in their line of sight, it was as if he didn't exist when they scanned with their divine sense. Naturally, he would be ignored. However, that was before. Now, as his figure appeared in their line of sight, the demonic blood deer was slightly startled after seeing his existence. A dim light flashed in its eyes and the expression on its face suddenly became dignified. Unexpectedly, an idea flashed in its mind. The huge demonic blood deer's true body, which was originally tens of thousands of miles tall, shrank directly and turned into the form of an old man. He wore a black robe and had a blood-red beard. He cupped his fist and bowed to Yi Xian from afar. "This old man is Lu Zhangke. Greetings, fellow. Previously, there were many conflicts because I was bewitched by the middle-stage demonic antelope. I hope that fellow will be magnanimous and not take it to heart. This old man is willing to make amends. I don't know what fellow needs. Just tell me, this old man will not be stingy." Seeing this scene, Yi Xian grinned. This guy who called himself Lu Zhangke was a bit interesting. At least his eyesight was not bad. Chapter 50-58. As if at the behest of gods and spirits, the demonic blood deer suddenly had a flash of inspiration. The huge demonic blood deer immediately shrank and turned into the form of an old man. In the blink of an eye, he turned into an old man wearing a black robe with blood-red beard. With a smile on his face, he cupped his fists and bowed to Yi Xian. "This old man is Lu Zhangke. Greetings, fellow Taoist. The reason why we had a conflict before was because I was bewitched by that middle-stage demonic antelope. I hope that fellow Taoists will be magnanimous and not take it to heart. This old man is willing to cut himself off as an apology. I don't know what fellow Taoist needs. Feel free to tell me, this old man will not be stingy." Seeing this scene, Yi Xian grinned. This old man was quite interesting. At least his eyesight was not bad. In such a short time he actually saw that he was the master here. No, that was not the case. If it was just that, then it was obviously not enough to cause the killing intent in Yi Xian's heart to dissipate. Currently, the Demon Palace had just arrived on the right bank of the Milky Way. It was unknown how many powers were secretly spying on them. This demonic blood deer, who called itself Lu Zhangke, had come to their door with a murderous aura. Naturally, many of the higher-ups of the forbidden areas and star fields had seen it. Under such circumstances, if he was allowed to leave peacefully, where would the magic hall's prestige come from? I don't want to know the reason, nor am I interested. I only know that you came to our door with a murderous aura. Who knows how many eyes are watching from outside? And my magic hall has just arrived, so it's time for me to show my might. After giving the other party a meaningful look, Yi Xian, who was originally standing on one side of the void, slowly stepped forward. In the blink of an eye, he was already on top of the emperor beast's head. He stood there with his hands still behind his back. Halfway through he paused and nodded at Lu Zhanke with a faint smile. Then he continued. What can you offer as an apology? Just tell me. Whether it's valuable or not, I'll make my own decision. Of course you only have one chance. Hiss. When he saw this, Lu Zhanke's expression changed again. His expression became even more solemn. Even his gaze was somewhat dazed. His body trembled slightly, and he sucked in a breath of cold air. He exclaimed in shock. This is your battle beast? He originally believed that although Yixian might be in existence at the heavenly Dao realm, the Empyrean beast was likely one of the upper echelons of the magic hall. However, due to his massive size and the fact that he was a metallic behemoth, he wasn't good at socializing. Therefore, such external matters were left to Yixian. From this point of view, even if Yixian was a heavenly Dao realm expert, he was at most at the first or second stage of the realm. He might not be stronger than the Empyrean beast. It was even possible that his cultivation level was far inferior to the Empyrean beast's. He had not even reached the heavenly Dao realm, and had used some special means to bewitch the Empyrean beast. Perhaps, he was just a puppet supported by the Empyrean beast, but now from the looks of it, he could casually stand on the Empyrean beast's head without the Empyrean beast showing any signs of displeasure. All the guesses from before were clearly illogical. The only explanation was that this gigantic and terrifyingly powerful beast was actually his battle beast. This was absolutely terrifying. To have such a terrifying battle beast, the other party's cultivation level was probably at the third stage of the heavenly Dao realm. This was definitely not something Lu Zhanke could resist. Furthermore, it had far exceeded his expectations, which was why he was so shocked. It's not a battle beast but an avatar of this lord. Yixian guessed what was on his mind, but he had no intention of hiding anything. This was because in front of absolute strength, there was no need to hide anything. He remained calm as he nodded and casually replied. Then he suddenly changed the topic. Let me remind you. You seem to have deviated from the topic. Think about your apology. You only have one chance. Besides, this lord's patience and temper aren't very good. It was clear that if he continued to nag, he would immediately turn hostile. Lu Zhanke was a very shrewd person. He was a smart person. When he heard this, he subconsciously trembled a few times. Then he frowned and fell into deep thought. Fellow Taoist, since you are a remnant and have just collected the majestic blood mist formed by the explosion of the middle-stage demon antelope's body, you must have done some research on the path of alchemy. After a moment of thought, Lu Zhanke seemed to have made a decision. His eyes suddenly lit up as he cupped his fists towards Yixian. Then he continued. It just so happens that this old man has been studying treasured medicines to assist in the breakthrough of the heavenly Dao realm all these years. I have collected quite a number of top heavenly treasures. This old man has indeed offended you just now, so I feel uneasy. I will apologize to you with 2 pieces of heavenly velvet. Whoosh! Whoosh! As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Zhanke abruptly waved his hand. Accompanied by a weak sound of something tearing through the air, 2 rays of light shot towards Yixian and abruptly stopped in front of him. Shockingly, they were 2-foot-long blood-red things that looked like branches of a tree. Heavenly velvet? Yixian was stunned for a moment. His gaze swept across the 2 branches in front of him and he quickly understood what they were. Obviously, they were 2 pieces of deer antlers. If he wasn't mistaken, they should have fallen off from Lu Zhanke's antlers. This item may seem unremarkable, but it exuded a very special energy aura. It seemed to have a trace of the heavenly Dao's aura. It was indeed a good item, so Yixian couldn't help but be moved when he saw it. This item is the essence of this old man's antlers. After hundreds of millions of years, it has only grown 4 feet. Furthermore, the demon pattern blood deer is a type of innate life form. Only when one's cultivation reaches the desolate venerable realm will the antlers begin to grow. Seeing that Yixian was a little puzzled, Lu Zhanke immediately explained. This old man has been in the desolate venerable realm for hundreds of millions of years. Every year it would only grow a little bit. It was only 100 years ago that this old man took it down. This item grows because of the innate life form's bloodline, so it has a special effect. This old man left 2 pieces as the medicinal catalyst for the heavenly Dao treasure medicine, and the remaining 2 pieces will be given to you as a gift. It can be considered a waste. So that's how it is. After listening to Lu Zhangke's explanation, Yixian suddenly realized that it was something that would only begin to grow in the body of an innate life form after stepping into the desolate venerable realm. Furthermore, it would only grow a little bit every year, and it would take hundreds of millions of years to grow to 4 feet. From this point of view, Lu Zhangke was showing his sincerity by taking out half of it. Of course, apart from this, Yixian was more interested in the heavenly Tao treasure medicine that Lu Zhangke had mentioned. Lu Zhangke had been in the desolate venerable realm for many years. Even if he was at the peak of the desolate venerable realm, he had probably stepped into it many years ago. For example, Lu Zhangke's preparations for breaking through to the heavenly Tao realm were definitely more complete than Yixian's. Furthermore, he was an astral beast, but he was as proficient in alchemy as the survivors. This was something that surprised Yixian even more. He could definitely communicate with him. Upon thinking of this, Yixian's mind flashed and he instantly made a decision. Waving his hand after putting away the 2 pieces of heavenly Tao treasure medicine in front of him, he smiled and nodded. He immediately said, "So fellow Taoist Lu is also proficient in alchemy. It just so happens that I want to refine a cauldron of treasured pills. Why don't you watch from the side?" Chapter 50-59. Alchemy. Hearing this, Lu Zhangke was stunned, but he quickly came to a realization. Very well. Obviously, the other party wanted to verify the Tao of alchemy with him. Perhaps this was one of the reasons why he did not kill him earlier. Thinking at this point, he naturally did not dare to refuse. Furthermore, he had always been very interested in the Tao of alchemy. In his opinion, the mysterious existence in front of him with a terrifying cultivation level was clearly a remnant expert. He did not know why he was mingling with the ferocious beasts. Remnant. The attainments of the remnant experts in alchemy had always been superior to the ferocious beasts of the starry sky. The other party's cultivation level was so powerful that he was at least at the 3rd level of the heavenly path realm. His attainments in alchemy were definitely extraordinary. To him, this was also an opportunity to improve himself. Thinking of this, Lu Zhangke's face immediately revealed a look of joy. He immediately nodded in agreement. Yixian did not say much. With a wave of his hand, he kept the arch-beast into his body. Then, he instructed the old pig spirit to do what he was supposed to do. Following that, he led the way in front and brought Lu Zhangke to a star deep in the forbidden area. This was the cave mansion star that the black-robed desolate supremacy had reserved for Yixian. Rumble. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. After entering a giant star, Yixian led Lu Zhangke to a seat at the peak of a towering mountain. Then, he waved his hand and conjured the farmer god's treasured cauldron in its energy form. It was only 10,000 feet in size and was suspended in midair on one side of the giant peak. It emitted a rich energy aura that made one tremble in fear. Lu Zhangke's expression changed instantly. He was a peak desolate supremacy at the 9th level of perfection. Naturally, he could see that the energy cauldron was extraordinary. It was formed by pure 9-colored flames and was no small matter. No, just based on this, he could not tell that Yixian had the farmer god's treasured cauldron in his hand. Therefore, he did not think that it was related to the violent cosmic ape. Almost in the next instant, with a thought from Yixian, 80 pieces of blood essence were taken out from the farmer god's treasured cauldron in his body and suspended in front of Yixian. This was the main material used to refine the level 29 desolate supreme treasure pellet. However, at the same time, a large amount of top-notch precious materials and medicines were taken out. There were all kinds of them, too many to count. As for the spring water used to refine medicine, it was just as extravagant this time. Like before, it was directly replaced with a mixture of innate chilling spirit liquid and netherworld furnace lotion. This was already the norm and Yixian was already used to it. But on the side, Lu Zhangke's complexion changed again when he saw this. He sucked in a cold breath. Now, he finally understood why Yixian collected the blood mist from the explosion of the mid-stage devil antelope. It turned out that it was to refine these tiny blood beads. This method was truly shocking. At the very least, with his attainments in the Tao of alchemy, he would not be able to refine the blood mist from the explosion of a desolate sovereign to such a degree. And now, Yixian had taken out a total of 80 of these blood pearls that exuded the aura of Almighties. In other words, the number of Almighties of the primordial era that had perished in his hands had reached 80. The number was too shocking. Lu Zhanke was so scared that his face turned pale. His body trembled slightly, and he secretly rejoiced. Fortunately, his previous performance was not bad, and this mysterious and powerful existence had taken an interest in him. Otherwise, the other party would have collected another desolate sovereign blood essence. Boom! Rumble! Whoosh! Just as Lu Zhanke was secretly rejoicing in his heart, the sound of something breaking through the air rang out. All the materials that were originally floating in the air automatically flew into the cauldron. In the blink of an eye, they melted and mixed together. Whoosh! Whoosh whoosh whoosh! In the next moment, Yixian's hands fluttered like butterflies. Obscure runes of different colors and shapes fell from his hands like rain, directly entering the 9-colored cauldron in the form of energy. Its momentum was overwhelming, densely packed, and the number was so great that it made one tremble in fear. Time slowly passed. This time because Lu Zhanke was watching from the side, and Yixian had his reasons for doing so. Therefore, although he had long been familiar with refining the level 29 Desolate Sovereign Treasure Pill, it was not the first time he had refined it, so he could be faster. However, now he deliberately slowed down. As he refined the medicine, he verified it with the perfect pill formula of the level 30 Heavenly Path Treasure Pill. After a full 2 days, everything was settled. This cauldron of level 29 Desolate Sovereign Treasure Pills had been completely refined. This time Yixian was the same as before. Even the body of the cauldron was condensed from pure Shenong 9-colored flames, which imperceptibly increased its power. As for the flesh and blood materials used, it was still the same as before. In fact, even more blood essences were used, a total of 80 pieces. This also imperceptibly increased the quality of this cauldron of treasure pills. As such, today, the refinement of the treasure pills was completed. In an instant, countless auspicious phenomena of dragons and tigers leaping appeared in the void above the treasure cauldron. Roar! Boom! In the next moment, a huge roar sounded, and the 9-colored cauldron in the void in front of him bloomed with infinite treasure light. The phantoms of true dragons and true phoenixes all rushed out of the cauldron, stretching their necks and roaring clearly. It could be said that there were thousands of scenes. Then the entire cauldron turned into specks of 9-colored flames in an instant, which were collected by Yixian with a wave of his hand and sent into the Shenong cauldron, which was absorbed into his body. While at this time, with the disappearance of the 9 colors flame furnace, in the air in front of the towering giant peak, there were already 90 treasured pills the size of a vermilion fruit. The surface of each treasure pill was covered in a 9 colors mist, emitting an incomparably strong energy aura. This time Yixian had put 80 blood essences into the cauldron, but in the end, he had refined 90 level 29 desolate sovereign treasure pills, which made him extremely satisfied and happy. Previously, he still had 60 level 29 desolate sovereign treasure pills in his hands. With these 90, he had a total of 150. Every single one of them, a level 29 desolate sovereign treasure pellet, represented the birth of a primordial sovereign in the future. Just these 150 pellets meant that there would be 150 desolate sovereigns amongst Yixian's subordinates in the future. This number was definitely frightening and should be enough. Hiss! These treasure pills. What a rich desolate sovereign aura. The blood beads that were put into the cauldron before were clearly only of the almighty realm. How could the final treasure pill be directly raised by a realm? What kind of secret alchemy method is this? When Yixian waved his hand and took out 90 emerald green bottles, respectively storing the 90 desolate sovereign pellets, and then storing them into his body, Lu Zhanke, who had been watching from the side and hadn't said a word for the past 2 days, suddenly had a drastic change in expression. His body violently shook as he suddenly cried out in alarm. He was indeed shocked. Not only was this mysterious secret alchemy method beyond his understanding, but also because he had vaguely guessed the effect of these 90 treasure pills. The treasure pill emitted a rich desolate sovereign aura. According to his guess, it most likely had an extremely strong supporting effect when an almighty expert at the 9th stage great perfection was trying to break through to the desolate sovereign realm. If that was really the case, these 90 treasure pills basically represented 90 future desolate sovereign old monsters. With such a large number, how could he not be shocked? Chapter 50-60. You are right. This kind of level 29 Desolate Venerable Treasure Pill is used to help one break through to the Desolate Venerable Realm. Yi Xian seemed to have seen through Lu Zhongxing's thoughts. He nodded with a smile and admitted it. Level 29. Desolate Venerable Treasure Pill? Lu Zhongxing was stunned. He frowned and pondered for a moment. Then his eyes flashed and he asked, "What does level 29 mean? Don't tell me there are levels 28 and 30? That's right. There are indeed levels 28 and 30. Yi Xian was gratified that the other party was able to get to the point as soon as he opened his mouth. He immediately explained, "This kind of treasure pill is suitable for consuming when one is at the peak of the 9th step. Basically, consuming one will allow one to smoothly break through to the next realm in a short period of time. For example, the level 29 Desolate Venerable Treasure Pill that I just made with a total of 90 pills, can allow 90 great beings at the peak of the 9th stage to smoothly break through to the Desolate Venerable Supreme Realm. There are basically no accidents. I am very confident about this because I made this kind of treasure pill from level 1 all the way to level 29. Xiao! Xiao xiao xiao! As soon as he finished speaking, the sound of something breaking through the air rang out. Yi Xian waved his hand and sent out beams of light toward Lu Zhongxing. In the blink of an eye, these beams of light stopped in front of Lu Zhongxing. They were small green bottles containing various levels of treasure pills. To level 15 Venerable Treasure Pill. To level 16 Eternal Lord Treasure Pill. Level 27 Supreme Treasure Pill. To level 18 Supreme Treasure Pill. There was one of each. Hiss as expected. Judging from the aura, these 4 treasure pills should be from the Universe Night Realm to the Desolate Venerable Supreme Realm. Seeing the 4 treasure pills floating in front of him, Lu Zhongxing's expression changed again. He gasped and said softly, "If the Desolate Venerable Treasure Pill that you just made is a level 29 item, then these 4 treasure pills should be from level 25 to level 28. This guy really did see through him." Hearing this, Yi Xian smiled and nodded, but didn't continue to say anything. Instead, he quietly waited for him to continue. "Fellow Taoist, you've refined a level 1 treasure pill all the way to level 29 treasure pills. Your attainments in the Tao of pills are truly admirable." After a short moment of silence, Lu Zhongke continued, "Furthermore, judging from the way you refined it just now, you are clearly very familiar with this level 29 Desolate Supremacy Supreme Pill. This is definitely not your first time refining it. I wonder if you can refine the level 30 pills after that?" When the last sentence left his mouth, Lu Zhongke's eyes shone brightly. His chest rose and fell, and even his breathing quickened. Although he was shocked by the so-called level 29 pill, he was not interested in it at all. This was because his cultivation level was already at the peak of the 9th rank Desolate Supremacy. He had no use for the level 29 Desolate Supremacy Supreme Pill. What he was really concerned about was the level 30 Heavenly Tao Treasure Pill after the level 1 Treasure Pill. This was because he had been preparing for all these years. He had been at the peak of the 9th rank Desolate Supremacy Supreme Pill for many years. It was time for him to make another breakthrough and attempt to break through to the true Heavenly Tao realm. However, even he didn't have much confidence in breaking through to the Heavenly Tao realm. He had been collecting all kinds of top precious materials and medicines. He wanted to refine a kind of treasure medicine to consume when breaking through to the Heavenly Tao realm as a supplement. At this moment, it just so happened that he met Yi Xian and saw his various level of treasure pills. It could be said that he was shocked. Only because of this, Lu Zhongke secretly rejoiced that he didn't come to the wrong place. Otherwise, he would have missed an opportunity. However, if this thought was known by the middle-stage devil antelope that had been killed by his hoof, it was unknown how angry it would be. I naturally have a level 30 treasure pill. Although I have yet to begin refining it, I have already deduced the perfect pill formula. Since the other party had finally brought up the serious matter, Yi Xian's expression turned solemn. He nodded and said, "In fact, other than the perfect pill formula, I have already collected all kinds of materials for the level 30 Heavenly Tao Treasure Pill. I can refine it at any time. However, the reason why this matter has yet to happen is because I have always had a strong feeling that the refinement will definitely fail. Although there is no problem with the pill formula's deduction, I have a nagging feeling that something is missing. The reason why I invited you to watch me refine the treasure pill is because of this. Previously, I heard you say that in order to break through to the Heavenly Tao realm, you have been studying the Tao of alchemy for many years. You are preparing to refine a treasure medicine that can help you break through. Although I am confident that my attainments in the Tao of Alchemy are extraordinary, the Tao of Alchemy is endless. Stones from other mountains can also be used to improve jade. Therefore, I wish to discuss this matter with you. However, my perfect pill formula for the level 30 Heavenly Tao treasure pill is no small matter, and not just anyone has the right to see it. Before I take out the pill formula, you have to at least prove your attainments in the Tao of pills to me. Otherwise, I'll have to give up on this matter, and you can leave at any time you wish. So that's how it is. At this point, Lu Zhanke was enlightened. He immediately waved his hand and said, "You are right, fellow Taoist. This is the result of my meticulous research over the years. It is a kind of treasure medicine that is similar to the great flesh medicine refined by the survivors. However, it has a unique effect. However, although the formula for this treasure medicine is almost perfect, it has been constantly revised. This is because the formula requires several kinds of treasures to be transformed into the 5 elements. However, these treasures are impossible to obtain. Therefore, I was forced to revise it. Until now, it has yet to be completed." Phew! As he spoke, a ray of light shot over and abruptly stopped in front of Yixian. Shockingly, it was a jade slip. Yixian did not stand on ceremony. He immediately took the jade slip and extended his spiritual perception into it. He immediately began to investigate. There was indeed a formula in the jade slip. In addition, there were detailed notes, as well as the cause and effect of every revision of the formula. The formula was indeed imperfect. According to the formula, the refined treasured medicine could increase the chances of a perfected desolate supremacy expert attempting to break through to the heavenly Tao realm. However, this chance was at most 30%. Furthermore, there was no guarantee that the breakthrough would succeed. Therefore, compared to Yixian's level 30 Heavenly Tao treasure pill, this kind of treasure medicine that was beneficial to the Heavenly Tao realm was more than a little inferior. However, it also had its merits. For example, it mentioned the idea of using 5 kinds of treasures to transform into the 5 elements as a medicinal catalyst. This made Yixian's eyes light up. However, Lu Zhanke's heavenly velvet was also used in this heavenly path medicinal formula. It was the wood elemental medicinal catalyst of the 5 elemental medicinal catalyst. As for the other 4 5 elemental medicinal catalysts, they were all blank. Lu Zhanke had changed them again and again, but until now, he hadn't been completely sure. One thing was certain. Lu Zhanke did have good ideas when it came to pills. At the very least, he was qualified to take a look at the perfect formula for Yixian's level 30 Heavenly Tao treasure pill. Chapter 5061. Although fellow Taoist elixir formula isn't perfect, and its medicinal effects are much worse than my level 30 Heavenly Path treasure pill, your formula does give you a unique insight. Yixian retracted his divine sense and smiled. He raised his head and looked at Lu Zhanke. Just based on this point, fellow Taoist is qualified to take a look at my level 30 Heavenly Path treasure pill formula. Whoosh! As soon as he finished speaking, the sound of something breaking through the air was heard. Yixian waved his hand and sent a beam of light over. It stopped abruptly in front of Lu Zhanke. It was also a jade slip. Inside this jade slip was a copy of the perfect level 30 Heavenly Path treasure pill formula. This kind of thing could be said to be heaven-defying and too precious. If it were someone else, it would be impossible for them to leak it. After all, it was related to the existence of the Heavenly Path realm. However, Yixian didn't have such misgivings. Not to mention the level 30 Heavenly Tao treasure pill. Even the level 29 Desolate Sovereign treasure pill, and the level 28 Almighty treasure pill had to be refined with 9 colored flames in order to ensure that the treasure pill could be successfully refined. It was impossible to successfully refine its pill flame. Hiss! It really is the Heavenly Path treasure pill. Lu Zhanke's eyes flashed with excitement as he took the jade slip that was suspended in front of him. He immediately extended his divine sense and began to investigate. Only with just a glance his expression changed. His chest rose and fell violently, and his body trembled slightly. With his attainments in alchemy, he could naturally see the value of this elixir formula. It could be said that if this level 30 Heavenly Path treasure pill could really be refined, its effects would be many times better than his Heavenly Path treasure pill. His Heavenly Path treasure pill could at most increase the chances of a successful breakthrough by 30%, which was only about 1/3 of the chance. However, as long as one could refine Yixian's level 30 Heavenly Tao treasure pill, the chances of a successful breakthrough would be at least 95%. This was basically a done deal. Lu Zhanke had studied the Tao of alchemy for many years, but he knew that if he were to study the formula of a treasure pill by himself, he wouldn't be able to reach the level of Yixian's level 30 Heavenly Tao treasure pill even after 10,000 years. Just based on this point alone, the current him was completely convinced by Yixian. Fellow Taoists' attainments in the Tao of Elixir are so profound that this old man has never seen anything like it before. I'm truly in awe. Lu Zhanke withdrew his consciousness, and the expression on his face turned solemn. He immediately cupped his fists and bowed deeply toward Yixian. Today, I've only seen fellow Taoist level 30 Heavenly Tao treasure pill recipe, but I've already benefited greatly. This bow of mine is from the bottom of my heart. Then, he paused for a moment and changed the topic. However, although fellow Taoist level 30 Heavenly Tao treasure pill recipe is indeed rigorous and can be said to be perfect, your feeling is right. It's indeed missing something. If you don't believe me, fellow Taoists can add in the 5 elemental medicinal catalysts from this old man's Heavenly Tao treasure pill recipe. It'll be different in an instant. Of course, among the 5 elemental medicinal catalysts, the wood elemental medicinal catalyst has already been indicated. It's this old man's heavenly velvet, but this old man didn't list the other 4 elemental medicinal catalysts in the recipe. At this point, Lu Zhanke shook his head and smiled bitterly. The reason for this is because this old man simply doesn't have the ability to obtain those 4 Heavenly Tao treasures. Even if I listed them, it would be useless. However, it's different for fellow Taoist. Fellow Taoist, you have the ability to obtain those 4 Heavenly Tao treasures. Then Lu Zhanke immediately transmitted his voice to Yixian and told him the 4 Heavenly Tao treasures. He also explained their effects and origins. Apart from the heavenly velvet, there are actually these 4 Heavenly Tao treasures? Upon hearing this, Yixian's eyes suddenly lit up. He cried out involuntarily, "It seems that my exchange with fellow Taoists today is indeed fruitful." Previously, he had never heard of the heavenly velvet that Lu Zhanke had taken out. That was why he suddenly had the idea of exchanging pointers with him. He didn't expect that he would actually gain something. Just based on the 4 Heavenly Tao treasures that Lu Zhanke had mentioned, together with the heavenly velvet, he could definitely form the 5 elemental medicinal catalysts. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Yixian immediately closed his eyes and activated his powerful divine sense. He added the effects of the 5 elemental medicinal catalysts into the perfect level 30 Heavenly Tao treasure pill recipe, and began to deduce once again. Boom! In the next moment, his mind exploded with a loud bang. He was suddenly enlightened. It was as if he had been enlightened. In an instant, he completely understood everything. First, previously, he had felt that the perfect level 30 Heavenly Tao treasure pill recipe was still lacking something. Now that he had added the 5 elemental medicinal catalysts, it was finally complete. At this moment, Yixian suddenly felt as if his state of mind had been elevated. The opportunity for him to make another breakthrough in his cultivation had arrived. Whoosh! With a wave of his hand, the Emperor Beast was summoned. It stood in the void outside the star. Yixian cupped his hands and said to Lu Zhanke, "Fellow Taoist, please wait for a few days. I suddenly have an important matter to attend to in seclusion. After I come out, I will immediately go with fellow Taoists to get the 4 Heavenly Tao treasures." After saying that, he directly ignored the confused and dumbfounded Lu Zhanke. With a flash, he went to another star and went underground. With a wave of his hand, he summoned the shrunken farmer god's treasured cauldron. He stepped inside and sat cross-legged at the entrance of the cauldron, which was enshrouded in 9-colored fog. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. After everything was ready, Yixian waved his hand. In an instant, a large number of faint sounds of breaking through the air rang out. In his line of sight, fine rays of light shot out from his body and hovered in front of him. They were all cultivation resources that he had taken out from the undying world in his body to carry out the breakthrough this time. 10,000. Evil origin fluid, 9-colored divine herbs, and so on were a dazzling array. All of them were top-grade cultivation resources, and all of them were emitting an incomparably rich energy aura. After calming himself down, Yixian took a deep breath and activated the power of the Shenong Cauldron's domain. He compressed all the cultivation resources to the size of a nascent soul fist, swallowed them into his stomach, and quickly dissolved them. Whoosh! Rumble! Swallow! The resources instantly dissolved in Yixian's body. Immediately after, the sound of chains rattling could be heard from inside his body. A majestic river of energy formed, accompanied by the sound of thunder, covered the sky and covered the earth. The critical moment had arrived. Yixian didn't dare to be distracted. He focused his mind and immediately began to circulate the heavenly Tao treasures continuously until they were completely refined. 3 days later, the river of energy disappeared from Yixian's meridians and completely integrated into his divine soul and body. An incomparably thick shackle chain appeared in his body. Only if he could tear it apart, this seclusion would immediately end, and his cultivation would smoothly break through again. Oh brain! As all of this flashed through his mind, Yixian immediately thought of something. With just a single attack, the shackles had already been broken. In the next instant, the anticipated system notification rang out in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for breaking through the realm of the ancient Dongshu mantra. Current realm. 5th order primordial venerable. Ding! Congratulations to the host for breaking through the realm of the physical body. Current realm. 5th order primordial venerable. In the next moment, he suddenly opened his eyes, and a trace of joy flashed in the depths of his eyes. 5th order desolate venerable. In just 3 short days he had finally broken through. Chapter 50-62. At present, Yixian had already left the primordial world and arrived in the primordial void. In the primordial world, the primordial heavenly Tao was a supreme existence. All living beings were suppressed by the primordial heavenly Tao. Therefore, without the primordial heavenly Tao's approval and permission, no one could forcefully enter the heavenly Tao realm. In the primordial void, the heavenly Tao realm was not the strongest existence. There were cultivation realms stronger than the heavenly Tao realm. Therefore, the heavenly Tao realm was not deliberately suppressed here. It was the same as other realms. As long as one's cultivation reached a certain level, they could break through. Therefore, in this place, the 9 transformations of the demonic ape that came with the demonic ape bloodline in Yixian's body would not be suppressed within the heavenly Tao realm like in the primordial world. It would lose its effect once it touched the edge of the heavenly Tao realm. As such, with his current 5th rank desolate supremacy cultivation, once he activated the demonic ape bloodline in his body, he would instantly possess the cultivation of a 6th rank desolate supremacy. And once he used the 9 transformations of the demonic ape bloodline, Yixian's cultivation would soar by another realm, reaching the 6th rank of the heavenly Tao realm. He was already at the peak of the middle stage of the heavenly Tao realm. He was just 1 step away from the late stage of the heavenly Tao realm. As for the primeval heaven's eye, he was only at the 8th rank of the heavenly Tao realm. Yixian's 6th rank heavenly Tao realm cultivation was only 2 small ranks away from him. Although he was still not a match for him, he was definitely qualified to fight the primeval heaven's eye head-on. This was also the reason why he was in such a hurry to make a temporary breakthrough before he went out with Lu Zhanke to search for the 4 special treasures. This time there was bound to be an earth-shattering battle. When the time came, Yixian's aura would disperse. It was very likely that he would attract the primeval heaven's eye. Therefore he had to be on guard. Whoosh! With a wave of his hand, the shrunken Shenong treasure cauldron transformed into a beam of light and was absorbed into Yixian's body. Following that, his figure rushed out of the seclusion planet's underground and arrived at the Forbidden Land's cosmic void. On another planet in the distance, Lu Zhanke was sitting cross-legged on the peak of a towering mountain. He had been like this for the past 3 days and had not left. In the void of the universe beyond the star, the 500-million-mile-long Emperor Beast was also guarding it. Yixian was still a little worried about Lu Zhanke, so he needed the Emperor Beast to intimidate him when he was in seclusion. Oh! In the depths of the Forbidden Star area, there was a long howl. The old pig spirit's figure shot out. Although he was only a few feet tall, the aura of the complete ranked 9 Baron Sovereign was extremely powerful. Yixian immediately sent a voice transmission to Old Pig Spirit. In the following days, he would go out with Lu Zhanke to search for the 4 powerful existences and seize the precious medicines needed for the 4 5 elements medicinal catalysts. century there was bound to be a great battle, and it was very likely to attract the attention of the primeval Heaven's Eye. However, his target was likely only Yixian. A supreme existence at the heavenly Dao realm like him naturally had no interest in the so-called Magic Hall army. Therefore, Yixian instructed Old Pig Spirit to restrain the upper echelons of the 6 major Magic Hall armies during this period of time, including the ferocious beasts from the Shaya Forbidden Land and the Sikong Forbidden Land that had just been incorporated. They were to stay in the Forbidden Star area as much as possible and not attract unnecessary trouble at such a critical moment. Although Old Pig Spirit was not very reliable, he was still a peak complete rank 9 Baron Sovereign and a half-step Heavenly Dao Realm existence. It was enough for him to preside over the Magic Hall. Again, in addition, this old fellow had just made a mistake and almost brought a great disaster to the Demon Palace. This time, Yixian had specially instructed him to be honest for a period of time, and not have any intentions of causing trouble for the Demon Palace. Thinking at this point, Yixian was immediately relieved. After Old Pig Spirit left, he waved his hand and stored the autarch beast into his body. Then he looked at Lu Zhangke. At this moment, Lu Zhangke had already walked out of the distant planet, and had been quietly waiting in the void of the star area. When he saw Old Pig Spirit leave and the huge autarch beast being stored into Yixian's body, he shook his shoulders and shot over, stopping abruptly 1,000 feet in front of Yixian. Here at this moment, the aura in Yixian's body was still concealed. Not a single bit of cultivation aura could be sensed. Therefore, Lu Zhangke had no idea that Yixian had made another breakthrough in his cultivation in the past 3 days. Clang, however, even if he were to tell him, Lu Zhangke would not believe him. Although Yixian had not spoken to him after coming out of seclusion, Lu Zhangke could already tell that Yixian was about to leave. He had called Old Pig Spirit over to give him a series of instructions. "Fellow Taoist, have you settled the matter at hand?" Lu Zhangke smiled and cupped his fists. Then he continued, "If this old man's guess is correct, fellow Taoists should be going out immediately to look for the other 4 special treasures needed for the 5 elements medicinal catalyst, right?" "That's exactly what I'm thinking." Yixian nodded and replied with a smile. Previously, fellow Taoist only mentioned the names and effects of these 4 special treasures, but did not say where they came from. However, the wood-guiding medicine, Heavenly Velvet, only grew little by little in the body of a Xiantian fierce beast like fellow Taoist after entering the desolate venerable realm. Judging from the names of the other 4 treasures, the situation should be more or less the same. In other words, in order to obtain these 4 treasures, we have to find 4 Xiantian fierce beasts of the desolate venerable realm. My guess is correct, right? Indeed. Lu Zhangke nodded. Lu Zhangke nodded and explained. The other 4 treasures are indeed slowly grown in the body of a Xiantian fierce beast after entering the desolate venerable realm. Moreover, although we don't need many treasures, this kind of Xiantian precious medicine that contains a trace of heavenly energy grows extremely slowly. Therefore, the Xiantian fierce beasts that can provide us with enough treasures have entered the desolate venerable realm for many years. Fellow Taoists should be able to guess this from what this old man said just now about not being able to collect these 4 treasures with his own ability. The cultivation of those 4 existences is not weaker than this old man. Among them, the weakest is a half-step heavenly way at the peak of the 9th stage of the desolate venerable realm. To be honest, if it wasn't for fellow Taoist, I wouldn't have thought about these 4 Xiantian precious medicines at all. All along, the names of the other 4 5 elements medicinal catalyst have been missing in the prescription. Because of this, we have been changing the substitutes back and forth. At this point, a look of helplessness appeared on Lu Zhangke's face. He shook his head and sighed softly before continuing. The 2 pieces of heavenly velvet that this old man gave fellow Taoist just now is the wood catalyst origin of the 5 elements medicinal catalyst. As for the remaining 4 Xiantian medicinal catalyst origins, this old man's intention is to first go to the Demon Wolf Forbidden Area, and obtain a heavenly eye from the half-step Heavenly Way Realm Demon Pattern Sky Wolf. This Demon Wolf Heavenly Eye is slowly growing in the body of the Demon Pattern Sky Wolf. After it entered the desolate venerable realm, it belongs to the metal catalyst origin of the 5 elements. Demon Wolf Heavenly Eye? Demon Wolf Forbidden Area? Hearing this, Yixian's eyes flashed. After pondering for a moment, he asked, "May I know where the Demon Wolf Forbidden Area is located? What's the general situation in the Forbidden Area?" Chapter 5063. The demon-patterned skywolf was also a connate ferocious beast. After entering the primordial supreme realm, its body would similarly contain a sliver of heavenly Tao powers. It could be used as a 5-elemental medicinal catalyst to grow flesh and blood medicine. The demon-patterned blood deer's heavenly velvet was a wood elemental 5-elemental origins treasure medicine. It could be used as wood attractions origins. While the demon-patterned skywolf had a heavenly eye in its body, it was a metal elemental 5-elemental origins treasure medicine. It could be used as gold attractions origins. Just based on this point, Yixian was instantly extremely interested in the demon-patterned skywolf. He immediately asked the demon-patterned blood deer about the demon-patterned skywolf, as well as the general situation of the Fey Wolf forbidden ground it presided over. The demon-patterned blood deer originally planned on leading Yixian to the Fey Wolf forbidden ground to obtain the gold attractions origins treasure medicine, which was the demon-patterned skywolf's heavenly eye. Therefore, it naturally did not hide anything. It immediately recounted everything it knew in detail. The Fey Wolf forbidden ground is located in the middle of the Milky Way's right bank. It's adjacent to the demon-patterned deer forbidden ground that I presided over. The strongest person presiding over the entire Fey Wolf forbidden ground is the demon-patterned skywolf I mentioned. Its cultivation level is at the peak desolate supremacy of the perfected rank 9 realm. Furthermore, it has been in this realm for many years. It is only a few hundred years behind me. This demon-patterned skywolf is extremely strong. It is definitely one of the best among half-step heavenly Tao realm existences. If I were to fight it, we would be evenly matched. Neither of us would be able to do anything to the other. In fact, my demon-patterned deer forbidden ground and his demon-patterned wolf forbidden ground are hostile existences. Although they are adjacent, they do not get along well. The demon-patterned blood deer mostly live in the demon-patterned blood deer. Even the ferocious beasts vassal of other species are similar to the blood deer. They are docile in nature. As the saying goes, birds of a feather flock together. However, the demon-patterned skywolf is the exact opposite. This species is extremely ferocious. It is also because of this that the other ferocious beasts in the demon-patterned wolf forbidden ground are also ferocious and bloodthirsty existences. At this point, Lu Zhanke shook his head and sighed. His face was gloomy, but his eyes were filled with anger. Fellow Taoist, you should be able to guess that my demonic deer forbidden area has been bullied by the demon wolf forbidden area for many years. Even though that 7-striped heavenly wolf can't do anything to me, and we've only fought to a draw in the past few times, it's impossible for me to intervene every single time the low-level vicious beasts of the 2 forbidden lands kill each other. If I did, I wouldn't be able to do anything and would be exhausted to death. However, fellow Taoist, don't worry. Luring you to the demon wolf forbidden area this time was absolutely not due to this old man's selfishness. Everything I said earlier was absolutely not a lie. Not only is that demon-marked skywolf tyrannical in nature, the heaven's eye within its body is indeed the best source of metal attraction. Clearly, he was worried that Yixian would be oversensitive, so he deliberately spent more time explaining. However, it was only a 9th rank perfect perfection demon wolf. Yixian really didn't think much of it. Dong! He waved his hand and said, "It doesn't matter. Since I'm friends with fellow Taoist, even if this demon wolf is useless for the heavenly path treasure pill, it's just a small matter for me to kill it for the sake of our friendship. Other than the demonic mark skywolf at the peak of the 9th rank perfect perfection, there are 4 other desolate supremacy realm ferocious beasts." Lu Zhanke immediately felt relieved after hearing Yixian's words. He continued to explain, however, although these 4 vicious beasts are also primordial supremes, they are only at the middle and late primordial supremes. To fellow Taoist they are nothing. Moreover, these 4 fellows are also vicious and merciless people who seek revenge for every grievance. If it's convenient, it's best to get rid of them as well to avoid future troubles. While speaking, Lu Zhanke cupped his fists again. Of course, after the demon wolf forbidden area is destroyed, although it is adjacent to this old man's demon deer forbidden area, this old man has no intention of annexing it. Those starry sky ferocious beasts are all cruel and bloodthirsty people. This old man doesn't like it. Therefore, after killing the 5 desolate supremes, this demon wolf forbidden area should be taken by fellow Taoist. This was what it should be. Lu Zhanke was so tactful and self-aware, which made Yixian quite satisfied. He immediately nodded. In that case, fellow Taoists will lead the way. Let's set this demon wolf forbidden area as the first stop. Hiss. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Zhangke immediately waved his hand. With an incomparably clear sound of ripping cloth, a void crack that was 100 feet wide instantly appeared in the void in front of them. Here at this time Yixian and Lu Zhangke were both in their human forms. Yixian was in his original appearance, while Lu Zhangke was a red-bearded black-robed old man. A void crack that was 100 feet wide was enough. Whoosh! Whoosh! Soon Lu Zhangke cupped his fists at Yixian and immediately shook his shoulders. His entire body turned into a ray of light and rushed into the void crack in front of them. Yixian wasn't on guard at all because it was completely unnecessary. The difference in cultivation between the two sides was too great. No matter what schemes Lu Zhangke had in front of absolute power, he was nothing more than a chicken or a dog. He immediately followed behind and entered the spatial rift. Very soon, the spatial rift was mended at a speed visible to the naked eye under the influence of the laws of the primordial chaos, and the two of them vanished. In the middle section of the right bank of the river, in the demon wolf forbidden area. At this moment, a small-scale battle was breaking out in the periphery of the star domain of the demon wolf forbidden area. This kind of thing was actually quite common in the void surrounding the forbidden areas on the right bank of the Milky Way. There were too many forbidden areas and star domains on the right bank. Each forbidden area had a large number of ferocious beasts and survivors of the primordial chaos. Although they would not invade other forbidden areas and star domains to fight and hunt, it would be regarded as an invasion. The powerful figures and even the old monster Huang Zun in the forbidden area would not sit idly by and watch. They would be suppressed and killed. However, in the void outside the Forbidden Land star area, if there were occasional encounters and conflicts, it was normal for them to kill each other. Even if it was close to the periphery of the Forbidden Land star area, the powerful figures in the Forbidden Lands, such as the Desolate Sovereign, would not easily protect their own at this moment. Although the battle outside the Demon Wolf Forbidden area was only a small-scale battle, there were still many people on both sides. There were about 2,000 to 3,000 people on each side. 2 days ago, a team of ferocious beasts from the Demon Wolf Forbidden area went out to hunt and happened to pass by this place. The ferocious beasts in the forbidden area of the Demon Wolf Forbidden area noticed the situation and immediately rushed out. After 2 days of fighting, both sides suffered a lot of losses. However, in general, the Demon Wolf Forbidden area had more casualties. Although there were still more than 1,000 ferocious beasts in the immortal realm, they were all injured. Counter on the side of the Demon Wolf Forbidden area. All the ferocious beasts were extremely ferocious and violent. Although their cultivation strength was similar to the ferocious beasts in the Demon Wolf Forbidden area, they did not suffer much damage. Hiss! At this moment, in the area 10 billion miles away from the battlefield, there was a sudden crisp sound of ripping silk, and a void crack appeared quietly. Chapter 5064. Hiss! Far away from the battlefield, in the void 10 billion miles away, there was a crisp sound of ripping silk, and a void crack appeared silently. Then 2 figures walked out of the crack one after the other. The figure in front was wearing a black robe and had a blood-red beard. The cultivation aura emitted from his body showed that he was the peak 9th stage Desolate Master. This person was the strongest person in the Demon Deer Forbidden area, the Demon Pattern Blood Deer, Lu Zhangke. While the one following behind him was naturally Yixian. At this time Yixian's cultivation was still hidden, and no aura could be sensed. If it wasn't for the fact that he could be seen with the naked eye, it would be as if this person didn't exist at all. However, although Yixian's cultivation aura was hidden, Lu Zhangke didn't. At this moment, as he and Yixian walked out of the void crack, the thousands of fierce beasts that were fighting fiercely in the void outside the Demon Wolf Forbidden area all turned to look at them. The fierce battle came to an abrupt end. The 2,000 to 3,000 fierce beasts from the Demon Wolf Forbidden area had fear and vigilance in their eyes, but they didn't retreat or escape. One behind them was the Demon Wolf Forbidden area, and the strongest person in it, the Demon Pattern Skywolf, was not weaker than the Demon Pattern Blood Deer. Another. On the one hand, this kind of battle outside the Forbidden area was usually ignored by the powerful people in the Forbidden area, such as the Desolate Master. Because, in order to make frequent outbursts, the scale of the outbursts varied. If they took action every time the ferocious beasts of the Forbidden area fell into a disadvantageous situation, they would be exhausted to death. Therefore, The fierce beasts of the Demon Wolf Forbidden Area had been besieging the fierce beasts of the Demon Deer Forbidden Area for 2 days. In less than half a day, this battle would end, and they would reap the rewards. Therefore, if they took the initiative to retreat now and escape into the Demon Wolf Forbidden Area behind them, they would naturally be unwilling, however, for the remaining 1,000 or so ferocious beasts of the Demonic Deer Forbidden Land. Suddenly seeing the strongest person in their forbidden land was tantamount to seeing the dawn of life. Overjoyed, they immediately cried out to Lu Zhanke for help. In fact, with the current situation, if it had been before, even if Lu Zhanke just so happened to pass by, he would have pretended not to see them and quickly left. After all, this was the Demon Wolf Forbidden Land. Moreover, the battle was taking place in the void of the universe outside the star field. Moreover, the number of ferocious beasts participating in the battle was about the same. It could be said to be relatively fair. In such a situation, if he were to attack, the 7-marked Heavenly Wolf in the Monstrous Wolf Forbidden Area would definitely not leave the matter at that. Although Lu Zhanke was not afraid of the 7-marked Heavenly Wolf, this sort of meaningless entanglement was completely unnecessary. Thus, even if he were to pass by, he would turn a blind eye and quickly leave. He would not give the ferocious beasts under his command the opportunity to call for help. But now he was leading Yi Xian straight to the Demon Wolf Forbidden Land. He was not just passing by, so he couldn't just turn a blind eye and leave immediately. What's more, even if he left now, it was too late. The team of ferocious beasts that was about to be slaughtered in the Forbidden Land had already called for help. It was one thing to not see it and just pass by quickly. But now that the ferocious beasts under his command had already called for help, it was another matter. If he did not take action in such a situation, once the news spread, not only would the subordinates in the Demon Wolf Forbidden Land be disappointed, but the ferocious beasts and experts in other forbidden lands and star fields would also secretly laugh at him. Again, like I said, Lu Zhanke did not come with good intentions this time. He could not wait for the 7-marked Heavenly Wolf in the depths of the Forbidden Land to rush out and die. So now that there was an opportunity in front of him to instantly enrage the other party, he naturally would not let it go easily. Roar. Bastards of the Demon Wolf Forbidden Land, you are getting bolder and bolder now. This old man is a subordinate of the Demon Wolf Forbidden Land. How can you kill me at will? Today, all of you will die. After raising his head and roaring angrily, Lu Zhanke's spiritual perception voice was instantly transmitted. It was filled with endless indignation as it rumbled into the depths of the Demon Wolf Forbidden Land. He did not delay either. Before his spiritual perception voice faded, he had already waved his hand. Boom, boom, bang, bang, bang. The thousands of ferocious beasts in the Demon Wolf Forbidden Land 10 billion kilometers away were only at the immortal realm. How could they withstand the furious strike of a half-step, Heavenly Dao Realm expert? Boom! After this shocking explosion, the thousands of fierce beasts in the Demon Wolf Forbidden Area all exploded and died. Moreover, because their cultivations were too weak, neither Lu Zhanke nor Yi Xian were interested in collecting the boundless blood mist that was formed from their bodies exploding with a wave of their hands. Lu Zhanke lived up to his reputation as a veteran peak desolate supremacy, who had stepped into the half-step Heavenly Dao realm for many years. At that moment, despite being separated by 10 billion kilometers, he attacked in anger. However, the control of his strength remained extremely precise. The thousands of ferocious beasts in the Demon Wolf Forbidden Land exploded and died instantly. However, the 1,000-odd ferocious beasts from the Demonic Deer Forbidden Land, including the 1,000-odd ferocious beasts' corpses in the void, were not damaged at all at that moment. They were all scared silly. This was because such a thing had never happened before. Even when Lu Zhanke occasionally rescued his subordinates who were besieged by the Demon Wolf Forbidden Land outside the Forbidden Land, he would usually only take away the ferocious beasts on his side. That was why even when he punished the Demon Wolf Forbidden Land's ferocious beasts, he would not truly kill them. After all, although the two Forbidden Lands were evenly matched in strength, the Demon Wolf Forbidden Land was filled with a bunch of extremely vicious beasts. They were overly bloodthirsty and brutal. The ferocious beasts and upper echelons of the Demon Wolf Forbidden Land were already used to tolerating them. But this time Lu Zhanke's attack was decisive. With a wave of his hand, none of the thousands of ferocious beasts in the Demon Wolf Forbidden Land were spared. All of them exploded, turning into a blood mist. Most importantly, This was not the demon wolf forbidden land, but the periphery of the demon wolf forbidden land stellar domain. Lu Zhangke's actions were overly sensitive. The demon-patterned skywolf in the demon wolf forbidden land would definitely not let this matter rest. It was because they realized this that the 1,000-odd ferocious beasts in the demon wolf forbidden land were so shocked. They were scared silly in the void. Humph, what are you waiting for? Are you waiting for him to come out and kill all of you? Seeing their reaction, Lu Zhangke's expression sank. With a light shout, he immediately attacked. With a wave of his hand, an invisible and terrifying power swept forth. It swept up all the ferocious beasts in the demonic deer forbidden area, as well as the corpses of the ferocious beasts that were already dead, into the void 100 billion miles behind them. At the same time, in the demon wolf forbidden land stellar domain ahead, a shocking aura soared into the sky. Accompanied by a long and shrill howl, a divine sense voice rumbled. Old Lu, what are you up to today? You actually took the initiative to provoke us. Are you tired of living? Humph, the one who is tired of living is you. Lu Zhangke was not polite at all as he retorted. This old man came here today for one thing, to borrow your demon wolf heavenly eye. Chapter 50-65. Humph, you're the one who's tired of living. Lu Zhangke did not hold back in the face of the demonic wolf's provocation. He retorted. I came here today for one thing, to borrow your demonic wolf's heavenly eye. Old man Lu, did you take the wrong medicine today? How dare you talk to me like that? As he spoke, the shocking aura in the demonic wolf forbidden land soared into the sky again, accompanied by a long mournful howl. The voice of the divine consciousness rumbled. My demonic wolf's heavenly eye is in its skull. Let's see if you have the ability to cut it open today. Rumble. As the last howl sounded, a figure rushed out from the depths of the demonic wolf forbidden land ahead. Its body was extremely huge, more than 10 million miles long, like a small star. It was a demonic wolf with a shiny green mane, dotted with a large number of blood-colored demonic patterns. It was extremely obscure, giving off a mysterious, simple and heavy aura. It only referred to the demonic wolf's fur. In addition, the aura emitted from its body was extremely ferocious and violent. Its eyes were as red as blood. At a glance, one could tell that it was an extremely bloodthirsty ferocious beast. Although there were many types and races of ferocious beasts in the primordial void, innate ferocious beasts were extremely rare. The so-called innate ferocious beasts referred to the bloodline descendants of the chaos demon gods that were born in the 3,000 nests at the beginning of the primordial era. Only with the bloodline of the chaos demon gods in their bodies, they could be called innate ferocious beasts. For example, the demonic patterned blood deer and the demonic patterned heavenly wolf that was roaring and rumbling over belonged to this category. Only in the bodies of innate ferocious beasts, after they grew to the supreme primordial realm, would special flesh medicine appear in their bodies because of the gradual atavism of their bloodline, such as the demonic blood deer's heavenly velvet, the demonic wolf's heavenly eye, and so on. These special flesh medicine were extremely rare because when innate ferocious beasts advanced to the supreme primordial realm, the bloodline in their bodies would begin to atavism. Therefore, they all contained a trace of the primordial law power. Of course, this kind of innate flesh medicine that contained the primordial law power had different attributes. After all, there were thousands of great Tao laws in the primordial void. But what Yixian needed now was innate fleshly medicines that contained the laws of primordial 5 elements, and that was even more difficult to find. 5 of the 5 elemental guiding herbs, he had already obtained the wood guiding essence, which was the heavenly velvet of the demonic patterned blood deer. The heavenly eye in the skull of the demonic patterned skywolf was the metal guiding essence of the 5 elemental guiding herbs. It would have been fine if he hadn't met him, but since he had found him, Yixian definitely wouldn't miss this opportunity. Otherwise, he would have to rely on his luck if he had to search elsewhere. Therefore, when he saw the 7-striped skywolf appear, a cold light flashed in his eyes. He had already decided the end of the 7-striped skywolf. Unfortunately, the demonic-marked heavenly wolf didn't realize this. He was too confident. Moreover, he had fought with the demonic-marked blood deer many times. Although neither of them could do anything to the other, the demonic-marked heavenly wolf clearly didn't realize this. But the demonic-marked heavenly wolf was ferocious by nature. while the demonic-marked blood deer was much more docile and peaceful. Therefore, even though the demonic-marked heavenly wolf couldn't do anything to the demonic-marked blood deer, in the end of every battle the demonic-marked blood deer would basically give in. He didn't know what was wrong with the demonic-marked blood deer. It actually dared to take the initiative to attack outside the demon wolf forbidden area and even provoked it verbally. But because the two of them were too familiar with each other, he didn't think that the demonic-marked blood deer had any means to do anything to him. In fact, before the demonic-marked blood deer met Yixian, it was indeed like this. So therefore, even though the demonic-marked blood deer's actions were a little abnormal today, the overconfident demonic-marked heavenly wolf still didn't think too much about it. Yixian at this time was standing far behind the demonic-marked blood deer. His remnant form was inconspicuous. Compared to the demonic-marked blood deer, which had already revealed its bloodline true body and was also tens of millions of miles large, it was like a star and a speck of dust. In addition, he deliberately concealed his aura, so when his figure was blocked by the demonic-marked blood deer, the demonic-marked heavenly wolf couldn't see him at all. There was no trace of him with its divine sense, so it didn't know the existence of Yixian at all. Roar! Old Ghost Lu, you actually dare to provoke me. If you can't give me a satisfactory explanation today, this matter is not over. Rushing out of the demon wolf forbidden area, the demonic-marked heavenly wolf appeared at the edge of the star domain tens of billions of miles away. The demonic-marked heavenly wolf raised its head and roared. The aura in its body was violent to the extreme. It raised its 4 claws, and the entire terrifying body of tens of millions of miles large instantly pounced forward. Like a huge meteor, it opened its bloody mouth and roared at the demon-patterned blood deer in the air. Roar! Old Ghost, you're still so stubborn even in the face of death. Seeing that we've known each other for countless years, this old man will send you on your last journey today. When the demonic-marked heavenly wolf on the opposite side pounced, the aura in its huge body was extremely fierce. Clearly it was ready to kill. The demonic-marked blood deer's anger seemed to have been aroused. It raised its head and roared. As the voice of its divine sense spread, its huge body shook and it looked like it was about to attack. These two old guys were old enemies. After so many years of fighting, neither of them could do anything to the other. If they really fought, it would obviously take a long time. Enough, this king doesn't have the time to watch you fight blindly. With these thoughts flashing through his mind, Yixian curled his lips. The voice of his divine sense rang out, and his figure flashed in front of the demonic-marked blood deer. Standing proudly in the void, he raised his hand and punched out bang. Although Yixian had only lightly punched out this strike, not to mention his figure, his shoulders didn't even shake. However, his current cultivation level was at the 6th level of the heavenly Tao realm. It was terrifying to the extreme, so it was naturally impossible for the demonic-marked skywolf to withstand it. Following that, with a loud boom, the massive body that was still pouncing through the void instantly exploded with a bang. Not a single hair was left behind as it transformed into a bloody mist that dissipated. Oh, that's not right. Although not a single hair was left behind, there was a fist-sized blood-colored bead. It was clearly visible amidst the spreading bloody mist. Phew! When he saw this blood-colored bead, the corners of Yixian's mouth curled into a playful smile. A dark light flashed in his eyes as he instantly waved his hand and shot out an incomparably boundless, formless energy. Soon, the demonic-marked heavenly wolf's massive body exploded into a bloody mist that swept over. It was sucked into Yixian's body and sent to the bottom of the central region volcano in the cauldron space. From there, the blood essence condensation began at the same time. The fist-sized bead amidst the bloody mist shot over as well. It was now in Yixian's hand. He fiddled with it for a moment before putting it away with a flip of his hand. This fist-sized bead was the heavenly eye in the demonic-marked heavenly wolf's head. It was also the gold essence that Yixian needed. Now, he had finally obtained it. Chapter 5066. With just one punch, Yixian had easily finished the battle. Under the 9th transformation of the 9 Devil Ape Transformation's bloodline divine power, his strongest combat strength had reached the 6th stage of the heavenly Tao realm. He was just short of stepping into the late stages of the heavenly Tao realm. He was truly too powerful. No, after all, this demon-patterned skywolf was a peak desolate supremacy at the 9th stage of perfection, which was also a half-step heavenly Tao realm. Furthermore, it was the same as the demon-patterned blood deer. It was a senior existence that had stepped into this realm for many years. It could be said that his peak desolate supremacy cultivation level was thick and solid. He was not very far from the true heavenly Tao realm. If in a head-on battle, although the demon-patterned skywolf would ultimately die if he used all his strength, he would barely be able to last a round or two against Yi Xian. He would definitely not be instantly killed. All of this was because he was overconfident. The demon-patterned blood deer's actions were so abnormal that it failed to raise his guard. It deserved to end up in such a state. With the demon-patterned skywolf killed with one punch, Yi Xian was in a good mood. He originally had 33 desolate supremacy blood essences. Now, after killing the demon-patterned skywolf, he had an additional blood essence, reaching a whopping 34. And this demon-patterned skywolf was a senior peak desolate supremacy. It was an existence that was extremely close to the true heavenly Tao realm. The blood essence refined from the massive blood mist formed from its body's explosion was definitely of high quality. If it was used to refine a level 30 heavenly Tao treasure pill, one would be equivalent to 2. Based on this alone, the harvest this time was incomparably huge. Even more, not to mention that other than this top-grade desolate sovereign blood essence, Yi Xian had also successfully obtained the source of the gold guide. As a result, among the 5 elements innate medicine, only the source of the fire guide, the source of the water guide, and the source of the earth guide had yet to be obtained. The mission of collecting the connate 5 elements herbs was nearly half completed. However, since the demonic wolf Forbidden Land had already arrived and even killed the 5 desolate supremacies, the strongest demonic striped skywolf, it was only natural that they would delay for a while. Previously, the demonic pattern blood deer had said that other than this demonic pattern skywolf that was at the peak of the 9th rank perfection realm, there were 4 other desolate supremacy realm ferocious beasts in the demon wolf forbidden grounds. Although the 4 beasts were supremacy of the primordial era, they were only at the mid and late stages. To Yi Xian, who was already at the 6th stage of the heavenly Tao realm, they were nothing. As long as he wanted to take action, the 4 old bastards would have no way of escaping. This is, after all, it was 4 desolate supremacy blood essences. Furthermore, the demonic patterned blood deer had previously said that these 4 fellows were vicious and merciless people who would definitely seek revenge. If it was convenient, it would be best to get rid of them as well to prevent future troubles. Furthermore, this old fellow was extremely tactful. He had already made it clear that after the demon wolf forbidden grounds was destroyed, although it was adjacent to his demonic deer forbidden grounds, he had no intention of annexing it. Those starry sky ferocious beasts were cruel and bloodthirsty, so he was extremely displeased with them. Therefore, after eliminating the 5 desolate supremacies guarding the demon wolf forbidden grounds, the demon wolf forbidden grounds would still be taken over by Yi Xian. This is, however, Yi Xian naturally would not refuse to take over a powerful ferocious beast forbidden grounds. This is, therefore, after waving his hand to collect the heaven's eye in the demonic patterned skywolf's head, and the boundless blood mist that was formed after its body exploded, Yi Xian immediately turned to look at the dumbfounded demonic patterned blood deer in the void behind him. His tone was light, as though he was talking about a trivial matter. Let's go. There are still 4 desolate supremacies inside. Let's finish. Whoosh. Before he finished speaking, his figure had already transformed into a weak beam of light that shot forward. His speed was extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, he disappeared from the edge of the demon wolf forbidden grounds. Roar! Seeing this, the demonic patterned blood deer raised its head and roared. Without any hesitation, its huge body shot out like a blood-colored meteor in the void, following closely behind, charging into the demon wolf forbidden grounds in front of it. Demon wolf forbidden grounds. There were a total of 5 desolate supremacies guarding the wolf forbidden grounds. Other than the demonic patterned skywolf that had been blown up by Yi Xian's light punch, there were 4 other desolate supremacies. The bloodlines of the 4 desolate supremacies were different. Only one of them was the same as the demonic patterned skywolf, but it was only a desolate supremacy. Its 3 of them belonged to other bloodlines and were not innate ferocious beasts. Dang! When Yi Xian and the demonic patterned blood deer descended upon the demon wolf forbidden grounds and attacked at the edge of the stellar domain outside the forbidden grounds, the 4 desolate supremacies in the demon wolf forbidden grounds had sensed it. However, as the strongest demonic pattern Skywolf was the first to attack, they remained dormant. Although they did not appear, they were secretly observing everything. At the instant the demonic pattern Skywolf perished, the four desolate supremacies were dumbfounded. They almost could not believe that all of this was real. Only when Yi Xian's figure flashed and charged into the demonic pattern Forbidden Ground stellar domain, did they suddenly snap to their senses. Nearly simultaneously, they rushed out of their respective cave abode stars and fled in horror. At that moment, they were nearly scared out of their wits. Demon the demonic pattern Skywolf was a desolate supremacy, a half-step heavenly Tao realm expert at the 9th stage of perfection. Yet it was instantly blown up by a single punch. Before it perished, it did not even have the time to let out a shrill howl. Only just from this point, they could roughly infer how terrifying the cultivation level of the remnant expert they had previously overlooked was. It was definitely a supreme existence at the heavenly Tao realm. Furthermore, it was basically impossible for it to be at the early stages of the heavenly Tao realm. It was very likely that it was a terrifying old monster at the middle stages of the heavenly Tao realm. Upon realizing this, they instantly felt an intense sense of danger that they would not be able to escape even if they had wings. No, after a moment of hesitation, the four old fellows made a decision in an instant. They rushed out of their respective cave stars at the same time, but they did not escape in the same direction. Instead, they rushed in 4 different directions: north, south, east and west. Who lived and who died was up to fate. Bam! In the void beside them, a desolate supremacy had pushed its cultivation to its limits, as its entire body transformed into a beam of light that shot forward. Unfortunately, his luck was really bad. This direction happened to be right in front of Yi Xian, who was charging into the stellar domain. Yi Xian curled his lips and with just a punch, his massive body instantly exploded with a bang. Not a single hair was left behind as it transformed into a bloody mist that dissipated. Phew! As the bloody mist dissipated, a ghastly glint flashed in Yi Xian's eyes. He instantly waved his hand and shot out an extremely majestic and invisible force. The bloody mist formed by the desolate supremacy's body's explosion swept over. Yi Xian absorbed it into his body, and sent it to the bottom of the central region volcano in the cauldron space. Phew! In just an instant, one of the 4 desolate supremacies perished. Although the remaining 3 did not turn their heads, they sensed everything. Their entire bodies trembled as they hurried off. Instantly, they were nearly frightened out of their wits. It's useless. Today, you won't be able to escape even if you have wings. Yi Xian's voice sounded out through his spiritual perception. With a flash of his body, he instantly vanished from his original spot. Chapter 50-67. As Yi Xian rushed into the demon wolf Forbidden Ground, one of the 4 desolate supremes in the Forbidden Ground died in an instant. Although the remaining 3 didn't turn their heads, they sensed everything. Their entire bodies trembled, and their momentum suddenly accelerated. They were all frightened out of their wits. Today, you won't be able to escape even if you have wings. Seeing this scene, Yi Xian curled his lips, and at the same time the voice of his divine sense was transmitted. His figure flashed and instantly disappeared from the spot. Swish! Swish! A sharp sound was heard. An incomparably sharp sound broke through the air, and it was so ear-piercing. When the demonic pattern blood deer rushed into the demon wolf Forbidden Ground starfield, Yi Xian's figure was already hundreds of billions of miles away, appearing in another direction. While about 10 billion kilometers in front of where his figure suddenly appeared, a dark blue ball of light was fleeing in that direction, emitting a sense of endless shock and panic. It was a mid-stage 5th-order desolate supremacy old monster. He did not reveal his bloodline true body. His entire body had transformed into a dark blue ball of light that was only 1,000 feet long. This was beneficial for escaping and could achieve the fastest speed. But unfortunately, no matter how fast he was, he could not compare to a true heavenly Tao realm expert. Even when he was escaping, Yi Xian only needed to teleport behind him. The moment he appeared, he did not hesitate at all. He immediately circulated the power in his body and punched out, "Fellow Taoist, let's talk nicely." As if realizing that he could not escape, the desolate supremacy old monster, who still had a trace of wishful thinking, suddenly stopped in the void. The voice of his divine sense was transmitted, revealing the intention of begging for mercy. But unfortunately it was all too late. Bang! The majestic power of Yixian's punch directly enveloped the dark blue ball of light. Everything that happened next was without suspense. An earth-shattering boom instantly sounded. One in the blink of an eye, the berserk power of this attack had already smashed into the old man's body. This old monster Huang Zun was already at the middle stage of the heavenly Dao realm, but he didn't have the time to react when facing the full strength of Yixian, who was at the 6th level of the heavenly Dao realm. The blue light ball only shook slightly. Electricity in less than a tenth of an instant, it had already wreaked havoc within his body. His entire body exploded, turning into a rapidly spreading scarlet blood mist that enveloped a corner of the void. Who? At the same time, Yixian waved his hand at the first possible moment. Along with the howling of a gale, an incomparably boundless energy whistled out, causing the boundless blood mist that was formed from the explosion of the desolate elder's enormous body to sweep over. It was sucked into his body and sent to the bottom of the central region's volcano in the cauldron space. From there it began. Blood essence condensation. This scene happened to be seen by the demon-patterned blood deer that had just charged into the stellar domain. The old fellow's body trembled violently as a look of shock appeared on his face. After drawing a cold gasp, he exclaimed in horror, "Heavens, he's actually at the 6th stage of the heavenly Dao realm. He's just one step away from reaching the late-stage heavenly Dao realm." Back in the stellar domain of the magic hall, Yixian had not taken action. He had guessed that Yixian was definitely at the mid-stage heavenly Dao realm since his avatar was already at the 2nd stage of the heavenly Dao realm. However, he believed that Yixian was likely at the 4th stage of the heavenly Dao realm. Following that, he arrived outside the demon wolf forbidden land. With the appearance of the demon-patterned demon wolf, Yixian suddenly took action. With a punch, he instantly killed the defenseless demon-patterned demon wolf. Due to his fast speed, the demon-patterned blood deer failed to capture Yixian's cultivation aura. Previously, when Yixian killed his first target in the demon wolf forbidden land, the demon-patterned blood deer was still outside the forbidden land. It had yet to charge into the stellar domain, so it did not have the opportunity to sense Yixian's cultivation aura. But now, when Yixian attacked a second time after charging into the demon wolf forbidden land, he killed the mid-stage desolate Zun monster with one punch. Although it was a fleeting glimpse, the demon-patterned blood deer was able to keenly capture the information that it had always been curious about. 6th stage heavenly Dao realm. This mysterious and young remnant expert had reached the terrifying 6th stage of the heavenly Dao realm. Although the 4th and 6th stages were both at the mid-stage heavenly Dao realm, the concepts were completely different. The Heaven's A 4th stage heavenly Dao realm expert was bound to be crushed when encountering a 6th stage heavenly Dao realm expert. The 6th stage was already close to the late stages of the heavenly Dao realm. It was just one stage away. To the demon-patterned blood deer, who was only at the perfected 9th stage of the desolate Zun realm, and had yet to step into the true heavenly Dao realm, such an existence was something it could only look up to. Never did it imagine that it would one day reach such a height. Screech. Just as the demon-patterned blood deer was reeling in shock, a shocking screech sounded from another direction of the void. Looking over, the mysterious remnant expert had already arrived 5 billion kilometers behind his third target after teleporting. No hesitated for a moment, but he still threw out a light punch. Bam! A boundless force enveloped the desolate Zun monster. Before the screech from his mouth could fade away, an earth-shattering boom sounded. When everything happened too quickly, in a blink of an eye, a boundless force surged into his body. In less than a tenth of an instant, it wreaked havoc in his body, causing his entire body to explode. It transformed into a rapidly spreading scarlet blood mist that enveloped a corner of the void. Phew! Immediately after, Yixian waved his hand at the first possible moment. Along with the whistling of a gale, an incomparably boundless energy whistled out, causing the boundless blood mist that was formed from the explosion of the desolate elder's enormous body to sweep over. In just a few seconds he had attacked 3 times in a row. Each attack killed a desolate Zun monster. Such terrifying and valiant strength caused the demon-patterned blood deer's body to tremble. He had lived for countless years, but he had never seen such a powerful existence. Thankfully, he was not an enemy. Otherwise, he would probably have died here today even if he had 10 lives. Roar! Why are you so ruthless? Bam! At this moment in the void on the right, the last desolate Zune monster, who was originally rushing away, stopped abruptly. He knew that he couldn't escape and gave up struggling. Raising his head and roaring, his entire body exploded in an instant, turning into a blood mist that spread out. Yixian approached him in a flash, waved his hand, collected the blood mist that exploded, and sent it into the Shenong treasure cauldron in his body, starting the blood essence condensation. It was too fast from the moment Yixian rushed into the Demon Wolf Forbidden Land star field, to now everything was settled. In less than 10 breaths, the 4 powerful desolate Zune monsters had all fallen. All of this fell into the eyes of the countless fierce beasts in the Forbidden Land. They were so scared that their souls had already left their bodies, and their bodies were crawling on the ground, trembling. Yixian's figure also stopped abruptly at this moment. The power of divine sense extended out, enveloping the entire Forbidden Land star field, and said coldly, "From this moment on, I am the Demon Wolf Demon Lord." Chapter 5068. As Yixian charged into the star domain of the Demon Wolf Forbidden Grounds, he brazenly attacked and killed 4 desolate supremacies within 10 seconds. All of this fell into the eyes of countless ferocious beasts in the Forbidden Grounds. They were so frightened that their souls almost left their bodies. They prostrated themselves on the ground, trembling. Yixian waved his hand and absorbed the last wisp of blood mist into his body. His figure came to an abrupt halt as his divine sense extended out and enveloped the entire Forbidden Grounds. He said coldly, "From this moment onwards, I am the Demon Wolf Demon Lord." Whoosh! 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 This time there was no need for Yixian to urge them. Beams of light shot out from all around the star domain. They stopped abruptly when they were 5 billion kilometers away, transforming into massive ferocious beasts. All of them prostrated themselves on the ground, trembling. Yixian's words had already revealed that he would not attack again. The mighty figures of the primordial era in the Forbidden Grounds felt as though they had been granted amnesty. They naturally did not delay any further. They immediately rushed out and prostrated themselves on the ground, expressing their submission. It was as though they were afraid that if they were half a step slower, Yixian would think that they were refusing to submit and would attack again. It was truly speechless that mighty figures were frightened to such an extent. However, there was nothing that could be done about it. They had not even reached the desolate supremacy realm. Against a powerful 6th-stage Heavenly Dao realm expert, they had the realization that they were nothing more than ants. Yiqingtong Yixian swept his gaze over. There were nearly 50 ferocious beasts prostrating in the void 5 billion kilometers away. All of them were mighty figures of the primordial era, but at this moment they were like ants. Their bodies were trembling, and they did not even dare to breathe loudly. Whoosh! Whoosh! Without any delay, he immediately waved his hand and shot out beams of light into the bodies of these ferocious beasts. There were no exceptions. From then on, with nearly 50 mighty figures of the primordial era under his control, the entire Demon Wolf Forbidden Grounds fell into his hands. It became a vassal of the Magic Hall. Deng, however, due to other considerations, Yixian did not announce his name as the master of the Magic Hall. Instead, he referred to himself as the Demon Wolf Demon Lord. The 2 words Demon Wolf here naturally refer to the Demon Wolf Forbidden Area. Therefore, the beasts in the Forbidden Area should call him the Demon Lord. If there are no major changes without my order, you are not allowed to go too far from the Demon Wolf Forbidden Area. Otherwise, if I find out, you will be executed without mercy. After doing all this, Yixian's soul consciousness spread out. The entire monster wolf Forbidden Land could hear it clearly. Countless beasts in the Forbidden Land roared in unison, replying respectfully. This time, Yixian's harvest could be said to be extremely shocking. Other than the gold guiding origin Demon Wolf's Heaven's Eye, he had also obtained several desolate supreme blood essences. Boom! After killing the demonic pattern Sky Wolf, he had obtained 34 desolate supreme blood essences. Now he had obtained 38. He was only 2 desolate supreme blood essences away from 40. More importantly, he had successfully obtained the gold guiding origin. As a result, among the innate 5 elements herbs, only the fire guiding origin, the water guiding origin, and the earth guiding origin had not been obtained yet. The task of collecting the innate 5 elements herbs was almost completed. However, Yixian had no clue where the next 3 innate 5 elements herbs were. He had to rely on Lu Zhangke to lead the way so that he could smoothly obtain them. He immediately turned around and left the monster wolf forbidden land. He did not even go to the neighboring demonic deer forbidden land. Instead, he went straight to the next stop. At this time, Lu Zhangke also removed the bloodline true body state and transformed into the appearance of a remnant. He was an old man with blood and blood beard. He looked a little mysterious and strange. Reverse Yixian was not very eye-catching and was extremely young. This was a combination of remnant powerhouses. Generally speaking, the old man should be an elder or a powerful existence, while the young remnant should be his follower or junior. However, the truth was the opposite. Now the two of them were flying in the void. Yixian had his hands behind his back and was calm and relaxed. Lu Zhangke followed beside him. Although he seemed to be leading the way, he would occasionally look back with a flattering smile on his face. He took the initiative to talk to Yixian, fellow Taoist. The next stop is the Blue Unicorn Forbidden Land. While rushing, Lu Zhangke explained the general situation of the next destination to Yixian. This Blue Unicorn Forbidden Land is a little special. It is located in the right section of the right bank of the Milky Way. The strongest powerhouse in the Blue Unicorn Forbidden Land is a water-patterned blue unicorn. This water-patterned blue unicorn is also a connate ferocious beast. There is a dark blue liquid in its body called heavenly liquid. This liquid is a substance that the water-patterned blue unicorn, a connate ferocious beast, slowly accumulates in its body because of its connate ferocious beast bloodline after its cultivation has advanced to the desolate venerable realm. Because it contains a trace of the power of the primordial law, and its attribute is water, it is called heavenly liquid. It is extremely precious. The strongest water-patterned blue unicorn in the Blue Unicorn Forbidden Land has also reached the peak of rank 9 Desolate Venerable, which is half a step into the heavenly path. It is similar to my cultivation and that of the water-patterned Sky Wolf. There is not much difference. In addition to this water-patterned blue unicorn, there are 2 desolate venerable old monsters in the Blue Unicorn Forbidden Land. Their cultivation is also very strong. They are both rank 8 desolate venerables and are not far from the peak of rank 9. Hence, although there are only 3 desolate venerable old monsters in the Blue Unicorn Forbidden Land, their overall strength is not weak. Among the many supreme forbidden lands and supreme starfields on the right bank of the Milky Way, they are quite famous. However, the situation in this forbidden land is a bit special. The other supreme forbidden lands have a large number of space beasts. Although their bloodlines are different, they gather together and live in the forbidden starfields. However, there are not many space beasts in the Blue Unicorn Forbidden Land. There are only a few hundred of them. The weakest one is a universe supreme, and they are all space beasts that like water and cold. The reason for this is because the entire Blue Qilin Forbidden Area is a world of water and ice. The Fire Qilin's entire body is crimson red, and its attribute is fire, while the Blue Qilin is of the water attribute, and likes water and cold. The Blue Unicorn Forbidden Land is a world of water. There are not many stars, and they are all immersed in the endless cold liquid. Also, when the water-pattern blue unicorn is cultivating, there is a large amount of cold air coming out of its body. If it stays there for a long time, the entire starfield's endless cold liquid will be frozen. That scene is spectacular, as if the entire space is frozen. All the space beasts in the starfield, as well as a small number of stars in the starfield, are all frozen. Such an extreme environment, even some powerful space beasts can't withstand it. They don't like it, so there are very few space beasts that rely on the water-pattern blue unicorn. Now the hundreds of space beasts living in the Blue Unicorn Forbidden Land, although their bloodlines and races are different, without exception, they all like water and cold. When the water-pattern blue unicorn cultivates, the entire starfield is frozen in an extreme environment, which is beneficial to their cultivation. Hence, they gather there. From this point of view, these hundreds of space beasts are more or less dependent on the water-pattern blue unicorn. Hence, if we want to kill the former, we have to kill them as well. Leaving them alive would be a disaster in the future. Chapter 5069. When the water pattern blue Qilin cultivates, it freezes the entire stellar domain in an extreme environment. It is beneficial for the hundreds of ferocious beasts that are attached to the blue Qilin forbidden land. Therefore they are gathered there. Upon saying that, a cold glint flashed in Lu Zhangke's eyes. From this point of view, the hundreds of astral beasts are somewhat reliant on the water pattern blue Qilin. Therefore, if we want to kill the former, we have to kill them as well. Leaving them alive will only lead to future trouble. I didn't expect you to be so ruthless. Upon hearing that, a faint glint flashed in Yixian's eyes. As he spoke, he swept his gaze to Lu Zhangke and gave him a meaningful look, before heading to the Fey Wolf forbidden land. The old bastard had reminded Yixian not to spare the remaining 4 desolate supremacies in the forbidden land after killing the water pattern Skywolf. This was because they had a good relationship with the water pattern Skywolf. They got along very well, so if they were not killed it would probably cause trouble in the future. Back then Yixian did not think too much about it. After all, Lu Zhangke's performance back then was extremely ingratiating. In order to curry favor with Yixian, a heavenly Dao realm expert, it was understandable that he would take the initiative to remind him. Furthermore, the old bastard was clearly worried that Yixian would misunderstand. Back then, he made his stance clear that he would not covet the Fey Wolf forbidden land. Furthermore, he gave a reasonable reason. That was, the astral beasts in the demonic deer forbidden land were the mild type. As for the astral beasts in the Fey Wolf forbidden land, they were the exact opposite. Even if they were to incorporate the Fey Wolf forbidden land, it would not be a good thing. Instead, they would be inviting trouble. Everything was reasonable. Yixian did not think too much about it. But this time, when the old bastard brought him to the blue Qilin forbidden land on the right bank of the Milky Way's right bank, he seemed to ingratiate himself by reminding Yixian that he had to kill all the few hundred astral beasts in the forbidden land after killing the water pattern blue Qilin. And this time the reason he gave was just as reasonable, so Yixian wouldn't have thought too much about it. But this old man had always said that he had a gentle temperament. Now that he said these words, it seemed as if they came out of his mouth without any pressure at all. It gave people a strange feeling. In an instant Yixian's mind flashed and he became vigilant this time. Although he had only casually mentioned it, Lu Zhangke seemed to have immediately realized something. He gave a dry laugh and explained a few words, then no longer said anything. That was even more suspicious. Yixian sneered inwardly, but he didn't point it out. He followed behind the other, spreading his wings and shooting toward the right section of the Milky Way's right bank. Although it was not far from the middle section of the right bank of the Milky Way to the right section, it was not close either. With Yixian's current cultivation at the 6th level of the Heavenly Path realm, it should have been faster. But because Lu Zhangke, who was leading the way, was only at the half-step Heavenly Path realm at the 9th level of the Desolate Supremacy, it took 2 full days before the two finally arrived at the edge of the blue Qilin forbidden land. At this point, the temperature in the void suddenly rose by hundreds of degrees. Even a breath could instantly turn into ice shards. Perhaps it was because of this that there was no sign of any ferocious beasts in the nearby star fields. Even the 2 forbidden lands on the left and right of the blue unicorn forbidden land were extremely far away, avoiding the cold air that was emitted from this place. Looking ahead, in the void at the end of the line of sight, there was a light blue ice block that connected the sky to the earth. This light blue ice block was too big, and it extended to the end of the line of sight. Clearly, the entire star sector was frozen. Through the translucent ice block, one could vaguely see some stars in the ice block. There were not many of them. Within a radius of a few 100 billion miles, there were only about 600 to 700 of them. This number was about the same as the number of astral beasts in the blue Qilin forbidden land that Lu Zhangke had mentioned earlier. If there were no accidents among the hundreds of stars in the giant light blue ice block, there should be an astral beast hibernating in the interior of each star. The weakest among them was a universe supremacy, and there were dozens of primordial antiquity almighties. The rest were the water pattern blue Qilin, which was at the 9th level of perfection, and the other 2 desolate supremacies which were at the 8th level. This hundreds of astral beasts had bloodlines that were fond of water and cold. Now the endless liquid sea that covered the sky and earth in the blue Qilin forbidden land had all turned into a solid light blue ice block. This meant that the water pattern blue Qilin was cultivating, which was why its body emitted cold air. Gradually, the entire star sector of the blue Qilin forbidden land, along with the endless liquid sea, was frozen, while the hundreds of astral beasts attached to the blue Chilean forbidden land had their eyes on the extremely cold air emitted by the water pattern blue Chilean when it was cultivating. This was also beneficial to their cultivation. Therefore, if there were no accidents, the hundreds of astral beasts hibernating in the hundreds of stars should all be in a state of closed-door cultivation. Xian and Lu Zhanke were standing right outside the blue unicorn star field. About 10 billion miles ahead of them was the forbidden land, which had been completely frozen and turned into a giant ice cube. He tried to extend his divine sense, but he discovered that the light blue ice block had a mysterious effect on his divine sense. Even though Yi Xian was a supreme existence at the 6th level of the heavenly Tao realm, his divine sense might not be able to envelop the entire area in an instant and detect that the water pattern blue Chilean was in closed-door cultivation on that star. However, it didn't matter. Since the light blue ice block had an effect on his divine sense, he could just blow it up with a single punch. With Yi Xian's terrifying cultivation at the 6th level of the heavenly Tao realm, even if this giant ice block was the size of a star sector, he could still blow it up with a single punch, since he had decided he had to do it. Bang! In the next instant, a cold light flashed in Yi Xian's eyes as he punched out. Void the space exploded as an invisible, majestic force enveloped the giant light blue ice block in front of him. What happened next was without a doubt. An earth-shaking rumble resounded in an instant. The ice that covered Pang Da's entire star field instantly exploded, and the entire vast void trembled as a result. This force was too powerful. Not only did it explode the giant light blue ice block that froze the entire star sector, more than half of the hundreds of stars in the ice also exploded. As the stars exploded, a bloody mist spread out. Clearly, the astral beasts hibernating in closed-door cultivation on the stars were also killed by this punch. Phew! With some hesitation, Yi Xian waved his hand at the first possible moment. Following the whistling sound of a gale, an incomparably boundless force whistled out, sweeping away the boundless blood mist that had exploded within the light blue ice. It was absorbed into his body and sent to the bottom of the central region volcano in the cauldron space. What surprised him was that there was actually a blood mist of the desolate venerable old monster's flesh. Clearly, among the stars that were blown up, one of them belonged to one of the 2 8th-ranked desolate venerables in the blue unicorn forbidden land. This old fellow was really unlucky. Before the sun even rose, he was blasted apart by Yi Xian along with the star that was hibernating in closed-door cultivation. It left him speechless. Chapter 50-70. Yi Xian threw a punch, and an earth-shattering boom was heard. The ice in Pang Da's star sector exploded instantly. This power was too strong. No, however, when the giant light blue ice that froze the entire star sector exploded, more than half of the hundreds of stars in the ice also exploded. As the stars exploded, a bloody mist spread out. Very clearly, the ferocious star beasts that were hibernating in seclusion within the star were also killed by this punch. Among them, there was an 8th-level desolate venerable among them, which made him speechless. In fact, other than this 8th-level desolate venerable, there were also 14 blood mists from the bodies of powerful beings of the primordial era. The rest were all primordial supreme beings. Yi Xian did not waste any of this. He collected all of them and sent them into Shen Cauldron. By the bloody mist that exploded from the bodies of universe supreme beings, could also be used to refine a level 28 supreme being's treasure pill. There were more than 700 space beasts in blue unicorn forbidden land. Apart from, there were 3 desolate venerable old monsters and dozens of primordial supreme beings. The rest of the 700 were all universe supreme beings. It was rare to encounter such a high-density group of universe supreme beings. After killing them easily, he could obtain about 700 supreme beings' blood essence. Of course, Yi Xian would not refuse this kind of thing. As for the possible conspiracy of that old man Lu Zhanke, Yi Xian did not care at all. In front of absolute power, all conspiracies and schemes were just fleeting clouds. If this guy was honest, it would be fine. If he really had any schemes in private, he would be seeking his own death. At most, he would just kill him with one punch. Roar! Roar! Screech! In the next moment, a figure rushed out from each of the 400 surviving abandoned planets in the gigantic ice block that was exploding. They were all ferocious beasts of the universe. They had different bloodlines and races, but they were all extremely arrogant. They lifted their heads and roared endlessly. They looked up and roared endlessly. It was unknown where these space beasts got their confidence from, but they dared to act so arrogantly in front of a terrifying existence that could shatter a giant ice block that sealed an entire star field with a single punch. Rumble. Old Lu, it's you? Are you tired of living? How dare you invade the Blue Chilin forbidden area? Along with a heaven-shaking roar, a ferocious space beast, tens of thousands of miles long, roared over from the right side of the front. It was the other 8th-stage-old monster Huang Zun. He obviously knew Lu Zhangke. When he saw that the intruder was actually Yi Xian, he was instantly enraged. He directly ignored Lu Zhangke, whose aura was not obvious, and rushed toward Lu Zhangke with murderous intent. Bang! Xian wasn't interested in talking to him at all. He didn't have the slightest intention of pestering him. He immediately punched out. Pounds an incomparably boundless and terrifying power directly enveloped the ominous chariot. Everything that followed was without suspense. An earth-shattering roar instantly resounded. Although this desolate supremacy old monster was already a rank 8 desolate supremacy, it was not far from the peak of rank 9 perfection. However, in the face of Yi Xian's all-out attack, who was at the 6th level of the heavenly Dao realm, he didn't have time to react. In a split second, a majestic force rushed into his body. In less than half an instant, it had already wreaked havoc in its body. Its entire body exploded, turning into a rapidly spreading scarlet blood mist that enveloped a corner of the void. Phew! Yi Xian gently waved his hand. With the sound of a strong wind whistling, an incomparably majestic power whizzed out, sweeping up the blood mist formed by the explosion of the desolate supremacy old monster's huge body and directly absorbed it into its body. At this point, 2 of the 3 desolate supremacies in the Blue Chilin forbidden land had been destroyed in a single exchange. Only the 9th stage perfection water pattern Blue Chilin was left. This water pattern Blue Chilin was the main target of Yi Xian's arrival. After killing the rank 8 desolate supremacy with a punch, a cold light flashed in Yi Xian's eyes. He shifted his gaze and directly locked onto the water pattern Blue Chilin's aura. Hiss! This power is actually at the heavenly Dao realm and it's at the middle stage? As the rank 8 ferocious beast was blown apart by Yi Xian's punch, he shifted his gaze. In front of him, in the left side of the void, an earth-shattering roar suddenly came. Damn it! What the hell are you doing, remnant expert? And you, Lu Zhangke, as a ferocious beast, you colluded with the remnant. Today you wreaked havoc in my Blue Chilin forbidden land. Do you have a death wish? The one who roared was the strongest expert in the Blue Chilin forbidden land, the water pattern Blue Chilin whose cultivation had reached the 9th stage perfection of the desolate supremacy. Its figure wasn't very large and it was merely around a few million kilometers in size. However, it was completely dark blue in color, and its entire body was suffused with boundless light blue cold mist. It seemed extremely mysterious, and it even imperceptibly emanated an extremely noble and ancient aura as it coiled around the mist. At this time, even when it spoke to Lu Zhangke, there seemed to be a hint of condescension, which made Yi Xian extremely uncomfortable. No. Regardless of whether the water pattern Blue Chilin was pretending or really had something to rely on, Yi Xian did not care. He was not even interested in learning about it because today, he had to obtain the water guide origin no matter what. If this water pattern Blue Chilin had to die. Brain. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, he did not say a single word of nonsense. A cold light flashed in his eyes as he directly punched out. Bang. Yi Xian only lightly punched out this strike, and his shoulders didn't even shake. However, his current cultivation level was at the 6th level of the heavenly Dao realm. It was terrifying to the extreme, and the water pattern Blue Chilin couldn't withstand it at all. With a loud bang, the huge body that was still roaring in the void instantly exploded, leaving not a single hair behind. It turned into a light blue blood mist that spread out. Within the light blue blood mist, there was a blue liquid that was about 10 feet in radius. It was condensed and did not disperse. It was clearly visible in the spreading blood mist. Who? Seeing this deep blue liquid, the corners of Yi Xian's mouth curled into a playful smile. A light flashed in his eyes as he immediately waved his hand. An invisible force surged out. Very quickly. Soon, the blood mist formed by the explosion of the water pattern Blue Chilin's huge body swept over. It was absorbed by Yi Xian and sent to the bottom of the central region volcano in the space inside the cauldron. Similarly, at the same time the blue liquid in the blood mist also shot over. At the same time it was compressed by Yi Xian's invisible force of the heavenly Tao. When it landed in Yi Xian's hand, it had already turned into a mysterious liquid the size of a fist. It was deep blue, but it did not condense and did not disperse. Yi Xian played with the fist-sized ball of blue liquid for a while before putting it away with a flip of his hand. The ball of blue liquid that did not disperse was the heavenly liquid in the water pattern blue Qilan's body. It was also the water essence that Yi Xian needed. Now that he had finally obtained it, he heaved a sigh of relief. He felt a lot more relaxed. There were only 2 connate 5 elements herbs left to find. As long as he found them, he could start refining the level 30 Heavenly Tao treasure pill. Thinking at this point, Yi Xian could not wait any longer. However, now was clearly not the time to leave. In the void ahead, there were still more than 10 blood essences of mighty figures and hundreds of blood essences of supremes waiting for him to harvest. Chapter 50-71. With the water guide origin in his hands, Yi Xian heaved a sigh of relief, and he felt much more relaxed. Next, there were only 2 types of innate 5 elements herbs left. As long as he could find them, he would be able to refine the level 30 pill of heaven path. The most, Yi Xian could not wait to find the last 2 types. However, it was obviously not the time to leave yet. There were still hundreds of ferocious beasts in the void space in front of him that had not been dealt with. To him, these were the blood essences of more than a dozen powerful beings and hundreds of supreme beings. Howl! Damn you! You actually killed him! You actually killed him! Howl! Do you know who I am? You must be tired of living and want to die. Just as Yi Xian was about to attack and deal with the 300 universe supreme beings, and more than a dozen powerful beings of the primordial era with one punch, a shocking roar suddenly came from the depths of the blue unicorn forbidden land in front of him. After the roar, there was another roar, and it sounded even more arrogant than the water-patterned blue unicorn that had just been killed a moment ago. The being that was roaring and jumping in the void space was one of the hundreds of ferocious beasts that had survived in the blue unicorn forbidden land. It was a ferocious bird with light green mysterious markings on its body. It was unknown what bloodline it had. Its head was like an owl's, but its body was like a giant eagle's. The body of this owl-headed eagle was not very big, only about 1,000,000 miles long, but the energy in its body was not weak. It had reached the peak of the 9th stage, which was a half-step desolate master. Obviously, in this blue unicorn forbidden land, besides the 3 desolate masters that had already been killed, this owl-headed eagle's cultivation was the strongest. Even so, with his power at the peak of the 9th stage, he should not have the confidence to be so arrogant in front of Yi Xian. After all, he had just seen Yi Xian attack and kill all 3 desolate elder monsters of the blue Qilan forbidden land, including the water pattern blue Qilan one by one. He was a peak desolate supremacy at the 9th rank great perfection realm. Even the water pattern blue Qilan, who was an entire realm higher than him, was not Yi Xian's match. His body was blown apart by a single punch, yet this fellow was still clamoring at Yi Xian. There were only 2 possibilities for such a situation. Either he was stupid, or he was confident that his identity or background was not weaker than Yi Xian's and had something to rely on. Since it was obviously impossible, the only explanation was the latter. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, the corners of Yi Xian's mouth slowly curled into a playful smile. He turned to look at Lu Zhangke, who was standing behind him. But he didn't say anything. His line of sight quickly shifted to the owl-headed eagle that was roaring and jumping in the void ahead. He curled his lips and replied lightly, "I'm sorry, who are you? I am not interested in knowing." Bang! Bang bang bang. The voice of his divine sense sounded again, and there was no suspense about what happened next. The terrifying pressure of a 6th order, heavenly Tao realm instantly filled Xian Xian's body and crushed the void of the blue Qilan forbidden land in front of him. The aura was too terrifying. An earth-shattering roar was instantly heard. Blink! In the blink of an eye, this terrifying and violent force had already blasted the bodies of hundreds of space beasts in the star field. Although they were universe supremes and powerful figures of the primordial era, facing Yi Xian, who was at the 6th order heavenly Tao realm, they couldn't react in time. The difference in strength between them was too great. They were not on the same level at all. Electricity in the blink of an eye. A majestic force rushed into their bodies. In less than a tenth of an instant, it had already wreaked havoc in their bodies. A series of earth-shattering explosions were heard, including the dozens of powerful figures of the primordial era. All the huge bodies of the space beasts exploded in an instant, turning into a scarlet blood fog that rapidly spread, enveloping a corner of the void. Yi Xian's eyes flashed. He immediately waved his hand and shot out a majestic invisible force. The rapidly spreading blood fog swept over and was absorbed into his body. It was sent to the bottom of the central region volcano in the space inside the cauldron, starting the blood essence condensation, until, at this time, the blue Qilan Forbidden Land was completely destroyed. In the entire star field of the Forbidden Land, there was not a single living space beast. It had turned into a barren land like a dead zone. In this battle, Yi Xian's harvest was so great that it even surpassed the Demon Wolf Forbidden Land from before. Division with the Water Guide origin. He also obtained 3 pieces of Desolate Sovereign Blood Essence. He already had 38 pieces before, and now with the addition of 3 pieces, he had a total of 41 pieces. Division in addition, he also obtained 36 pieces of blood essence of powerful figures this time because there were exactly 36 powerful figures of the primordial era in the Blue Qilan Forbidden Land. In addition to the 3 desolate sovereign old monsters and the 36 powerful figures of the primordial era, there were a total of 713 Universe Supreme Beasts left in the Forbidden Land. Now, all of them were killed, and the majestic blood fog that exploded from their bodies was collected by Yi Xian and sent into the Shenong Cauldron. Soon it will turn into more than 700 supreme blood essences. Congratulations, my friend, you have also obtained the Water Guide origin. After the cut, Lu Zhangke, who was following behind, immediately rushed over to Yi Xian with a face full of smiles. He cupped his fists and bowed to him, repeatedly congratulating him. TSK, TSK, TSK. My friend, I have never seen such a powerful cultivation in my life. I have been thinking about the 5 elements guiding herbs for many years, but I never thought that one day I would have the ability to gather all of them. On the other hand, fellow Taoist, it has only been a short period of less than 10 days, yet you've already gathered 3 of them. I presume you'll be able to easily obtain the remaining 2 as well, and you'll be able to obtain them very soon. Just thinking about it really makes me sigh with admiration. My friend, you are too polite. As for the 5 elements guiding herbs, aside from your heavenly velvet, I have already obtained the Gold Guide origin and the Water Guide origin. My friend, you also contributed. Turning around, Yi Xian nodded and a smile appeared on his face. He paused for a moment before continuing. Although you did not participate in the battles in the Demon Wolf Forbidden Land and the Blue Qilan Forbidden Land, if you did not lead me here, I would not have known that the 5 elements guiding herbs were in need of these 2 forbidden lands. Therefore, in the future, when the 5 elements guiding herbs are gathered, I will open the furnace to refine the level 30 Heavenly Path Treasure Pill. If the treasure pill is successfully refined, I will give you one. This is what I meant, and it is what my friend deserves. So there is no need to politely decline. Oh, by the way, while speaking, Yi Xian seemed to have suddenly thought of something. He turned to look at Lu Zhangke again, and a light flashed in his eyes. He immediately said, just now that owl-head eagle, who was at the peak of the 9th stage, seemed a little strange. He clearly saw me kill the water pattern Blue Qilan with one punch, but he still shouted and roared so arrogantly. It was as if he had something to rely on. My friend, you should have seen it too. Do you know that guy? Do you know his origin and background? This matter is indeed a little strange. Hearing this, Lu Zhangke was startled, and a blank expression quickly appeared on his face. He immediately shook his head. But that owl-head eagle is very unfamiliar. This old man has never seen it before. Chapter 5072. Never seen it before? Then forget it. Yi Xian seemed to have expected Lu Zhangke's answer. He was not surprised at all and immediately glossed over the matter. Anyway, that owl-headed eagle's cultivation level is only at the perfect stage 9. Even if he has a background, how strong can he be? At most, he's at the early stage of the heavenly Tao realm. It's fine if an existence at this level doesn't come looking for me. He's lucky. If he dares to seek death, I'll just kill him. Yes, yes, yes. Fellow Taoist cultivation level is shocking. A mere half-step desolate supremacy dares to be so presumptuous. What a joke. Hearing this, Lu Zhangke's eyes flashed, and a smile instantly appeared on his face. He changed the topic without leaving a trace. Oh, by the way, fellow Taoist, the matter of the Blue Unicorn Forbidden Land has come to an end. We should go to the next stop. As for the general situation of the next target, this old man will tell you as we walk. That's good. We've already obtained 3 of the 5 elements medicinal catalysts. It's not convenient to delay the remaining 2 for too long. Let's talk as we walk. Yixian nodded. As he spoke, his shoulders shook, and he immediately rushed out of the Blue Unicorn Forbidden Land, which had long been a dead zone. Behind him a cold light flashed in Lu Zhangke's eyes, but it quickly disappeared. His face was once again filled with a smile as he chased after Yixian at the same time. In the middle section of the left bank of the Milky Way, in an extremely powerful forbidden area, which was famous throughout the entire left bank of the Milky Way, an earth-shattering roar suddenly rang out without warning. Screech! Who is it? How dare you attack this lord's youngest son? In the blink of an eye, the soul lamp has been extinguished. This is clearly an instant kill. It has to be at least a peak desolate supremacy at the perfect stage 9. It might even be at the early stage of the heavenly Tao realm. No matter who you are, this lord will definitely find you. Burn your bones and burn your soul. 3. This forbidden land was called the Demonic Condor Forbidden Land. The strongest person in the Forbidden Land was a supreme existence at the late stage of the heavenly Tao realm at the 7th stage. Such as the one who let out the earth-shattering roar was the dark-feathered demonic condor. Caught off guard, countless fierce beasts in the Forbidden Land trembled in fear. They did not even dare to breathe. Silver in the right bank of the river. In the universe void not far from the Blue Unicorn Forbidden Land, 2 silhouettes were flying through the void, almost side by side, only a body's distance apart. Slightly, the one in front was an old man in a blood-red robe with a red beard. Behind him was a young human expert. These 2 were none other than Yixian and Lu Zhangke. While they traveled, Lu Zhangke, who was half a body's length ahead of them, would occasionally turn his head around with an ingratiating smile on his face. He would tell Yixian about their next target and the situation in the Forbidden Land where they were stationed. Fellow Taoists, this time we have to temporarily leave the right bank of the Milky Way because the next 2 targets are both on the left bank of the Milky Way. Furthermore, these 2 targets are very special. They are supreme existences at the heavenly Tao realm. Therefore, fellow Taoist, you have to be mentally prepared. There might be a fierce battle coming up. But of course, with fellow Taoist strength at the 6th stage of the heavenly Tao realm, it won't be a problem at all. At this point, Lu Zhangke stole a glance at Yixian. Seeing that he only raised his eyebrows and did not say anything else, Lu Zhangke heaved a sigh of relief and continued, "Let's first talk about the next target. This target is a scarlet-patterned black crow. It is said that it has the bloodline of the 3-legged golden crow in its body. It is also a connate ferocious beast with a type of scarlet crystal in its body. It is a crystal that slowly grows in the scarlet-patterned black crow's body, due to its ancestral bloodline, after it enters the desolate supremacy realm. It is also a special connate treasure medicine. It is of the fire attribute and can be used as a fire source. This scarlet-patterned black crow's cultivation level is extraordinary. It has already entered the true heavenly Tao realm, but it is only at the 2nd stage of the heavenly Tao realm. With fellow Taoists' terrifying cultivation level at the 6th stage of the heavenly Tao realm, it won't be a problem to take it down. At most, it will be slightly troublesome and there will be a huge battle. The scarlet-patterned black crow presides over a forbidden area known as the Black Crow Forbidden Grounds. It is located on the right side of the left bank of the Milky Way. It is considered famous in the left bank region. Now we are heading to the right bank. When we reach the end, we will follow the edge of the Milky Way star domain to the left bank. Using this route, we will reach the left bank. And the Black Crow Forbidden Grounds that the scarlet-patterned black crow presides over is located near the end of the right bank. Therefore, after circling around it, we will quickly reach our destination. Compared to the right bank of the Milky Way, the Forbidden Grounds on the left bank are much stronger. There is a reason for this. Although the entire Milky Way is protected by an invisible primordial chaos nomological force, It does not allow any experts to enter. Even a true Heavenly Tao Realm expert would not be able to forcibly tear through this invisible primordial chaos nomological force. All we can do is wait until the next primordial chaos era is about to begin. The conditional opening of the Milky Way star domain will allow some experts to enter. Only when we are vying for the next era's primordial chaos providence will we be able to enter in small numbers. But in fact, the ultimate goal of all the ferocious beasts and survivors lurking in the forbidden lands and star regions on both sides of the Milky Way is actually that mysterious mother planet. The Milky Way star domain is extremely vast, and the homeworld is only a mysterious ancient star domain. Although it is in the Milky Way star domain, it is located on the left bank of the Milky Way star domain. It is also for this reason that after the Milky Way star area was discovered, the ancient beasts and survivors who rushed here first gathered on the left bank. It was not until the left bank could no longer accommodate more forbidden areas that a large number of the most powerful forbidden areas and star areas slowly gathered on the right bank of the Milky Way. From this point of view, it can be seen that although both sides of the Milky Way are the most powerful forbidden areas and star regions, the one on the left bank is obviously more ancient and powerful. If it wasn't strong enough, it would have been destroyed by the powerful existences that came later. Therefore, there are still very few true Heavenly Tao Realm experts on the right bank of the Milky Way. Even if there are, they are lurking in the mysterious unknown void, typically not revealing themselves. But on the left bank, although not every forbidden ground or ancient star domain has a Heavenly Tao Realm expert presiding over it, more than a third of them do. As for the remaining two-thirds, even if there are no Heavenly Tao Realm experts in the ancient star domain, they are definitely in hibernation or in seclusion. Without a Heavenly Tao Realm expert presiding over it, the forbidden grounds and ancient star domains are destined to be unable to survive on the left bank of the Milky Way star domain. They would have long been wiped out. Having said that, Lu Zhanke stole another glance at Yixian before exhorting. Therefore, on this trip to the left bank, if fellow Taoist wants to take action, it is best to finish it off. After killing that scarlet pattern black crow, escape immediately. As for the remaining desolate supremacies and mighty figures, there is no need to worry about them. It is to avoid attracting the Heavenly Tao Realm experts from the neighboring forbidden grounds, which would cause unforeseen circumstances. Chapter 5073. Previously, Lu Zhanke had instructed Yixian to eliminate the other beasts' upper echelons in the Fey Wolf Forbidden Land and Blue Qilin Forbidden Land after killing the demon pattern Skywolf and water pattern Blue Qilin Forbidden Land. Yixian did not think too much about it the first time in the Fey Wolf Forbidden Land. But the second time in the Blue Qilin Forbidden Land, Lu Zhanke, who always claimed to be gentle, did not show any abnormalities when he mentioned the matter of exterminating the Blue Qilin Forbidden Land. It was as though he had blurted it out naturally. This immediately aroused Yixian's suspicions, making him keep an eye on Lu Zhanke. But this time, when they headed to the Black Crow Forbidden Land at the end of the left bank of the galaxy, the old man acted out of character. Not only did he not advise Yixian to kill the scarlet pattern Black Crow, he also attacked the other upper echelons of the beasts in the Black Crow Forbidden Land. He instead, he instructed Yixian to retreat after a single strike to prevent attracting the Heavenly Tao Realm experts from the other forbidden lands on the left bank that bordered the Black Crow Forbidden Land. It would appear as though he was doing everything for Yixian's sake. Either the old man realized that Yixian was already suspicious, so he deliberately did this. He wanted that was the method he used to scheme against Yixian. He did not target the scarlet pattern Black Crow, but the final target after the Black Crow. To Yixian, he was clearly leaning towards the latter. And previously, he could not figure out how Lu Zhanke had the guts and confidence to scheme against a Heavenly Tao Realm expert. But now, after learning of the situation on the left bank of the galaxy, Yixian was finally enlightened. Since 1/3 of the supreme forbidden lands and stellar domains on the left bank had Heavenly Tao Realm experts permanently stationed there, as long as the benefits were great enough, it was clearly not too difficult for Lu Zhanke, who was a peak desolate supremacy at the peak of the Ninth Order, which was equivalent to having a half-step Heavenly Tao Realm cultivation level, to request the help of some Heavenly Tao Realm beasts, as long as the benefits were great enough. Previously in the Blue Qilin Forbidden Land, the identity and origin of that peak mighty figure owl-headed eagle at the great perfection of the ninth stage were clearly extremely suspicious. With his half-step desolate venerable realm cultivation, He didn't show the slightest bit of fear when facing a supreme existence like Yi Xian, who was at the middle stage of the heavenly Tao realm. From this point of view, the power behind the other party was probably not weaker than Yi Xian. They were likely at the peak of the mid-stage heavenly Tao realm at the very least. It was even possible that they were at the late-stage heavenly Tao realm at the 7th stage. This is Lu Zhangke definitely knew about this. It was also because of this reason that he secretly instigated Yi Xian to attack the owl-head eagle. He was determined to kill it. Such as this was equivalent to helping him ensure that he would be able to invite a heavenly Tao old monster, who was not weaker than Yi Xian, and who was most likely at the late stage of the 7th order. When he made his final calculations, when the time came, even if the heavenly Tao old monster ate the meat while he followed behind and drank the soup, the benefits he would obtain would definitely be much more than what Yi Xian gave him. Yi Xian was only scheming in his heart. He basically had a plan in mind, but he did not expose it. He even pretended not to know. He still had not obtained the final 2 Fire Guide origins and Earth Guide origins. He still needed this old fellow to lead the way. It was far from the time to fall out with him. Phew! Phew! In the air, a sharp sound tore through the air. 2 beams of light, one in front and one behind, streaked across the right end of the Milky Way's right bank. Soon they disappeared into the endless black bank ahead. After circling around this incomparably deep and dark region, one would reach the left bank of the Milky Way. When that happened, one would once again see the resplendent starlight emitted from the Milky Way's star field. However, this deep and dark region was extremely vast. There was nothing that existed in the void. Furthermore, there was no resplendent starlight emitted from the Milky Way's star field as a guide. If one was not careful, it was very likely that they would get lost here. Thankfully, as an ancient half-step heavenly Tao realm expert, Lu Zhangke had clearly been to the left bank of the Milky Way more than once. With him leading the way, it prevented Yi Xian from taking a roundabout route. From this point of view, this old fellow was indeed valuable. Furthermore, the idea of the 5 elemental catalyst was originally proposed by him. Although he did not personally hunt for the subsequent 5 elemental catalyst, he was the one who led the way to the Forbidden Land. This saved Yi Xian a lot of time. Just based on this, Yi Xian would not be stingy. Once a level 30 heavenly Tao treasure pill was refined, he would definitely get one. Regarding this matter, Yi Xian had already made it clear to him that this was his intention. However, if this old fellow was blinded by greed and insisted on scheming against Yi Xian to obtain more, he would only be courting death. Yi Xian had already given him a hint. If he failed to comprehend it, he would definitely deserve whatever fate awaited him. In this endlessly dark region, Yi Xian and Lu Zhangke traveled at full speed. After spending a total of 9 days in the void, the resplendent starlight emitted from the Milky Way's star field finally appeared at the end of the darkness in front of them. They had arrived at the left bank, but there was still a certain distance between them. They did not delay and continued forward. Another day passed. After a total of 10 days, the surrounding darkness finally receded completely. In the void ahead of them, large amounts of starlight emitted from the resplendent Milky Way's star field. At this point, they could be considered to have truly arrived at the left bank's void. Even with Lu Zhangke's peak desolate supremacy cultivation at the peak of the 9th stage, which was equivalent to a half-step heavenly Tao realm cultivation base, it took him a total of 10 days to travel at full speed. If Yi Xian were to travel alone in the void using his physical body, it would probably take him 6 to 7 days at full speed. From this, it could be seen how vast the 2 dark regions that separated the left bank and the right bank of the Milky Way's star field were. Fellow Taoist, our destination is 100 billion miles ahead of us. It's the Black Crow Forbidden Land at the edge of the right bank of the left bank. At this moment, Lu Zhangke, who was leading the way, had already stopped. He stood in the void and turned to look at Yi Xian before pointing ahead. Forward. Yi Xian, who was in the Supreme Forbidden Land, also saw it. He nodded slightly when he heard what Lu Zhangke said. Then, his eyes flashed as if he suddenly thought of something. He casually asked Lu Zhangke, "The Black Crow Forbidden Land is located at the edge of the right bank of the left bank of the Milky Way. It seems that the cultivation level of the scarlet pattern Black Crow is not very high here. He's a 2nd stage heavenly Tao realm existence, but he's still the same. Just based on this point, the water on the left bank is indeed much deeper than the water on the right bank." His words seemed to be hinting at something, But halfway through, Yi Xian did not continue. When Lu Zhangke heard this, he chuckled and echoed a few words, but did not explain too much. Very quickly, the two of them did not hesitate. This time Yi Xian was in front and Lu Zhangke was behind. Both of them fully activated the strength in their bodies. Their bodies turned into a beam of light and shot toward the Black Crow Forbidden Land. In the blink of an eye, they had disappeared from sight and entered the star field of the Black Crow Forbidden Land. At the same time, in the left bank of the Milky Way where the water was deeper, an army of foreign forces suddenly arrived without warning. The commander at the front of this army was a huge green heavenly eye that was as huge as a star. Chapter 50-74. Due to the homeworld's location in the Milky Way, it was closer to the left bank. Therefore, after the discovery of the Milky Way stellar domain, the first ancient beasts and survivors to gather were gathered on the left bank. It was only when the left bank could no longer accommodate more forbidden zones that the right bank of the Milky Way slowly gathered a large number of powerful forbidden zones and star domains. From this point of view, the forbidden zones and star domains on the left bank were clearly more ancient and powerful. If they weren't strong enough, they would have long been destroyed by powerful existences. Therefore, on the right bank of the Milky Way, there were still very few true heavenly Tao realm experts born. Even if there were, they would hibernate in the mysterious unknown void and typically would not show themselves. However, on the left bank, nearly 2/3 of the feral beast forbidden lands and the remnant star region had heavenly Tao realm experts appear. Such a situation had not occurred more than 10 years ago. At that time, whether it was the left bank or the right bank, the strongest experts in the ominous beast forbidden lands and the remnant star field were all almighty experts of the primordial era. Although there were also primordial supremes, they were very few. Especially after the appearance of the void turtle, all the desolate supremes in the forbidden zones and star domains on both sides of the Milky Way went into hibernation, except for the few that were killed by the void turtle. However, this situation did not last long. 10 years ago, heavenly Tao realm astral beasts and star domain experts began to appear on the left bank. It was also for this reason that the void turtle disappeared from both sides of the Milky Way after that. If there were no accidents, he should be searching for a place to enter seclusion. The injuries he suffered in the battle of the primordial era had been completely healed. In the primordial era, breaking through to the heavenly Tao realm was a necessary choice. And ever since the void gigantic turtle vanished, the desolate supremacy and heavenly Tao realm experts that were hibernating in the various beast forbidden lands and remnant stellar domains on the left bank began to appear. As the void turtle was a famous existence in the battle of the primordial era, his appearance was extremely sensitive. It made the ancient existences that were hibernating in the forbidden zones and star domains on both sides of the Milky Way realize that the end of the primordial era was approaching. After the end of the desolation era, it would be the beginning of the next primordial era. At that time, the Milky Way star field would be fully opened. However, before that, the Milky Way star field would still have a conditional opening. Experts who met the conditions would be able to pass through the invisible barrier formed by the primordial law that enveloped the entire Milky Way star field and enter the Milky Way star field to compete for the primordial providence of the next era. With the arrival of the desolation era, the opportunity to seize the primordial luck of the next era was very close. Therefore, those old fellows who had been in hibernation for countless years had come out one after another. It could be said that compared to the right bank, the waters of the left bank of the Milky Way were deeper. These ancient existences had sharper divine senses, and they had realized all this before the upper echelons of the right bank of the Milky Way. Such as today when Yi Xian, led by Lu Zhangke, rushed to the Black Raven Forbidden Land at the end of the right section of the left bank. An army of foreign forces suddenly arrived at the left bank of the Milky Way, where the waters were even deeper. The commander at the forefront of this army was an azure heaven's eye that was as huge as a star. No, that was not right. This army was from the desolation world that had just fully descended and fused together like a broken mirror. The leader of this army was the primeval heaven's eye, who represented the will of the desolation world's heavenly Tao. The entire desolation world was created by the demon god of power, one of the 3,000 chaos demon gods born in the primordial era. And now the primordial era was coming to an end, and a new era was about to begin. The primeval heaven's eye was indignant. So he led the Desolation World Army to the left bank of the Milky Way in order to seize the primordial providence of the next era. Boom! Rumble! At that moment, in a dark void on the left bank of the left bank, an earth-shattering boom was heard. Such as, a huge void rift appeared in this area. It was as vast as a star field, and it was a ghastly sight. Such as, a void rift of this magnitude was probably not something the typical Heavenly Tao realm expert could tear apart. After all, this was the primordial chaos void. The formless nomological forces were just too powerful. However, the Heavenly Tao's eye was far from the typical Heavenly Tao realm expert. It had already stepped into the 8th stage of the Heavenly Tao realm, and was not far from the peak of the 9th stage's perfection, Heavenly Tao realm. Whoosh! The Heavenly Tao's eye, which resembled a gigantic star, charged out of the terrifying void rift. Immediately following that, there was a crashing sound that blanketed the world. Netherworld, the cauldron, had also arrived. It was similarly incomparably large, as if it was a cauldron, and possessed its own consciousness and life. The 20,000 rune chains on the exterior of the cauldron were like tentacles, waving about with incomparable agility. Following closely behind the Netherworld cauldron was a massive army of living beings. Be it in terms of numbers or auras, they far exceeded the Magic Hall army that Pig Spirit had brought from the Desolation World. This terrifying army was made up of all living beings from the Desolation World. Both there were astral beasts, as well as all sorts of human battleships, fortresses, and fortresses of various sizes. There were even planetary regions that humans had built over the years. Some of the battleships were painted with all sorts of emblems. Among them, one could clearly see the emblems of the first universe's original slave races. There were also the Blood Wyrm race, Blue Rock race, Battle Lion race, Inji race, Raging Bull race, Golden Eagle race, Colored Python race, Ravenous Wolf race, and Tree Spirit race. Even the human army of the third universe was among them. The Heaven Extinction Palace, which resembled an energy stellar vortex the size of a planet, the 10 Stars of Eternity, and the Temple of Glory that resembled a continent could all be seen. However, they were all located at the back of the Desolation World Army. Clearly, they were not the main force. Even though the slumbering patriarchs of various eras in the ancestral grounds of these races and factions had been awakened, and their respective armies had the auras of many primordial supremes and primordial supremes, they were still placed at the back of the Desolation World Army. As for the front of the army that followed behind the Netherworld cauldron, they were all gigantic astral beasts. The auras that emanated from their bodies were at least that of primordial supremes. Most of them were desolate supremes and extremely ancient. These pharaohs were all ancient existences that had followed the heavenly axiom's green eyes since the primordial war. Over the years, they had been in hibernation to heal their wounds. Some of them had yet to fully recover from their injuries, but they still came out into the world, following the heavenly axiom's green eyes from the end of the primordial era to the primordial void. As for the 9 pharaohs closest to the Netherworld cauldron, the auras emanating from their bodies had all reached the true heavenly axiom realm. However, they were only at the earlier middle stages. Among them was a weeping soul-blood ape with a single horn on its head. No matter who the forbidden zone in front belongs to, give up the forbidden zone at once, or die. At that moment, as the army rushed out of the void rift, the heavenly axiom's green eyes roared angrily, heading towards the forbidden zone on the left bank ahead. From this day forth, this place shall be renamed as the Forbidden Zone of the Primordial Era. Chapter 5075. No matter who the Forbidden Land in front belongs to, immediately hand over the Forbidden Land star region. Otherwise die. Roar. As the entire army rushed out of the void rift, the heavenly Tao's green eye roared and rushed towards the Forbidden Land on the left bank. From today onwards, this place will be renamed as the Primordial Forbidden Land. It was clear that regardless of the situation of the Forbidden Land in front and the cultivation level of the strongest person in the Forbidden Land, since it was the closest, he would successfully snatch it and make it the resting place of the primordial world's army. No, needless to say, the Heavenly Tao's golden eye was indeed in existence at the 8th stage of the Heavenly Tao realm. Now, what he was doing was the same as when Pig Spirit led the Fiend Hall army to the right and left banks. However, compared to Pig Spirit, he was a lot more domineering. In fact, he did have the confidence. He knew that the waters on the left bank of the Milky Way were deeper, and that the supreme forbidden lands and star regions on the left bank were more powerful than the right bank of the Milky Way. However, the heavenly Tao's green eye was not far from the peak of the heavenly Tao realm at the 9th stage. He had the confidence and strength. No, although the heavenly Tao's green eye was strong, the unknown forbidden land in front of him was not weak either. Several, just as the heavenly Tao's green eye's voice rumbled out. A shocking roar suddenly came from the unknown forbidden land star region hundreds of billions of kilometers away. Roar. You are the primeval heaven's eye. Why? Has the primordial world's apocalypse really descended? You actually left the primordial world with your primordial world army, and came to the primordial world. From the looks of it, the conditional opening of the Milky Way star region is not far away. The time to enter the Milky Way star region and fight for the providence of the next era is coming. I have been waiting here for countless years. Now that everything is about to open, you want to chase me away. Green Eye, what right do you have? Roar. Boom. Rumble. As the last roar resounded, numerous figures instantly rushed out from the unknown forbidden area 100 billion kilometers away. All of them were extremely large, easily hundreds of millions of kilometers in size. Although there were all kinds of dire beast bloodlines and races, almost half of them were in the form of tigers. There were dark void, white tiger, piebald tiger, and even winged tiger. At the very front of this army of beasts was a blood forehead tiger with a slanted eye that was 15 million kilometers long. Its entire body was covered in white fur, and there were bloody marks that exuded a ferocious aura. There was a red mark on its forehead that was as dense as blood, and it looked like a third eye. The slit-eyed blood forehead tiger was the strongest person present. The cultivation aura emanating from its body was so powerful that it left one trembling. It had reached the 6th stage of the heavenly Tao realm. It was on par with Yi Xian, who had activated the 9 devil ape transformations bloodline divine power, and cast it to the 9th transformation. Division with the slit-eyed blood forehead tiger. There were 2 other tiger species dire beasts following closely behind. They were also extremely large in size. One of them had a mane as black as ink, while the other had an ordinary yellow mane. However, it had a pair of wings on its back. The black tiger was at the 2nd stage of the heavenly Tao realm, while the winged tiger was at the 1st stage of the heavenly Tao realm. It had probably just broken through not long ago. Further back, in the majestic army of dire beasts with different bloodlines and races, there were more than 10 desolate-level dire beasts and more than 100 primordial-era mighty figures. The rest were basically all Universe Supremes, Universe Masters, or Universe Knights. There were nearly 10,000 of them. Just from this alone, one could tell how powerful the forbidden area on the left bank was. It was on a completely different level from the forbidden areas and star domains on the right bank of the Milky Way. Of course, in some of the forbidden areas and star domains on the right bank of the Milky Way, there were heavenly Tao realm mighty figures. However, they had yet to appear in the world. They were not in their respective forbidden areas or star domains. Instead, they were hibernating and lying dormant in unknown voids. And although the forbidden area overseen by the slit-eyed blood forehead tiger was extremely powerful, it was still much weaker compared to the primordial army that heavenly Tao's green eye had brought along, which was made up of all the living beings in the entire primordial world. At that moment, the human race from the 3 main dimensions of the universe, as well as the armies from the other races, had already stopped behind the primordial army. This was heavenly Tao's green eye's command because they were not qualified to participate in such a huge battle. However, at the front of the army, the ancient dire beasts that followed closely behind the netherworld cauldron all raised their heads and roared. The auras in their bodies were extremely agitated, and their ferocity was overwhelming. Clearly, they were the forces that were about to participate in this expedition together with the primeval heaven's eye. Double the disparity in strength between the 2 sides was too obvious. Ignoring the number of mighty figures and desolate supremacies, just the strength at the heavenly Tao realm left the slit-eyed blood forehead tiger in a clear disadvantage. He only had 3 heavenly Tao realm existences on his side, but the primordial army, including heavenly Tao's green eye, had 10 of them. Furthermore, heavenly Tao's green eye, who was the strongest, was even a late-stage expert at the 8th stage of the realm. He was not far from the peak heavenly Tao realm at the 9th stage of the perfected heavenly Tao realm. However, the slit-eyed blood forehead tiger had no choice. The Milky Way stellar domain's conditional activation was about to begin. He absolutely could not abandon the forbidden star domain that he had been defending for years. Furthermore, the dignity of a heavenly Tao realm expert absolutely did not allow him to escape. Deng, however, the slit-eyed blood-forehead tiger was not bent on seeking death. The reason why he chose to fight despite his immense disadvantage was naturally because he had his own considerations. After all, this was the left bank of the Milky Way. Nearly two-thirds of the supreme forbidden lands and star domains had heavenly Tao realm experts presiding over them. Furthermore, he was a veteran expert here, while the primordial army opposite him was an outsider. First, once the battle began, the phenomena would be astounding. Most of the supreme forbidden lands and star domains on the left bank of the Milky Way would be alarmed. When that happened, the heavenly Tao realm experts from the other forbidden lands and star domains would rush over. With the primordial army led by heavenly Tao's green eye failing to take down the enemy after a prolonged battle, the only choice left was to unwillingly retreat. On this point, the slit-eyed blood-forehead tiger was quite confident. Although he knew that he was no match for the primeval heaven's eye, he was still at the 6th stage of the heavenly Tao realm. He was just one step away from the late-stage heavenly Tao realm. Heavens! Even if he were to fight the primeval heaven's eye head-on, he was confident that he could last for a period of time. It would be enough for the heavenly Tao realm experts from the other forbidden lands and star domains on the left bank to arrive in time. Roar! 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 With these thoughts flashing through his mind, the slit-eyed blood-forehead tiger immediately raised his head and let out a shocking roar. Immediately following that, the two heavenly Tao realm experts, the black tiger and the winged tiger, did the same. The void quaked violently as a result. It could be heard clearly from more than 500 billion kilometers away. Screech! In that case, all of you can die. Roar! Noticing the other party's insistence on fighting, a green light flashed in heavenly Tao's green eye's eyes. At the same time, it charged forward with a rumble. Behind it, 9 heavenly Tao realm beasts of different bloodlines followed closely behind. The battle instantly unfolded, and the moment it began, it was already in full swing. Chapter 5076. On the other side, the slit-eyed blood-headed tiger, the black tiger, and the winged tiger behind it raised their heads and roared at the same time. Their roars traveled billions of miles, and even the void trembled. This was clearly the rhythm of a battle to the death. Screech! If that's the case, then all of you can die. Roar! Seeing that the other party was determined to fight, a green light flashed in the heavenly Tao green's eyes. At the same time that the voice of the divine spirit echoed, it charged out, followed closely by 9 heavenly Tao pharaohs of different bloodlines. Behind them were even more desolate sovereigns and primordial great beings, as well as powerful pharaohs of the 3 realms of the universe. Their numbers were equal, and they clashed in the void, creating sparks of blood. A terrible battle descended, and it was already in full swing from the moment it began. The battle was taking place at the outskirts of the unknown forbidden zone. There were definitely more pharaohs of the forbidden zone in the star domain, but their cultivation was too weak. Without reaching the 3 realms of the universe, they were not qualified to participate in such a celestial battle, which was why all of them were cowering in the forbidden zone, trembling in fear. Same as similarly, the various legions behind the primeval legion had already stopped 100 billion miles away. The upper echelons of the various races in the 3 main planes of the universe were gaping at the earth-shattering battle, subconsciously holding their breaths as their bodies trembled slightly. Among them, one could see the silhouette of the immortal emperor, as well as the various palaces lords of the 10 ultimate celestial palaces, as well as the grand elders of the Temple of Glory. Countless champions from various races in the 3 main planes of the universe were all here standing. Amidst the various battleships, fortresses of various sizes, star fortresses, and star battleships that blotted out the sky. Back then, as the fragments of the primeval world fused together again like a broken mirror, the primeval world reappeared, and every living being in that world became the slaves of the heavenly Tao Green Eye. Even the Grand Masters of the Primordial Era and Supreme Masters of the Primordial Era, who had been sleeping in their ancestral lands, were all awakened. No matter how angry they were, they could only grit their teeth and be enslaved by the primeval heaven's eye. Now, although they had entered the legendary primordial chaos void, they had lost their freedom. Moreover, they were not afraid of the heavenly Tao. Everyone knew that in the eyes of the primeval heaven's eye, They were just cannon fodder sacrificed at a special time. Unfortunately, even though they knew this and felt great hatred in their hearts, no one dared to express it unless they were not afraid of having their body and soul destroyed. This is along the way, as the primordial heavenly Tao Green Eye moved from the primordial world's doomsday void where the power of the heavenly Tao laws was gradually drying up. Almost everyone was filled with endless regret. They had long since known that Yi Xian had left. Not only had he left, but he had also left with the countless subordinates of the magic hall in the forbidden land of Rising Sunday. Moreover, it was said that they had also entered this mysterious and ancient primordial void. But the only difference was that they had been brought here by the primeval Heaven's Eye, as if they were being held hostage, with the purpose of enslaving them. They would be used as cannon fodder at a certain time in the future. The heavenly Tao was not benevolent, and it treated all things as dogs. This was vividly reflected in the primeval Heaven's Eye. However, the countless experts of the magic hall in the forbidden land of Rising Sun were different. Although they had also been brought into this mysterious and ancient primordial chaos void, the Yi Xian who had brought them here was not to enslave them, but to protect them. The gap between them was simply enough to make one weep thinking of this. In one of the incomparably huge command cabins with a diameter of more than 1,000,000 meters, the folded space inside was even more vast. In the two universes, the Blood Wyrm clan, the Cyan Rock clan, the Battle Lion clan, the Inji clan, the Barbarian Bull clan, the Golden Eagle clan, the Colorful Python clan, the Greedy Wolf clan, and the Tree Spirit clan, a group of powerful experts and desolate venerable realm elders from the 9 major clans suddenly sighed faintly. They shook their heads and smiled bitterly. Even their careful mutterings revealed endless regret and unwillingness. I really envy the experts of the various clans who had been captured by the master of the magic hall, Yi Xian. They are now official members of the magic hall. That's right, this can be seen from the fact that the master of the magic hall, Yi Xian, did not abandon them. Instead, he took them with him and entered this mysterious and ancient primordial chaos void. Thinking back, the various clans of the second universe hated Yi Xian so much and swore to rescue the clansmen who had been captured by him. Now it seems that those words were really laughable. Those guys are probably secretly happy. Although they were captured before, now they are living more comfortably than us. At least they didn't lose their dignity. At this point, a group of higher-ups of the various clans of the second universe looked at each other and sighed faintly. In the entire command cabin on the top floor of the huge star fortress, the atmosphere was gloomy and oppressive to the extreme. The same scene was playing out in the command cabin on the top floor of the Star Fortress where the higher-ups of the various clans of the first universe were gathered. It was as if it was replicated at this moment. Everyone's faces were filled with deep annoyance and regret. It was even more so for the Space Rat, Hell Ant, Giant Ferocious clan, and the higher-ups of the desolate Venerable realm. Their 3 clans had formed an alliance with the master of the magic hall, Yi Xian. Unfortunately, they were obsessed and cut off this friendship. If otherwise, not to mention the other clans of the first universe, the Space Rat, Hell Ant, and Giant Ferocious clan would never have fallen to such a state. They would have left with Yi Xian's magic hall army and entered the post-apocalyptic chaos world. God, would there still be a scene of them being mercilessly enslaved by the primeval Heaven's Eye? But in fact, among the various clans and factions that were enslaved by the primeval Heaven's Eye and forcibly brought from the post-apocalyptic chaos world to this chaos world, the ones with the most intense regret were far from the higher-ups of the Space Rat, Hell Ant, and Giant Ferocious clan. You and I compared to them, the higher-ups of the 2 human factions were even more regretful. It was not an exaggeration to say that their intestines were green with regret. At this very moment, on the undying star of the human faction, the immortal emperor and the other higher-ups of the human faction, as well as the higher-ups of the cultivation faction in the Sky-End Palace that was like an energy star vortex, as well as the elders of the former 10,000 Net Federation in the Temple of Glory that was like a giant star continent, all of them seemed to have a tacit understanding of the past. They all shook their heads and sighed. How did we fall to such a state? Even the greatest beings and desolate supremes of our clans were all awakened. And yet we were still enslaved. Even our most basic dignity has been lost. I really miss the past. If it wasn't for the fact that I became enemies with Yi Xian, with the relationship between him and my eternal dynasty, I'm afraid that the Imperial Army would be able to occupy an extremely important position in the Demon Palace. It's all fate's fault. The heavens are heartless and treat living beings like dogs. And yet, the master of the magic hall, Yi Xian, values friendship and righteousness. Why didn't we understand all of this back then? Sigh. Now it's too late for regrets. Chapter 5077. Hundreds of billions of miles away, amidst the huge army of the ancient universe, the various powers and the higher-ups of the races from the three main planes of space were all regretting their decision. Ahead of them, primeval heavens, I led the ancient beast army and charged forward, starting a huge battle at the edge of this unknown forbidden land. Both sides didn't have many soldiers, less than 1 million. However, any one of the ferocious beasts that participated in the war was at least a universe knight or above. These were definitely 2 elite beast armies. Even undying emperors weren't qualified to participate in the battle. Close to 2 million powerful beasts were fighting together. Even though this was the primeval world, where the laws were incomparably strong, the universe void was still torn apart from time to time. The aura was too chaotic. Looking from afar, one wouldn't be able to see the details of the battle. One could only see the raging aura raging and tumbling. Occasionally, the silhouettes of some ferocious beasts would be caught a glimpse of amidst the chaotic aura that roiled without end. Sometimes a bloody mist would spread out, and sometimes an enormous bang would resound out. This was clearly the sound of flesh and blood exploding, and it was extremely terrifying when one thought about it carefully. Rumble, rumble, roar, roar. The sound of thunder resounded incessantly, and there were countless beasts roaring and howling. This kind of high-level, large-scale close combat battle was extremely rare. It was different from the space battles between armies of the current era, where there were cannons and energy beams from battleships wreaking havoc. Inside, there was only blood and fire. It was all close-quarters combat. The powerful beasts on both sides relied on their chi and blood, their powerful bodies, and the supernatural powers of their bloodlines to fight. This kind of battle was like a miniature version of the primeval war that had once destroyed the entire primeval world. Looking at it from afar, it gave people a dazzling feeling. Green Eye, you're destined to return empty-handed. At this time, as the battle unfolded, the godly awareness of the slanted-eyed blood-headed tiger suddenly sounded in an area of the space hundreds of billions of miles away. So, your great desolate world has already entered the end of the world and is about to disappear completely, swallowed by the endless turbulence of the void. All of you are just history. In the next primordial era, there will be no place for you. You are destined to fail in this battle. Although you are at the 8th stage of the heavenly Tao realm, you will not be able to kill me in 12 hours. 12 hours is enough for all the heavenly Tao realm upper echelons of the left bank's forbidden zones to rush over. You will be expelled. They will not allow the originally peaceful forbidden land of the blood, to be replaced by an external force with uncertain factors. You will not have a chance. Roar. Is that so? 12 hours? You are really thinking too much. In response to such a warning and provocation, the voice of the way of the heavens of the untainted land responded. It paused for a moment, and then its tone suddenly turned fierce. I just want to kill you. I can do it now. Weeping soul. Roar. The heavenly Tao's eye's final sentence was clearly a call for action, and as it finished its final roar, an angry bellow sounded. With the bellow, a figure charged out of the chaotic void. It had a body like an azure ape and a blood-colored horn on its head. It was none other than the Weeping Soul Blood Ape. The Weeping Soul Blood Ape was similarly a heavenly Tao realm expert. If Yi Xian were here, he would definitely be alarmed to see it. The Blood Ape was too mysterious. It had once appeared in the heritage images of supreme divine powers like the heaven-falling bow. In the heritage images that Xian saw, the entire great desolate world was embroiled in a shocking bloody battle. Countless powerful desolate world creatures were engaged in a life-and-death battle in the void. Every moment lives were lost. Every moment a rain of blood would splatter across the sky. There was a Weeping Soul Blood Ape that stood out from the scene of blood and fire. It had converged all of its aura and was lurking in a shadowy corner of a gigantic abandoned planet. Its eyes emitted a dark glow as it secretly observed the entire battlefield. Just from the heritage images, it was impossible to tell which faction the Weeping Soul Blood Ape belonged to. The Heavenly Tao's Eyes faction? No, the Infant Corpse's faction? No, that was all, but now it had come with the primeval heaven's eye, descending into the primordial chaos void. The mystery was finally solved. The weeping soul blood ape was a subordinate of the heavenly Tao's eye. Dang, in the beginning, Yi Xian had obtained a weeping soul bloodhorn under a planet in the Fiend stellar domain. Furthermore, this weeping soul bloodhorn was related to the Cage stellar domain. Back then, Yi Xian believed that the mysterious blood ape that had escaped from the Cage stellar domain and was killed by the Azure Eye's avatar. Its body was embedded in the walls of the Cage stellar domain's entrance, leaving only its soul to escape. It transformed into a bloodhorn and lay dormant under the planet. However, he later learned that it was only a descendant of the weeping soul blood ape. Such as the weeping soul blood ape that was following the primeval heaven's eye now was the true owner of the weeping soul blood ape that he had seen in the heritage images of the heaven-falling Bao. Of course, there was also a weeping soul blood ape by the side of the mysterious guest from the home planet who had transformed into D-Air. However, its whereabouts were unknown later on. If there was no accident, the weeping soul blood ape by the side of the mysterious guest from the home planet should be the one by the primeval heaven's eye. After all, the primeval heaven's eye and the mysterious guest from the home planet were originally on the same side. Screech! At this moment, as soon as its figure appeared, the weeping soul blood ape raised its head and let out an earth-shattering screech. Its voice was extremely sharp. When it entered the ears, the eardrums instantly burst. Even the divine soul was affected. Furthermore, when the screech sounded, the blood-colored horn on the weeping soul blood ape's head emitted circles of invisible blood-colored ripples that rapidly radiated outwards. It was very fast, and wave after wave of ripples surged out in all directions. The raging battle instantly slowed down. However, the target of the weeping soul blood ape's bloodline divine power was clearly specific. The ferocious beasts on the heavenly Tao side were not affected in any way. However, on the blood forehead tiger's side, all the ferocious beasts trembled and stopped their attacks. Their eyes revealed a dazed look, and even their divine souls were in a trance. It was as though they had been instantly pulled into some kind of illusion. Even the three heavenly Tao realm existences, including the black tiger, the winged tiger, and the blood forehead tiger, were the same. The battle should come to an end. Phew! In the next instant, the voice of the primeval heaven's eye's spiritual perception sounded once again, as though it was murmuring in its sleep. As the voice of the divine sense sounded, the green eye suddenly opened after it was closed. A huge green light shot out from it. In the blink of an eye, it blasted into the forehead of the blood forehead tiger, who had temporarily fallen into a daze. It directly penetrated the head of the blood forehead tiger, leaving a huge bloody hole. With just one strike, the blood forehead tiger perished. The forbidden land that belonged to it had changed owners. From this moment onwards, the primeval forbidden land appeared out of nowhere.